Indeed, that's right. The patient is very weak. Nevertheless, his skin was slightly pink and his pupils were blurry but unusually clear. These were all symptoms of the god of sleep's fragrance. After diagnosing the illness, Ken immediately took out 2 solution bottles from his bag. That antidote had to be compounded with 12 herbs, and he began compounding it there. The most important thing was to mix and regulate it properly. If one didn't know the exact mixing method, one would never be able to create it. Very quickly, the medicine compounded by Ken was finished. He slowly fed the medicine to the old man. Only those who know the secret of One Heal's life poison can create it. Indeed, it's a miraculous medicine. After drinking the medicine compounded by Ken, he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he awoke, he recognized who he was and quietly called out Ken Sudrin's name. Ken also sighed inwardly at this moment. Even after decades, he still recognizes me. And he replied, long time no see. The Sword Saint remembered that in the past, during the civil war in the Duchy of Rang, he alone defended the castle and fought enemies for 2 days, continuously killing over 100 enemies. He was the oldest living Sword Saint. Sword Saint Shev, known as the Walking Fortress. The Shev family and the Label family's connection began in the era of the One Sword Master. In the past, one sword master needed a sword that could withstand a rock sword. At that time, the head of the Shev family, the continent's best blacksmith, created the rock sword, and it became one of the 27 most famous swords on the continent. The connection between the two families began that way and continued to the next generation. My father, your grandfather, worried about the declining Label family after his passing and made a temporary engagement. This was an engagement made by the words of adults, and it was difficult to call him an official fiancé as I, with my swordsmanship talent, traveled around to revive the family. But as Serena took a sip of tea, Evan asked, "Does the tea suit your taste?" She paused for a moment, then looked directly at him and replied, "It's very delicious." Evan smiled gently. "If standing is uncomfortable, why don't you lean against the wall?" Serena felt a bit helpless. All right, she knew he had become the Royal Knights commander of the duchy in his early 20s with his outstanding swordsmanship talent. She hesitated. Although he is her fiancé, Serena remembered Evan forcing her to drink tea. "Let's have tea together." No, she thought inwardly, let's have tea together. No, it's too much pressure. Drinking tea in the corridor, the teacup Serena drank was forced upon her. Evan leaned against the wall and said, "It's been 15 years since we've talked like this." She replied briefly, "That's right." He smiled brightly. "Thank you so much for coming to help us like this." "Thank you so much." Serena closed her eyes. "I just did what I had to do." She was slightly melancholic. Serena quietly called out, "Lord Evan," she asked, "aren't you well aware of the disease the patriarch is suffering from?" Hearing those words, Evan's whole body stiffened and his eyes fell with a hint of sadness. Evan glanced at Serena. "How did you know?" She immediately replied, "If Lord Evan went to find medicine for the patriarch, there's no way you wouldn't know about the antidote." Serena bowed her head sadly. He must have been keeping quiet to hide the fact that the patriarch was poisoned. The problem was how the patriarch heir, a sword saint with countless experiences, could have been poisoned. She wondered, "Could you tell me the situation?" He gently agreed. "Originally this matter should not be mentioned, but if Lady Label keeps it a secret, I will tell you," Serena said firmly. "I swear on my sword." After a moment, Evan was silent. He opened his mouth. "As Lady Label knows, the Duchy of Rang suffered a civil war in the past." The man at the table looked tired. Evan said, "Thanks to my grandfather's efforts, the civil war was suppressed, but the Duke always feared a resurgence of civil war." One hand reached out. So the Duke monitored high-ranking nobles and families through the Duchy's intelligence network. Below was a chessboard with knights standing in the center. Evan looked at Serena and said, "Thanks to that, the seeds of civil war have almost disappeared. But recently, suspicious activities have been detected in that intelligence network." She paused slightly. "Suspicious activities?" he immediately replied. "Yes," Evan's voice echoed in the corridor. "The Duke feared this was a sign of civil war and asked my grandfather, the Sword Saint, his most trusted vassal, to investigate." Serena wondered, "So what was the result?" He was silent. Evan's face was slightly melancholic. The investigation revealed that there was a secret organization behind these suspicious activities. He turned to her, his face pale. "It was an organization with power beyond imagination." Serena heard those words, stood up abruptly and speculated, could it be the patriarch? Evan immediately agreed. "My grandfather fell ill even before he could approach that organization. He suspected that the organization was the culprit." She heard that and thought inwardly, "But I'm not confident I can defeat him." Of course, age weakened him. But for someone who had reached the state of sword-human unison, age was not a big problem. Serena frowned. "Lord Hare is an experienced swordsman, so how could that organization easily poison him?" She asked directly, "Do you know anything about that organization?" Evan immediately replied. "Yes," he said gloomily. "I know 2 things. First, they have been secretly active for a long time. Second," Evan said, "they will target the treasure to be offered to the imperial family at tomorrow's imperial ball." He knew that the imperial palace's security would be tightened, but we still don't know their full strength, so tomorrow's ball will not be safe. As he said that, Evan's face flushed and he put his hand around his neck, awkwardly opening his mouth. "So I know this is rude to ask, but," he asked, "would you be able to attend the imperial ball with me, lady?" Serena was startled to hear that, and her cheeks also flushed. Evan stroked his chin and said, "I plan to use this opportunity to lure and eliminate that organization. but it's very difficult to gather troops without being noticed. She paused slightly, but he continued. And Lady Label is a renowned swordsman, so I hope you can help me. It's a rational decision. As a swordsman and a woman, I'll be able to infiltrate the ball easily. She hesitated. But should I get involved in this incident, I'm currently running away and hiding my identity. Rushing to the Imperial Palace would certainly be reckless. But considering the connection between her family and the Shev family, it wouldn't be right to refuse this request, and if they failed to eliminate that organization, not only Lord Hare but also the person who treated him would be targeted. I won't put Master in danger. Serena put her hand on herself and said firmly, if you can keep my identity a secret, I will help. Early in the morning, birdsong was heard on the roof. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window crack. Alice moved slightly. She vaguely woke up. Is it because of the brazier? It's warm. Suddenly, Alice opened her eyes wide and saw the red-haired girl next to her. Alice was startled and jumped up. She turned and asked, why are you here? The red-haired girl replied nonchalantly. It was too cold, so I just wanted to use your body to warm myself. She sat up. You're quite warm too, though not as good as Lord Label. I'm quite satisfied. Alice heard that and was confused. What? The red-haired girl asked again. No problem, right? You were warm too, weren't you? She heard that and nodded, and she recalled 2 buns. It's really warm. Soft. Alice flinched as if startled. Soft. No, this shouldn't be happening. The red-haired girl approached the window. She sat there. I feel like an idiot when I'm next to that woman. The red-haired girl opened the window. A new day has begun, but Lord Label still hasn't returned. Alice stood up and said, are you going to keep waiting? She leaned against the windowsill and replied, I'd like to, but I'm a busy person. Especially today, I have places to go, so it's hard to keep waiting. Alice didn't reply and diligently tidied the blankets. Then I'll be comfortable. I won't be swayed by that woman anymore. Suddenly she paused. The red-haired girl said excitedly, I found a way. Alice wondered, what way? I'm worried. She smiled and then confidently placed her hand on herself. Cute boy, want to go on a date with me today? Alice was dumbfounded by the question. What? Alice gasped. Her eyes were full of resentment. The red-haired girl still walked ahead nonchalantly. She wondered, how much further do we have to go? Alice recalled her and the red-haired girl's half-day journey. First the clothing store, then the jewelry store, and finally the shoe store. She was exhausted. I've been walking for half a day. It's harder than during the war. The red-haired girl looked back and said, weak boy, are you already tired? Alice was slightly angry. Why aren't you tired at all, sister? She asked. Your stamina is weaker than I thought. Are you sick? Alice was displeased. I wonder what I should eat to become like you, sister. The red-haired girl pretended to think, then replied nonchalantly. Eat a lot of expensive, rare, and delicious food. Always get enough sleep even when busy and regularly train your physical strength. Consistently for 20 years. Alice paused slightly upon hearing that. Are you a swordsman, sister? The red-haired girl tilted her head. I don't know anything about swordsmanship. Alice wondered, if you're not a swordsman, why do you train so much physically? She immediately replied, not just to build stamina but also to maintain my beauty. She swept back her red hair. Eating delicious food, getting enough sleep, and having good physical strength. She crossed her arms with elegant beauty and proudly said, these are essential elements to maintain this elegant beauty. Alice felt helpless upon hearing that. What is this inferiority complex? The red-haired girl moved towards the shop door. All right, hurry up and follow me. Alice looked up. This is the clothing store that woman first came to, she wondered, but still went inside. Why are we here again? Alice paused. The red-haired girl and the staff were looking at her with expectant eyes. The red-haired girl turned to the staff and said, this child is a bit shy, so please help him. The staff bowed. Yes, Alice, standing nearby, was so angry that her veins popped. Shy? Me shy? 2 staff members appeared from behind her. The staff with tied hair pointed to one side with their hand. The changing room is this way. Alice was confused. What? The 2 staff members behind her grabbed Alice's shoulder. We're used to this kind of thing, so there's no need to be shy. Come on, let's go. She was a bit scared. No, wait. Alice looked at them in horror. What on earth are you doing inside the sparkling room? The short-haired staff member smiled and said, it's done. Would you like to look in the mirror? Alice walked forward. Reflected in the mirror, she felt a slight shyness at her own beauty. Alice was wearing a black dress with her long hair down. Alice bowed her head thinking, a dress, does that mean she noticed I was disguised as a man? Suddenly, someone asked, are you all changed? Alice turned and retorted, what on earth are you thinking? But then she was surprised again. The red-haired girl, wearing a fitted evening dress, exuded a noble and captivating aura. Alice stared blankly, and the girl, seeing this, scoffed HMPH, and confidently placed a hand on my head, looking troubled. I'm sorry, darling. I already have someone in my heart. No matter how cute you are, I can't have you as a lover. My beauty is truly a sin, Alice yelled angrily. Who said I wanted to be your lover? Hearing that, she said suspiciously, no, you were looking at me with such fiery eyes. Alice despaired, thinking, I shouldn't have said anything. My head? She clutched her head and moaned softly. Oh, my head. The red-haired girl turned to the staff. Well done, take as much as you want. The staff politely received the item she handed over. Thank you, customer. Alice saw it and thought to herself, a shining fish-shaped seal, a platinum seal. With it, one can withdraw and use unlimited money. In some ways, it's more valuable than any of the 36 treasures. And that seal belongs to the Cassandra family, famous as the wealthiest family on the continent. So that woman was a direct descendant of the Cassandra family? That's why she acts so childishly. The red-haired girl walked away. Is the carriage ready? The staff opened the door and saw her off. The carriage is waiting outside. Alice asked curiously, wait a minute, where are we going? She stood by the carriage. You'll find out when we get there anyway. Why don't you be a little more patient, pretty little one? Alice asked incomprehensibly. How long are you going to keep calling me little one? The red-haired girl asked curiously. Isn't it obvious that boys are called little ones? Is there a problem? Alice was startled. Could it be that she still thinks I'm a boy and made me wear a dress? She sighed softly. That woman is arrogant and extravagant, but somehow I can't hate her. Night slowly deepened, and the castle walls glittered even brighter. The carriage departed. The red-haired girl looked outside. We're here, let's get off. Alice was startled. Then the two of them got off together. Alice hesitated for a moment. Could this place be? She gazed at the magnificent castle before her. The red-haired girl turned to her. What's wrong? Is this your first time seeing a royal palace? Alice was dumbfounded. I've been dragged to a ball I should have refused earlier. She looked at the red-haired girl with a hint of incomprehension. Why is that woman wearing a mask that hides her beautiful face? I'm curious, is it a masquerade ball? She immediately replied. No, it's just troublesome if people recognize me. Alice fell into thought. Right, after all, she's a direct descendant of the Cassandra family, a person comparable to an emperor, so she would certainly want to avoid trouble. The red-haired girl softly called, Pretty little one. She pointed inside and said, What are you doing there? Let's go in. Inside the castle the atmosphere was luxurious and noble. Many nobles were gathered, and some men gazed blankly at the red-haired girls retreating back. The two entered, drawing the gaze of countless people. Some whispered, Why is she wearing a mask? This isn't a masquerade ball. Alice bowed her head in embarrassment. Sigh, I should have worn a mask too. This is too embarrassing, the red-haired girl softly scoffed. HMPH. She and Alice simultaneously looked to one side. Two men were loitering at the party. The man walking ahead said angrily, That arrogant fellow. The man following him consoled. It's understandable. I've never seen such a beautiful person. He turned his head and said angrily, But refusing all dance invitations is too rude. The man gestured for him to be quiet. Didn't you see she was with Sir Evan earlier? He patted the man's shoulder and consoled him. She's probably Sir Evan's fiancée, as rumored in the Chev family. Endure it. If you mess with Sir Evan's person, you might be challenged to a duel. Alice listened to the conversation and thought to herself, The Chev family is the family of the Sword Saint. I heard that Sword Saint has a grandson. She looked at the blonde girl surrounded by a group of people. Is that person his grandson's fiancée? Alice's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing her earrings and blonde hair, Alice recognized Serena. From afar, Serena also spotted her. An annoyed sigh echoed in the space. Serena complained softly, This is not comfortable at all. The words from that night replayed in her mind in slow motion. And Lady Serena is a renowned swordswoman, so I hope you can help me. Her mind was constantly restless. I wanted to wear the knight's uniform, but to infiltrate the ball I have to wear ball attire, her thoughts continued. I know I shouldn't be involved in this without Master's permission, but I don't want Master to know about my relationship with Sir Evan. Serena touched the doorknob, feeling thankful to herself. At this time, Master was so focused on treating the patient that he even skipped meals, so I was able to prepare without him noticing. Fortunately, the Chev family had a dress that fit me perfectly, which made preparation easier. And seeing her prominent appearance, Evan immediately approached and asked warmly, Lady, are you ready? Suddenly, Evan paused. Seeing him in a daze, Serena softly called out, Sir Evan, she asked incomprehensibly. Is there a problem? At this moment, he finally came to his senses. I apologize for being overly impressed. Evan politely extended his hand. Lady Serena, he respectfully asked, May I have the honor of escorting you? Seeing the outstretched hand, Serena hesitated for a moment. Before she could refuse, he said first, Let's go, Lady Serena. Serena was slightly troubled but eventually complied. The carriage slowly rolled along and the warm glow of the setting sun gently illuminated the two through the window glass. Serena looked outside and thought to herself, We're almost there. She couldn't help but feel worried. The imperial family's distinguished guests will enter through the outer palace, which will be heavily guarded by the imperial knights. No matter how formidable that organization is, infiltrating that area will be difficult. A sense of tension flashed in her eyes. The problem is after the ball begins, Serena thought softly. The inner palace, especially the ballroom, has a limited number of knights who can guard it. She resolved inwardly. So I have two things to do. Monitor the ballroom to ensure there are no suspicious individuals, and protect the distinguished guests if a problem arises. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts, startling Serena. Lady, do you remember what happened 15 years ago? She asked incomprehensibly. What are you talking about? Evan replied softly. I'm talking about when we first met. Serena was momentarily confused. That incident. Evan chuckled softly and slowly opened his mouth. Lady, do you remember that I was a weak child back then? She nodded. Yes, Evan said playfully. At that time, Lady Serena told me that if I held a sword and trained hard, I would become strong. She too was embarrassed. I was young back then. Serena recalled that at that time, weakness, lack of training was the only formula in her head, because her grandfather always whispered in her ear, You are weak because you lack training. Serena could only listen. Yes, grandfather. Soren was embarrassed. At that time I was just trying to tell him what I learned from my grandfather. It's so embarrassing. He looked far away and said in a reminiscent voice, After hearing your words I began to hold a sword. Evan seemed very grateful. And thanks to my ceaseless training I was able to rise to the position of Imperial Knight Commander. She was surprised. Really? Soren couldn't close her mouth. The Shev family is not originally a family of swordsmen, so it's a special case for Sir Evan to become the Imperial Knight Commander. I only thought it was due to the influence of Sword Saint Hare. I never thought it was because of me, Evan confessed. Currently, my skill makes it difficult to say I'm fit for this position, but I am not ashamed of it, and I am proud of my journey. He clenched his hands and his voice gradually became solemn. So I dare to say this. Evan took a deep breath, mustering his courage. He placed his hand on his chest and respectfully said, "Will you formally become engaged to me?" Serena's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. She was confused. What should I do? How should I tell him? Seeing his expectant expression, it became even harder for Soren to speak. That there's someone I want to be with and that my engagement to him is merely a thing of the past. She bit her lip slightly, and his serious gaze made her tongue freeze. At this moment, a voice was heard. "My lord," the attendant's guidance brought them back to reality. "We have arrived at the Imperial Palace." Evan was slightly dejected but eventually smiled softly and nodded. "I will hear your answer later, lady." Soren also complied. Yes, the atmosphere inside the party was very lively. Everyone was enjoying the ball. The two entered together and their splendid appearance captivated everyone's attention. He whispered in her ear, "Lady Serena, I will go check the security situation. Please wait a moment." Serena nodded. Understood. Evan heard that, felt relieved and left. Suddenly someone called out, "Excuse me, lady." Young men constantly approached and introduced themselves. "My name is H. If it's not too rude, may I know your name? Will you dance with us?" She was troubled. "I can't waste time on this," Serena resolved inwardly. "I must politely refuse," she gently replied. "I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling well today, so I won't be able to accept dance invitations," seeing them leave angrily. Serena sighed inwardly in relief. "I need to avoid them before more people gather." She turned and tried to find an inconspicuous place. Suddenly, Serena was startled. A familiar figure appeared. "Alice, why is she here?" But the announcer's voice was heard, giving her no time to approach Alice. "His Grace the Duke wishes to speak." She bowed her head with the others and complained softly, "Damn it, I've been caught." Alice was bewildered. "What should I do?" A hand grabbed her and the red-haired girl pulled her forcefully. The Duke stood on the podium and continued, "Today is the year-end ball. I hope everyone enjoys this day to the fullest." Alice frowned and asked, "Did you expect Serena to be here?" She replied, "If I guessed, I guessed." The red-haired girl looked far away and said in a meaningful voice, "If I didn't know, I didn't know." Alice frowned. "So are you saying you don't know or you do?" Seeing the two conversing, Soren cried out inwardly, "How can this be?" She was very confused. "How is Alice with that person?" At this moment Alice was still grumbling at the red-haired girl. "What does that mean?" Her body trembled for a moment. "Calm down no matter what. Don't get agitated. I'm losing my composure." Serena clenched the hem of her dress. How could something like this happen? Seeing that smile, her whole body turned cold. If that person, the one who brought Alice here, finds out Alice's true identity, ruin awaits our family. The red-haired girl looked far away and said curiously, "Could that be?" The Duke shouted loudly. "Behold it," he proudly exclaimed. "It is the legacy of the wicked organization that once dominated the world." Alice's face turned pale. What is he talking about? Countless organizations tried to dominate the world, but most failed, she recalled inwardly. Even the Rose Kingdom could only dominate half the continent. Even the current empire only dominates 28 countries. However, for the past 1,000 years there was a legendary organization that dominated the world. Led by 13 apostles and psychics comparable to swordsmen and mages, they attacked the Tower of Truth with overwhelming power and wisdom. They established 12 temples and dominated the continents of the entire planet. However, that arrogance angered the gods. The organization disappeared without a trace due to the god's curse, the Dark Fortress, and at this time the greatest of the continent's 36 treasures. The last legacy of the Dark Fortress, its information and clues were very vague. The Duke introduced it as the Book of Evil. She couldn't close her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. "And now it's before my eyes." Zell carefully observed the person before him. He asked, "Are you a servant of the Shev family?" The man respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." Seeing his demeanor, he exclaimed, "You've learned the traditional etiquette of the Empire." Ken humbly replied, "Yes, my lord. I worked in the Imperial Palace since I was young." He thought to himself, to be precise, "I worked as a servant and butler. The secret villainous organization Huno that controlled the Imperial Palace. I belonged to that organization. The secret of Huno, the comrade's throne, is not wrong to call it a traditional ritual." Zell continued to probe. "I hear you speak 8 languages, is that true?" Ken thought for a moment. "Actually, I speak 35 languages, but I shouldn't reveal too much." So he replied, "I learned them to avoid breaching etiquette." "Remarkable." Zell was very satisfied and said, "You go to the Whitewood Palace and guide the guests there." Ken was delighted, thinking, "Good, that's perfect." But outwardly he maintained a very professional demeanor. "Yes, my lord, the Whitewood Palace is mainly for entertaining foreign dignitaries." It was a place where servants fluent in foreign languages were stationed. Zell immediately instructed that the Whitewood Palace would be visible straight ahead. Ken nodded. "Yes, my lord." As he turned, his eyes turned fierce. "Damn it, because of that old man I have to act like a servant." He recalled what had happened in Hare's room that night. Hare lay weakly on the bed and said, "After I made it, I realized it was an item not to be kept lightly, so I hid it in the safest place I know." Ken pressed him. "So where is it?" he slowly replied. "It's in the central corridor of the Imperial Palace." Ken sat down in despair. You should have kept it on your person no matter how inconvenient. Why did you hide it in the imperial palace, making me suffer so much because of that old man? His eyes were filled with injustice. Fortunately, there was an imperial ball. He asked Hare again. Then how about this? Ken used the fact that old and famous families could send servants to assist with imperial events to ask to be sent to the upcoming imperial ball. I ask for just this one thing. He was silent for a moment, then said, Can you? Hare seriously said, Would you make a deal with me? Ken then thought he was able to enter the imperial palace thanks to his deal with that old man. He hadn't expected him to make such conditions. Watching the splendid banquet, he sighed inwardly. But as a temporary servant, he couldn't even access the inner palace, let alone enter the ballroom. The problem was that there wasn't much time. Before that, in Hare's room, he had maximized his practical experience skills. Ken disguised himself and used a secret room trick to make it seem like he was in the old man's room, just in case. According to his plan, he could secretly be outside for up to a day. The way he moved here and there was like a mayfly. He asked in bewilderment, What are you doing now? But Ken merely replied, You don't need to know. Ken vowed to himself, So I have to get that today, and return to the mansion. Just then a scream erupted. What on earth is going on? That man continued to make things difficult. You mean I can't bring a servant into the ballroom? Are you saying I can't bring the escort I want? The other man still replied politely. I apologize, my lord. That's Evan. He explained in detail, however. For the safety of the imperial palace, there are no exceptions, even if you are the head of the lost family. Seeing the situation before him, Ken wondered, why has the ballroom security become so tight? Ken worried as he saw it getting darker outside. Perhaps there's still time. The sun has set, but I still have to deal with this fat man, he sighed deeply. But there's nothing I can do. At this moment the nobleman crossed his arms and said arrogantly, Then I'll give up on the escort. He pointed to his luxurious carriage and said, But even so, I'm the head of a family. Are you saying I have to carry the luggage myself? Evan smiled softly and replied kindly, In that case I will assign a servant to you, my lord. What do you think? I can't find fault with that. The nobleman snorted coldly. All right, since you've shown respect, I'll concede. Evan replied with a smile. Thank you, my lord. Evan called Ken. You serve the head of the lost family while he is at the ball. Ken dutifully bowed his head and accepted the mission. Yes? Ken laughed so hard his mouth wouldn't close. What luck is this? That guy didn't even know I was a temporary servant and gave me an order. Thank you. The nobleman left his luggage and turned to go inside. Let's go. Ken received the item from Lost and politely said, Thank you, my lord. Just like that, he successfully entered the ballroom. The banquet was still proceeding as usual, the laughter and chatter of nobles, luxurious lighting and elegant toasts. That arrogant man returned and said to Ken, You don't know how important what you're holding is, he proudly said. This is a treasure our family obtained at the cost of our lives, the nobleman threatened. If anything happens to this item, you will not be safe. Ken still remained polite and nodded. Yes, I will protect it with my life. Inwardly he thought, what treasure? At best it's just this fat man's golden statue. The nobleman continued to laugh and chat with guests, and Ken quietly followed, carefully carrying the chest. Ken looked around. Is this fat man a high-ranking noble? How many people are surrounding him? He lost patience and turned away, bored. A door caught Ken's attention. Is that the corridor the old man mentioned? He calculated inwardly. It's bulky, so it won't be easy to run away with, but I have a way. Ken looked around and thought, now I just need to dump this tribute on the old man and quietly disappear. Suddenly he paused. Ken's whole body trembled for a moment. A familiar silhouette entered his eyes, and he muttered inwardly, That hair, I've seen it somewhere before. Ken hastily shook his head, trying to shake off that crazy thought. Impossible. That bitch is at home. The probability of that bitch appearing here is only 0.001. Besides, she's wearing such a beautiful dress. And when another familiar silhouette appeared, he was dumbfounded. If there's a silver-haired bitch, there must be a golden-haired hero, right? The butler stepped forward to announce that the Duke had something to say. Ken breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's here. All the ministers politely bowed their heads in greeting. Duke Eros kindly said, Today is the year-end ball. I hope everyone enjoys this day to the fullest. Ken fell into thought. Blah blah blah, everyone enjoy yourselves, I'll get what I need. Just then a shadow quickly flashed past. It was the fat nobleman. He prostrated himself politely at the Duke's feet and said, Sire Kozel, your humble servant is honored to attend the banquet hosted by His Majesty. This is an endless glory. Eros narrowed his eyes and smiled. Duke Lost is always like this. He praises me too excessively. Ken couldn't help but scoff. This fat man is really good at flattery. As expected of a family head, he knows how to flatter the strong and manipulate the weak. The art of flattery is truly important, Pierre said politely. This time your humble servant has unexpectedly acquired a treasure, and I wish to present it to my Duke on this occasion. Ken walked in accordance with his words. Inwardly he wondered, It's just your golden statue. What kind of treasure is it? Pierre introduced it. This was obtained by your humble servant from an adventurer. He discovered it in the ruins of an evil organization that once plunged the world into chaos. This is a very mysterious item. He rubbed his chin, wondering, what kind of treasure could this be? Ken fell into thought following his words. An organization that once plunged the world into chaos. The Free Knights don't have treasures. Is this a treasure from the ruins of the Rose Kingdom? Pierre still exaggerated. Any scholar would have heard of it at least once. Among the continent's treasures, everyone in the Great Hall murmured upon hearing his words. The greatest treasure exists, Ken thought wearily. What nonsense is this guy talking about now? Pierre gestured and said, Behold it. It is the legacy of the evil organization that once dominated the world. Ken opened the chest and his whole body seemed to stop. Inside was the Book of Evil. A glass fell to the ground and shattered. Everyone was shocked by such an item. It was related to a past both distant and near. The only organization that had ever dominated the world, the most powerful, greatest and evil organization, the Dark Fortress. And this was the last legacy of that organization. The Book of Evil. Ken looked at it and fell into thought. But this is... The red-haired woman broke the silence and spoke. Is it the Book of Evil? She slowly walked over and Ken suspiciously turned his head. That voice. The red-haired woman approached and said casually, Duke Eros Lang, if you don't mind. Everyone turned to her, captivated by her elegant appearance. I'll take that instead of you, someone shouted loudly. Impudence, he snarled. Who are you to dare speak such impertinent words to the Duke? The red-haired woman scoffed softly. I forgot I was wearing this then. She slowly removed her mask. Pierre's face flushed at her exquisite features and he coughed awkwardly and laughed. Where do you think you are? He returned to his harsh demeanor and said, Are you trying to insult the Duke with mere beauty? Abel Carlos is a loyal subject of the Duke. I will not let you off the hook for my family's honor. She shrugged and said, Oh, Carlos Abel's beauty is truly remarkable, but I'm not just beautiful. The red-haired woman looked at Duke Eros and said, Isn't that right, Duke? Pierre looked back at him in surprise. Seeing his enduring expression, he suddenly felt a moment of fear. Your Grace, Eros slowly approached. Serena wondered, why is His Majesty making that face? She searched her memories. She had never seen His Majesty make such an expression before. Embarrassed by the Emperor's gaze, she quickly knelt, admitting her rudeness. The head of the Label family, Label Serena, greets Your Majesty. Serena, a loyal subject of the Empire, respectfully greets you. I bow my head before the sole ruler who commands the swordsmen of the 108 families and the heads of the 3,600 families. She politely addressed His Imperial Majesty. Ken inwardly shouted, Oh, you 99 wicked witches, look after a villain. Kneeling before her, he stifled his anger inwardly and muttered, If you want to kill me, just kill me. I don't want to pray anymore. Ken barely swallowed his tears. No matter how excellent a villain I am, I'd rather not get involved in this than in a melee of swordsmen, mages, and holy knights, the Emperor said, bored. Is there really a need for such formal language between us? Serena still maintained her distance and replied, Imperial etiquette is essential. How can a humble servant like myself speak disrespectfully to Your Majesty? He clicked his tongue and evaluated her. This foolish child, normally it would be the right answer. Ken looked at her and admired inwardly, but to this Empress it's the wrong answer. The Emperor approached Serena. Lord Label, your words are indeed sensible, she warned her. Her voice made her tremble. I am the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor's eyes were cold. And there is nothing that can bind me. That's right, no etiquette or law can bind this Empress. That is the edict Ken, this Empress proclaimed immediately after her ascension. He recalled this Empress, then 10 years old, proclaiming an edict immediately after her ascension 20 years ago. That edict caused a great stir. Many ministers of the Empire demanded the edict be withdrawn, citing tradition and law, but this Empress did not change her decision. He shuddered at her method of control. And because she was the one who won the struggle for the throne and seized all military authority, no one dared to rebel. At that time, the Emperor stood firm on her throne, so the court officials had no choice but to pass the edict. Thus, the only emperor with absolute power in the history of the Empire was born. Ken was terrified, and thanks to that, secret organizations like the Dark Fortress, which had manipulated the imperial family through tradition and law, disappeared. Serena politely replied, I will keep that in mind. At this moment, the Emperor showed a satisfied expression. You understand quite well, she nodded. Your charm is partly due to that stubbornness, so this time I'll forgive your rudeness, Serena nodded. Thank you. Ken was surprised. An ordinary person would have had their head cut off. Has this Empress become kinder than before, or does she just like that child? The Emperor shrugged. That's enough, I just heard some rather interesting news, Serena replied apologetically. Sister, I don't know that news. I am truly disloyal. Inwardly she constantly speculated. Is it about Alice? The Empire's intelligence has weakened over the past 20 years, but surely they haven't failed to hear rumors about the ice and snow territory or the demon Alice. If His Majesty asked me about Alice, how should I answer? The Emperor finally spoke. I heard you're engaged to the young master of the Chev family, is that true? This question was unexpected for her. Ken was also stunned. Engaged? What's going on? That child had a fiancé, she continued to speak. When I heard you chose a child from a collateral family, and bequeathed the rock sword to him, I wondered what you were thinking, the Emperor asked her. Now that I think about it, I understand, you wanted to unite the two families, didn't you? Ken glanced sideways and inwardly speculated. This is serious. If the two families that produce sword saints unite, they could become the strongest swordsman family on the continent. Moreover, since the Duchy of Rang is located in the western part of the continent, if there's a swordsman family loyal to the Empire can expand its influence westward. This Empress will like this. The Emperor continued to chatter. Anyway, uniting with a famous family like the Chev family is a good thing. Congratulations, Serena stammered. Sister, but she didn't give her a chance to finish. That's right, the Emperor pointed to the chest and said, to celebrate your engagement I'll give you that. Ken was astonished. Are you serious? One of the 36 treasures and a top-tier one at that to celebrate a subordinate's engagement? Is this woman crazy? Serena humbly said, Sister, this gift is too much for me, the Empress said softly. What refusal? We are sisters, aren't we? I thought I should at least give you this much to maintain my dignity, Serena stammered. Sister, the Empress arbitrarily decided about the demon child living with her. Don't worry, after the engagement ceremony I will protect that child under my name. Her voice turned cold. With my power, that child will no longer need to run. She can live peacefully in a remote village. If you wish, I can even give that child a home and family. Serena was speechless. Her heart was heavy. That's right, your Majesty can certainly do that. The only outcome for resisting the Empire is ruin. She sighed. So no one in the world will be able to harm a person under your Majesty's protection. The 12 temples are no exception. Serena clenched her fists. If I get engaged, I won't have to run anymore. She recalled that image. Master won't have to sacrifice himself to protect Alice either. Serena bit her lip. And if the Book of Evil is real, it can cure Master. She raised her head. Although there are still questions about the Book of the Dragon, as the Empress approached her, Serena was overcome with fear by her dark appearance. Is it still not enough? She widened her eyes. How can this be? The deep gaze made Serena tremble. I hope I'm seeing things wrong. I hope I'm misunderstanding. Her Majesty's eyes clearly showed her will to tolerate no resistance. She bowed her head and replied, Yes, sister. In her heart, she no longer resisted. She could only silently give up that mountain-like gift. Serena politely said, I am deeply honored to receive it. She scoffed. If you're happy, I'm happy too. The Empress waved her hand. Now that I've said all I need to say, you may withdraw first. Watching her retreating figure, she felt a chill. This is my last chance. If I retreat now, there'll be no turning back. Serena was truly uncomfortable but eventually replied, Your subject. Serena Label will obey your Majesty's will. And she turned around, but her heart was still in turmoil. I can't, because it's your Majesty's will. The balcony gradually quieted down. Ken recalled the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. How could that small child look directly into the Empress's eyes? Does that child want to die? The Empress smiled with interest. What a truly cute child. Does she think the same as me? Ken was speechless. This is, he carefully replied. How dare a humble servant like me presume to evaluate the head of the Label family, your Majesty? Ken's lips curled up, and he was very proud inwardly. That was a truly smooth and perfect answer. The secret of Huno and the Imperial Palace Gold Circle's Comrade's Throne demonic golden rule were working well. He had learned the essence of the Comrade's Throne, etiquette, the demonic golden rule, human psychological analysis and research. Ken praised himself. I've created a perfect servant who can perfectly utilize the ritual. This is one of my best combos. The Empress looked at Ken, lost in deep thought. Gaze was profound. After a long moment, the Empress said, I thought the reason you kept Lady Label by your side was because you liked her. He was startled. That means the Empress knows I'm living with that child. And the Empress is using this tone. She raised her eyebrows. Am I wrong? The Empress looked directly into his eyes and called him Kiro RV. He watched her cautiously and warily. Only when speaking about his other identity. Outside on the balcony a man said, How did your Majesty know? The Empress glanced at Ken and said, This servant is well versed in the Empire's traditional etiquette. Even in the Imperial Palace such people are few. But how in this frozen duchy? The Empress continued. And Ken's expression began to change. Could another perfect servant know and perform the Empire's traditional etiquette? His eyes were filled with tension. That's right, the Empire's traditional etiquette isn't just about gestures, movements, or even a single strand of hair. Even breaths and gazes must be adjusted to suit the atmosphere. That's why Huno. The crown in his mind shattered. They could control the imperial family with just tradition and law, until an emperor destroyed that tradition and law, and the entire organization disappeared with it. Ken looked at the other person and thought inwardly, and the person standing before me now is that emperor. He recalled his list and cursed inwardly. Furthermore, she's the second most dangerous person on my list of dangerous individuals. I thought I was safe, having been in hiding for a long time. Suddenly, the Empress said. She pointed at Ken and his expression did not change at all. How could I not recognize you? You've only gained a few wrinkles. Ken replied as if pouring oil on the fire. Really? Only that little change? He covered his mouth with his hand, his face pale. Wait, so I disguised myself to look younger, but I was found out? At this moment, the other person turned her head and said, Has it already been 20 years? Ken frowned and replied, Exactly 22 years. The Empress smiled slightly. Not from the day you left, her voice, filled with hidden meaning, surprised the other person. But from the day I mobilized all the Empire's intelligence to search for you. Ken heard this and worried inwardly. The Empire's intelligence is truly vast. Although the Empire's intelligence has weakened recently, there are still few intelligence organizations on the continent that surpass the Empire's. He looked at the other person and thought inwardly, but she mobilized all the Empire's intelligence for 20 years to find me? Suddenly, the Empress said, Do you know how much trouble I went through to find you? She slightly brushed her hand, saying coldly, I became close to the Cassandra family and formed a sworn sisterhood with Lady Label. I organized a secret meeting with the Black Shadow Church. The words that followed struck Ken like lightning. I gathered the remnants of the Free Knights and they even formed a new Knight Order. He was startled, his whole body filled with shock. Ah, the Empress leaned against the wall and said softly, Furthermore, this time to find you I had to defeat all my Imperial Knights. Now when I return I'll have to listen to nagging for at least 10 days. Ken heard this and thought very seriously. This is no joke. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. She certainly knows quite a few organizations I was involved with. It seems her statement about mobilizing all the Empire's intelligence was no exaggeration. Up until now I'd been doing my best to hide my identity. But now what I want to know is, suddenly he said softly, then why did your majesty seek me out? Ken, who was once just a butler, worried inwardly about the things he had done. Of course I did steal a few treasures by taking advantage of the succession war back then, but I didn't touch books or works of art. Don't tell me she's been looking for me for 20 years because of that. The Empress's eyes darkened. Just a mere butler. The other person's next words pierced him like a blade. You taught the Emperor politics, linguistics, statecraft, and other academic subjects. You were a butler, a scholar, and a teacher all at once, Ken thought inwardly. I didn't want to either. It cost too much to hire you as a tutor, the other person continued. Not only that, you single-handedly prevented 13 assassinations. Ken heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. Those assassins were truly terrifying. But he recalled everything. Half of them tried to trap me and the other half tried to kill me. I was just acting in self-defense. If I'm accused of assassinating a royal, I'll die a cold-footed death. It's truly unfair. But the Empress's voice cut off his thoughts. Even with all the Empire's intelligence mobilized, finding your traces for 20 years was like finding a needle in a haystack, she reminded him. You are just a mere butler. Ken bit his lip and thought inwardly, then, should I escape now? Suddenly, the atmosphere was filled with silence. Neither of them said a word. Suddenly the Empress said, let's stop that conversation now. He heard this and was filled with inward anger. If you were going to do that, you shouldn't have brought it up one by one in the first place. After that, he straightened his posture. All right, stay calm. A veteran villain should not lose composure. 1 second later, he bowed his head in gratitude. Your Majesty's grace is as vast as a mountain. Suddenly, the other person's voice cut him off. But you are my butler, and I cannot accept your departure without my permission. Ken's eyes were filled with hatred, and he continuously broke out in a cold sweat. The Empress said mockingly, don't worry, I won't charge you with theft, torture you, rot you in prison, or make you a lifelong mind slave. Ken wanted to sigh helplessly. But isn't this public blackmail? He entered a state of alert without even a moment's hesitation for his next move. If I hesitate, my life will be over. He closed his eyes and swallowed. Bring it on, comrade's throne unfold. Ken's body stood firm as if preparing for a blow. 1 second later, he asked the other person, then what does your Majesty want from me? The Empress smiled meaningfully. Kiro. Ken froze at this reply. She extended her hand to him and said, be mine. Ken's body went limp like a deflated balloon. What did you say? The Empress continued to offer countless benefits. I will give you a position above all others, but beneath me you will kneel before no one but me. You will be eternally arrogant and glorious. You will enjoy infinite wealth and glory. He was astonished inwardly. Wait, give me time to think. Give my brain and OCD some time. Over here, the other person continued to express her feelings. As I told Lady Label, you don't need to worry about that demon child, she said before influential people. No matter how strong the priests are, they won't dare lay a hand on a child under my protection. Her voice seeped into Ken word by word. If you truly care for that child, I won't mind having her live with you. Ken's eyes were filled with suspicion. She must have some ulterior motive. He looked at the other person, lost in thought. That ulterior motive is clearly visible in the Empress's eyes. After that, he closed his eyes and sighed. But I can't figure out what that ulterior motive is. Finally, 1 second later, he slightly opened his eyes and silently looked at the other person. Ken said softly, Your Majesty, could you give me time to think? The Empress immediately agreed. All right, I've waited 22 years anyway, so waiting a little longer is no problem. Ken quickly turned around. That's a relief. I hadn't given it any thought when I said that. I never expected her to agree. Thinking this, he knelt down and bowed. I need to get out of here quickly, he said loudly. Your humble servant Kiro Sobin will now withdraw. The Empress silently watched his retreating figure outside. Ken was delighted. Good, now I just need to escape. Suddenly, the Empress said, I hope to receive your answer by today. She poured words upon him. Even if you run away again, I won't destroy the Label family or execute that demon child. Do you also know what happens when I get angry? Ken's eyes welled up with tears. It probably won't work. The scene changed to a late night sky, a shadow appearing beneath a wide courtyard. Alice clenched her hands and thought inwardly, what exactly is the Emperor's true purpose? 1 second later, she composed herself. More importantly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Is the Book of Evil in the box real? A shadow flashed through her mind. The 36 treasures are all treasures that transcend time. Among them, many treasures aren't even known by name. Among such treasures, rumors about the Book of Evil were particularly vague. She recalled the rumors about it. Some rumors said that the names of the 13 apostles were written in the book, while others said it contained invincible power, and some even claimed it contained records of future events. But now that the Dark Fortress and the 13 apostles were gone, there was no way to know if those rumors were true or false. However, one rumor had been passed down very clearly for many generations. She clenched her hands and looked at the bricks, thinking inwardly, but it's harder to believe than any other rumor. Because of that rumor, the Book of Evil became the most coveted treasure of all. Suddenly her face brightened. I'll know if I ask Shito, she resolved inwardly, continuing to think. No matter what the side effects of black magic are, I now have his bracelet that can control magic. I've completely forgotten about the Book of Demons. After that, she looked around. Now I remember. I need to call him quickly and ask. There's no one here. Suddenly, a voice cut off her footsteps. What? Is that Mr. S. Label? Alice was startled and turned around. She saw two butlers whispering to each other. The bearded man couldn't hold back and said, "My goodness, the great swordsman and Sir Evan." The other man recounted everything he had seen, and they both went into the ballroom together, saying they were a truly well-matched pair. The bearded man put his hand in his pocket and replied, "Because they are both swordsmen. They're even the same age." Their voices and laughter echoed in the courtyard. There couldn't be a more perfect couple than them. It's a shame I couldn't see it for myself. I'm sure there'll be good news soon. Alice scoffed. That's nonsense. Her gaze darkened and her thoughts became complicated. Serena won't get engaged, because if she does she'll have to leave me and co. She thought of Serena. Though Serena didn't realize it, her eyes at that moment were filled with happiness. She recalled Serena and Alice walked alone in the darkness. She looked around, wondering if she could summon Shito here. Suddenly her eyes widened. Before her eyes was a familiar silhouette, a girl with long golden hair. Serena was looking up at the sky, clenching her hands and shedding tears. Suddenly Alice spoke. "Serena." Serena clutched her dress and quickly rushed towards her. "Alice?" Alice hastily asked. "Serena, are you crying?" Serena quickly tried to find an excuse. "This is just—" Alice couldn't hold back and said loudly, Who made you cry, sister? Tell me." She looked straight at the other person with angry eyes. "Tell me who made you cry, sister." Serena froze for a few seconds, then bowed her head. Her face was ashen. After a moment she said softly, "Alice, you're really happy with him, aren't you?" Hearing that, Alice asked, bewildered, "What? Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Serena sat down by the water's edge. "You might have heard that my family arranged a marriage when I was young." She began to tell the story of the two from when she was young. "The place I visited yesterday was that very family, my fiancé's family mansion." She slowly began her story. "I came to this ball at his invitation." Hearing that, Alice immediately asked, "You couldn't refuse?" Serena replied, "Though not officially engaged yet, I couldn't refuse. Doing so would affect the relationship between our two families." Alice pressed. "Then what was that question you asked earlier, sister?" Serena bit her lip and remained silent. After a moment she looked up at the moon and replied, "I had met Her Majesty earlier, and Her Majesty suggested that if I were to formally get engaged to Sir Evan." Next words froze the other person. "Her Majesty offered to protect me and that child under her own name." Alice vehemently retorted, "But Serena doesn't want to get engaged. Are you accepting it just because it's an offer to protect you and me?" Serena replied with sorrowful eyes, "That doesn't matter, Alice. Her Majesty subtly indicated that I must get engaged." Her gaze lingered on Alice. Alice felt pity for the other person, "And Her Majesty will never change her decision." Alice clenched her fists. "Serena." Then as she spoke the other person seemed to freeze. "You love Master, don't you?" Her complex gaze fell upon the other person. "Even I noticed it. The way Serena looks at Master is completely different from how she looks at others." Hearing that, Serena thought, "That's right, now I understand." She re-evaluated everything. "Why did I feel so unpleasant about Master potentially finding out I had a fiancé? But I don't want to tell Master about my relationship with Sir Evan." Her face hardened. "The reason I don't want to believe that Master doesn't have much time left. Why was I so angry with Alice before?" She recalled her actions from before. Serena placed a hand on her chest. "And why does my heart ache so much right now? It was all because of him." Suddenly Alice spoke. "But now you're going to give up, sister," she shouted loudly as if overcome with emotion. "Are you going to give up like this?" Hearing that, Serena's eyes became moist and her lips were tightly sealed. Suddenly she fell silent. After a moment her attitude turned cold. How truly envious, a demon yet receiving his love. Her reflection shimmered on the water. "It was like that from the beginning. I only pretended to be your family because he wanted it. How could a hero like me be family with a demon?" That reply felt like a splash of cold water to Alice. "Serena." Serena laughed painfully. "Alice, you don't know, I'm not the person you think I am. I'm neither kind nor fair." She continued to state her view. "I also have ambitions. I simply act as I please." Alice realized her intention and thought, fool. She was trying to play the villain. That's why Serena's whole body trembled. Forget this bad person and live happily with him. Alice looked at the other person and thought, with that painful expression, her gaze fell and her heart wavered like a reed. Yes, if I do as Serena says I might be happy. But that's not what I want. She thought silently about her family. After a moment she shouted loudly, "Fool!" Then Alice turned and left, leaving Serena behind. Alice gritted her teeth. The Empress, the root cause of all this. Alice ran without looking back. "Dragon swordsman, I won't forgive you." Meanwhile, Serena silently watched the other person's retreating back. She looked up at the sky and muttered, "Yes, this is how it has to be." Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. As long as his remaining life is peaceful, that's enough. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. Hearing footsteps, she thought, "Has Alice come back?" Suddenly, Serena glanced up. It was Ken's calm figure, the person who was next to Her Majesty earlier. He looked at her with no emotion. Serena quickly stood up. "Why is he here?" Her face was filled with worry. "Then when Her Majesty mentioned my fiancé, when I accepted Her Majesty's will." Serena froze on the spot. "He heard everything?" She bowed her head and pleaded, "Don't come over here." Pain was evident on her face. "I can no longer be by your side." Suddenly, Ken extended his hand to the startled Serena. She looked up at him, surprised. Ken still calmly extended his hand, waiting for her answer. Serena hesitated, thinking inwardly, why in this situation? She silently looked at the other person's hand. But soon she carefully extended her hand to Ken. Suddenly Ken reminded her to straighten her back. His face was calm and he wrapped his arm around her waist. As Ken suggested, Serena's face flushed. look up and look at me, he gently reminded Serena. Relax, let your body flow. His gaze was calm yet filled with interest. Rose bushes glittered under the moonlight and Serena's voluminous dress brushed past. The two looked like lovers dancing under the moonlight. Serena looked at him with a suspicious expression. Ken's gaze still calmly met hers. Suddenly his lips twisted. His mother couldn't hold back and kept shedding tears. Damn it. Rewinding a few minutes, Ken's elegant footsteps appeared. His face was filled with sadness, and he thought, damn it, what should I do now? He recalled her Imperial Majesty. Ah, that Empress recognized me. Escaping from here is impossible now. If that Empress mobilizes her military, I'll be caught in a day. Ken tiredly clutched his neck with his hand and entered the flower garden. But there are still more important problems. Suddenly, he noticed the silhouette in front of him. He quickly muffled his steps and thought, surprised, why is that kid here? Ken stood there, thinking deeply. What should I do? The kid doesn't seem to recognize me yet. Should I just escape like this? Ken's face darkened. There are still other people here. I'm not the only one here. He sensed his surroundings as if imagining himself standing silently with a knife to his throat. Ken tried to remain calm. Don't get agitated. If I get agitated, my head will roll. All right, I'll just turn around naturally like this. He quickly left, but unfortunately he stepped on a leaf making a loud noise. He froze on the spot. Damn it, the sound happened to draw Serena, and his location was discovered. He looked towards Serena thinking, now escaping is out of the question. That Empress's loyal attendant won't let me escape. He gritted his teeth and searched for a way. Moreover, the other guys around here are also paying attention to me. The situation is serious, there's no other way. In the end, he moved towards Serena. I don't know who those guys are, but if I'm next to this kid, they won't be able to do anything to me. He was startled by the other person's reaction. Ken was flustered and broke out in a cold sweat. What did I do for the kid to look at me like that? He suddenly realized. Could it be that the kid also noticed their presence? Ken crossed his arms and thought, well, of course the kid would notice. Unless the kid's mind is unstable. His eyes suddenly narrowed. But there's one problem now. He saw Serena's body trembling. I don't know if the kid has a sword, but I don't see a sword. If we're attacked like this, I'll use this kid as a shield and escape. Suddenly he approached and extended his hand. In this situation, I can't ask the kid for cooperation out loud. He calmly looked at the other person, hoping, I can only hope the kid understands my request for cooperation. Eventually, Serena extended her hand to Ken. He reminded her to straighten her back. Ken, with a calm expression, said, look up and look at me. The atmosphere became awkward. Ken thought helplessly, is it because we're surrounded without weapons? But why are the kid's movements so stiff? Anyone can tell she's faking it. He kindly reminded her, relax. Let your body flow. Hearing that, Serena complied. He supported her with all his might. She's relaxed too much. The moonlight illuminated the dew-kissed flower bushes. Ken and Serena were dancing together. Ken glanced around cautiously. There seemed to be at least 5 or 6 people in the bushes nearby. Even if I were fully armed, it's best to avoid this many people if a battle breaks out. I'll have to use this kid as a decoy. Then Ken looked at Serena again. There's no reason for them to target me. I'm just a temporary servant. Serena closed her eyes, seemingly oblivious. So if I separate from this kid, they won't attack me. For an Imperial Knight, the Empress's safety was paramount. Suddenly Ken spoke. I'll take care of the rest. Go to Her Majesty. Then he thought inwardly, so I'll have to pretend to be the decoy here. Ken looked at the other person calculatingly, thinking, I'll lure the kid and use her as the real decoy, then I'll escape quickly. He said aloud, don't worry about my safety. I'm not that weak. Serena stared at the other person, frozen. Her face flushed and she bowed her head. He's right, and I don't just want to see him happy. I want to be by his side. I want to make him happy with my own hands. Thinking that, she clutched her dress and silently left. My heartfelt wish. Ken calmly watched the other person's retreating figure. Unlike Serena, Ken thought calculatingly. Good, I'm safe now. Those guys will chase the kid now. After a moment, he quietly left. I don't know what's going to happen, but I have a feeling something big is about to occur. And that will be the perfect opportunity to get out of here. His face was filled with tension. Now I just need to slowly escape. Suddenly, his face darkened. Ha-oh, 99 evil witches, protect this villain. Around him were several masked figures. His inner self screamed, damn it, I hope your noses break. Under the dark moonlight, the air was still. Meanwhile, Her Imperial Majesty was sitting alone on the balcony. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, catching her attention. Her gaze furrowed slightly. Her Imperial Majesty spoke. Hello, cute little one. Alice landed calmly beside her. Alice replied irritably, how long are you going to keep calling me that, Your Majesty? The Empress looked at her meaningfully. Then would you prefer if I called you Ariki's DS, Demon King, the one who achieved 72 demands? Hearing those words, Alice froze for a few seconds. At this moment she calmly spoke. When did you learn my identity? Her Imperial Majesty replied nonchalantly. What a strange question. How could the Empress of the Empire not recognize you? Alice looked at the other person warily, thinking, that's right, a ruler of a nation should know their enemies well. It's stranger that I didn't recognize the Empress. She recalled events from the past. Although I gained enough power to sweep across the continent in just 3 years, the Rose Kingdom was unstable in many ways. As a result, the kingdom was almost destroyed, and the intelligence sector was no different at that time. The Rose Kingdom was famous throughout the continent. With the emergence of powerful mages, wars with temples and heroes occurred daily. However, there were no battles with the Empress. Among the powerful mages, Agno also appeared, so I focused my intelligence efforts on the battlefield rather than the Empress. Her Imperial Majesty ascended the throne at a very young age, therefore the only information I had about the Empress was her portrait from when she ascended the throne at the age of 10. Alice re-evaluated with a worried heart. That's why I didn't recognize her. At this moment she spoke. You said you were Serena's older sister, didn't you? Her Imperial Majesty replied softly. Though sworn sisters, you are correct. Alice immediately reacted. Then retract what you said to Serena. When the other person asked why, Alice looked straight at her and replied, because Serena doesn't want it. The other person chuckled slightly, then immediately replied to Alice's answer. Then what does that matter? Her Imperial Majesty looked into the distance and said, the Chev young master is a good man. He has loved only one person for 15 years. Such a loyal man is hard to find these days. Her next words made Alice's face flush. He will surely make Lady Label happy, Alice cursed inwardly. Unbelievable. Alice, unable to control her emotions, shouted, why are you doing that? Why are you forcing those two together? The Empress calmly replied. Such things are not important. She said something that silenced Alice. Simply because I want it. She looked at her with challenging eyes. That is the only thing that matters. Alice paused and asked, are you forcing Serena to get engaged just because your Majesty wants and needs it? The Empress replied coldly. You can understand it that way. Alice continued to express her stance. Even if your Majesty is the Emperor, do you think you can act however you wish? The Empress's next words stung Alice more than a chili pepper. There is nothing in this world that I cannot do. Alice barely managed to gasp. Ha? At this, the other person slowly approached her. Whether it's extravagant pleasures that shake the empire, foolishly eliminating loyal subjects, or wrongly suppressing religions, these are not things I should not do. The Empress's voice was full of authority, adding, there is nothing I cannot do. Alice vehemently retorted. How can you say such an absurd thing? The Empress's eyes began to narrow. Don't forget Demon King. I am the Emperor of the Empire, Alice retorted. If you're the Emperor, don't you have a duty to protect and lead the Empire, isn't that right? The Empress crossed her arms and dispelled the notion. No such thing exists. Hearing that, Alice's mouth dropped open. Ha! At this, the other person moved back towards the balcony. In fact, many people misunderstand. Rights and duties do not always exist together. A ruler must rule the ruled, only then can a ruler exist. She looked up at the sky and firmly stated, and from the moment a ruler's existence is acknowledged, the ruled have granted the ruler the right to do anything to them. Her voice echoed in the darkness. Of course, the ruled also have the right to reproach the ruler and to depose the ruler from the throne. A bee flew towards a large beehive, and next to it were the Empress's meaningful words, therefore a ruler must do something for the ruled. The things a ruler must do are summarized by the beautiful word duty. She used the bee as an example. So if they dislike my rule, they can depose me from the throne. That is their right. The dead bee lay coldly on the ground, and the Empress's expression changed instantly. Likewise, as long as I rule as Emperor, there is nothing I should not do. Alice bowed her head and remained silent. Truly mad, she bit her lip, thinking inwardly, the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of people can be swayed by a few words from this person, yet this person believes in such mad logic. We are the Rose Kingdom, and her whole body trembled, and she thought, did I fight against such a monster? Suddenly she cried out loudly, I am not like you. I do not rule the Rose Kingdom. I do not fight for my own gain. The Empress's meaningful voice echoed again. Still don't understand, Demon King. Those words left the other person stunned. Was that not why the Rose Kingdom was destroyed? The Empress said. You certainly had your own noble ideals, and you must have believed they were for the people. The Empress's challenging voice rang out, but in the end that too was merely your own ambition. At this moment the footsteps of several unfamiliar figures were heard. They looked around. Black shadows emerged from behind a large tree. Ken bit his lip and remained silent. What is going on? He looked at them and thought inwardly. The Duchy of Rang is just a small country. These assassins shouldn't be roaming the Imperial Palace. Moreover, why are they trying to kill me, a mere temporary servant? Why are these guys so obsessed with killing me? He quietly hid behind a tree. Damn it, the answer isn't important now. I need to find the Imperial Knights quickly. If the Imperial Knights aren't blind, they wouldn't just ignore these assassins chasing me. Tens of minutes later, Ken frowned and looked uncomfortable. He clutched his head and lamented. Where are these Imperial Knights? Is there no other way than to fight? He quietly left his spot to confront them. Having no weapon, he picked up whatever he could use nearby. I just need to set traps and lure them. Setting traps while avoiding assassins was not easy. He carefully tore them into threads. But Ken, a veteran villain, carefully tied them tightly. I can create all sorts of traps in any situation. After that, he carefully observed them. It's done, all preparations are complete. He sat quietly and made a plan, then he coldly turned and ran out. Start! The masked figures quickly chased after him. He ran, keeping an eye on their movements. Just a little more. When they were almost at the threads, a loud explosion rang out behind Ken, thrilling him. He laughed inwardly. Foolish bastards, that sound just now must have taken down quite a few of them. After that, he returned to a serious expression. I need to be careful while running at night. Suddenly a sharp blade touched his neck. He was startled, dodged, and in the next moment carelessly fell backward. Ken sprang up and looked at the opponent. Damn it, no time to think. He quickly fled. As he ran, he looked back curiously. Who is that guy? That sword skill just now was a bit clumsy, but it was definitely shadow severing. Jaeyoung already collapsed 10 years ago. Could that guy be a remnant of Jaeyoung? Ken ran for his life towards an open area. No weapon and all traps are used. Ken leaped over the floors of the building. I can't fight that guy right now. He hastily chose a room, broke the glass and leapt inside. Ken landed coldly in the darkness, his whole body covered in wounds from glass shards. Ah, it hurts so much. Suddenly, something flew towards him. Ken quickly dodged the masked man's attack. As he fled among the slain guards, he picked up a soldier's sword nearby. With weapons in both hands, he sighed and chased after the masked man. I almost died. Another person appeared from behind. Ken was surrounded and thought inwardly, feeling awkward. I have a sword, but I'm at a disadvantage, being surrounded. The next moment, he adopted a serious stance. All right, if that's the case. After that, he shot forward like an arrow, and Ken unleashed a series of deadly moves. Suddenly, the person behind him charged, and Ken, with wary eyes, confronted both of them simultaneously. Blood spurted from the arteries struck by Ken's blade, and they fell to their knees on the ground. Glass shards and the cold bodies of two masked men lay spattered on the floor. Ken panted, thinking inwardly, it was tough, but I got through it. He approached one man and thought, but something is strange. The assassination style of these assassins isn't Jaeyoung's style. Ken coldly sheathed his sword. Moreover, now that I think about it, if these guys were from Jaeyoung, they're too clumsy. After that, he ignored them and left. Did someone teach them that sword skill? Probably. Suddenly, Ken grabbed something in his hand. He stood coldly in the middle of the corridor and assessed. The fight just now was so loud, yet it's still quiet. The next moment, something caught his attention. The assassins are moving loudly, but the Imperial Palace is quiet. Something is strange. Ken silently looked at the bodies on the ground. He made a scornful expression and let out a cold ha breath. Ken calmly shouldered his shield and left. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Serena stood alone in front of a wide garden, her eyes very gentle. Just then a voice called out to her. Lady Serena. Evan approached and asked her, Did you just tour the garden, lady? Serena, seeing the person before her, replied cheerfully, Yes, it's a beautiful garden. Evan was captivated by her beautiful smile. His face began to redden. Lady, where are you going? I will escort you. And Serena said, I am on my way to see His Majesty. Evan, excited, suggested, Then how about we go together? The two began to leave the quiet space. Suddenly Serena fell silent. It seemed guilt weighed on her heart. Sir Evan will surely meet someone better than me. Breaking off the marriage could harm the family's honor, but since this marriage hasn't been officially announced, there won't be a major problem. Serena is currently in an awkward situation. Moreover, how should I propose breaking off this engagement? Suddenly, a scent that distracted her was perceived. It was the smell of blood. Even Evan noticed that something was amiss. He began to suspect, shouldn't there be Imperial Knights guarding here? Serena realized something and thought, surely if they're Imperial Knights they would have to obey orders. An Imperial Knight wouldn't leave their post without orders. Evan knelt before the red bloodstains on the floor. These are bloodstains. Based on all this, she said this. Their gazes simultaneously turned backward. And Serena concluded, we can conclude that an assassination attempt on His Majesty is currently underway. Elsewhere, something flashed across Alice's face. She was confused. Just a moment ago I was arguing with that woman. Suddenly, a red flash erupted from her hand. Seeing the object before her, Alice was even more bewildered. An old whip. She felt it was very strange. Not a sword, but a whip. Ah, and Alice didn't know. And since when has that guy been here? Her cold gaze looked up again, and something sharp flew towards them. Now groups in black clothes had surrounded Alice and the Empress. Unlike appearing fearful, the Empress chanted for a long time, then excitedly took the whip in her hand. It's been quite a while since I last used this toy. Alice got goosebumps. She's truly a mad Empress. The Empress brandished the whip, provoking her opponents. The whip swished as it was swung. The whip was about to hit the black-clad figures, but they still stood blankly. However, the next moment they quickly leapt up and dodged. The Empress simply smiled dangerously. A man in black clothes leaped down from above. Soon after, he fell to the floor. Just moments before, the Empress was still standing in one spot, swinging her whip. After that, she glanced at Alice. Alice was surprised. What? She thought inwardly. She's the Emperor of the Empire, but she doesn't have self-defense abilities? Alice just thought to herself. Normally that's how it is, right? Truly beyond imagination, the Empress continued to explain. The physical training I mentioned before is physical training with a whip. Alice, exhausted, muttered, Right, I forgot that woman isn't normal. And the Empress reminded, Stand back, don't interrupt my fun, you've been here quite a while. Alice angrily said, Huh? Do I want to help her? A feeling of discomfort had lingered in her heart for a long time, from forcing Serena into an engagement to her unreasonable way of thinking as a monarch. I truly hate her. So Alice decided to leave her alone. The black-clad men glanced at each other. Now they surrounded only the Empress. Immediately she swung the old whip fiercely again. The black-clad men were calmer than before. One man raised his hand, wrapped the whip around his wrist and pulled hard. Yet the Empress could still scoff. She gripped the whip handle tighter, and an immense amount of fire immediately transferred to the whip, instantly incinerating the black-clad man. Alice was truly surprised. Power of that thing. She recognized this item. A whip that moves according to the user's will and can incinerate enemies. The Red Dragon Whip, the third treasure. There was a peculiar point that caught Alice's attention, but that wasn't the only thing that surprised her. The strange language the Empress was muttering and the characters floating on the whip. To my knowledge, that power, Alice suspected. Could it be? Before she could finish speaking, the Empress, as if telling her to be silent, said, Don't pry too much into the secrets of the Imperial family, Demon King. Just then, someone called out to her. Your Majesty. The Empress was surprised to see a familiar face. "Serena, what is it?" Something had just flown past. The black-clad men charged towards Serena and Evan. One man swung the object in his hand fiercely. While Serena was still stunned, a voice urgently shouted, "Duck!" Evan immediately drew his sword and attacked the black-clad men. And he reminded, "I will deal with these two, lady. Quickly go to His Majesty." Serena looked in another direction, but there was also a black-clad man there. She frowned. An assassin was in front of the Empress. Serena charged without hesitation. "I just need to eliminate this guy." A sharp blade was hidden beneath her feet. Serena immediately swung the blade but failed to hit the opponent. This truly surprised her. He dodged, so she retreated to gain momentum and charged again. Serena attacked continuously, but the opponent didn't budge. The black-clad man tried to swing his blade. Serena barely dodged the attack. Something flew towards both of them. Serena had to admit it was truly sharp. The blade aimed for vital points. Her gaze became even more serious. Serena suspected, are these assassins remnants of Jaeyoung? Having fought just now, Serena was a bit tired. To her knowledge, Jaeyoung's assassins were elite assassins skilled in shadow severing. They were much stronger than ordinary assassins. A particularly notable point was that despite having no sword, Serena was resolute. "I must protect His Majesty at all costs." She charged again to fight the black-clad man. This time, Serena attacked with much more determination than before but ultimately had to retreat again. It's really hard to deal with this guy with just a dagger. Before she could even rest, two men in black clothes rushed at Serena simultaneously. Flames began to burn and screams echoed around Serena. Serena smiled at the person who saved her. Alice rushed over as soon as she dealt with the other groups. "Is everyone okay?" Now, the groups in black clothes were defeated on the ground and only one remained alive. There was no emotion in that person's eyes. Realizing they couldn't fight, they immediately fled. Serena suddenly, "No way," and she guessed that he was trying to commit suicide. Serena ran to the railing where the man in black clothes had jumped. Not long after, she noticed something strange. It was strange that the Jaeyoung assassination squad was trying to assassinate the Emperor. Then she turned around and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Then she stammered, "Thanks to Your Majesty and this child, I am safe." Evan suggested, "Your Majesty, I will escort you to a safe place." After that, everyone followed him, but Her Majesty's gaze was slightly suspicious and she suddenly said, "Bad acting. I saw through the deception and let the assassins in here, so why aren't you putting on a better act? And you said that name outright, Sir Evan." Evan was bewildered when his name was mentioned. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" Her Majesty immediately got to the point. Then the first question. "Why haven't the Imperial Knights and Guards appeared yet, even after such a noisy fight?" Evan immediately replied. "Your Majesty wished for quiet rest, so I ordered the outer palace guards to be reinforced. It was my mistake to place minimal personnel in the inner palace." Her Majesty continued with the second question. "How could so many assassins penetrate the outer palace's security?" Of course, this question couldn't fluster Evan. "I'm ashamed to admit it, but it seems there's an informant within the guard." This time, Her Majesty spoke in a stern voice. "Last question, where are the Imperial Knights who were near me just now?" Evan replied. "They were probably killed by the assassins and their bodies hidden." Alice worried inwardly. "Does that mean none of the Imperial Knights here could stop the assassins? If there hadn't been an informant, this wouldn't have happened." She felt a bit uneasy, but if an informant could do such a thing, Her Majesty smiled faintly. "I think only Imperial officials could do such a thing. It's more likely that you killed them." Evan immediately retorted, "Why would I, the grandson of the Sword Saint, harm my comrades, and how could I dare to do such a disrespectful thing to Your Majesty?" Furthermore, he twisted his words and asked, "Moreover, if I had done such a thing, why would I have just fought with the assassins?" Alice also wondered inwardly, "That's right, what would be the benefit of assassinating the Emperor?" Her Majesty replied calmly, "You have to do that for the act. You sacrificed a few assassins to gain my trust." Only then did Alice recall a few things. That's right, those assassins were strange back then. They didn't use poison or magic. If it was to wait for this man, everything makes sense. Evan still defended himself. "I didn't know Your Majesty would be here today. How could I have made such a plan?" Her Majesty revealed the entire plan. "The original target wasn't me, but the fake book of evil you created. You intended to gain merit by dealing with the assassins who infiltrated the palace and retrieve the fake book of evil. And she thought that was his original goal." Evan tried to prove his innocence to the end. "If I intended to gain merit, why would I have asked Lady Label for help?" Her Majesty replied without hesitation. "You deliberately prevented Sir Label from bringing weapons to create a situation like just now, didn't you? And you hired those strange assassins to make a good impression on her." Evan still tried to remain calm. "Why would I do something so suspicious?" Her Majesty got to the point. "That's why you poisoned Sir Hare first." She then clearly revealed that it's difficult to suspect a relative as the culprit who poisoned oneself, and that he poisoned his grandfather so that his grandfather wouldn't realize he was the main culprit even after this incident was over. At the same time, he could use the excuse of being a relative to avoid suspicion even after his grandfather died. She added, "But the plan changed too quickly, leaving many loopholes. You should have abandoned the plan as soon as I appeared." At this, Evan shouted, "Your Majesty, this is unfair. Lady Serena can prove my innocence." But Serena's action stunned him. Now she had her sword pointed at Evan. "Lady Serena," he complained and wanted to know the reason. "Lady, why are you doing this? Surely you don't suspect me, your fiancé?" unexpectedly Serena declared. "I believe your Majesty's words," she said in a stern voice. "And Sir Evan, I'm sorry to say this, but," Serena demanded, "please treat our engagement as if it never happened." Hearing this, Evan scoffed, then covered his face and laughed loudly. His voice echoed throughout the room, and then he spoke. "It's really come to this," Evan no longer pretended. "I never imagined things would unfold this way," he immediately pointed out. "If your Majesty hadn't appeared today, this wouldn't have happened." Her Majesty retorted, "It's your fault." Evan's voice changed, and now that the situation was like this, in his hand were 4 daggers, and he immediately threw all of them at them. Serena deftly and decisively parried them. These daggers seemed unusual. Realizing this, Serena shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, fall back." She was flustered. "Even I, who am resistant to most poisons, am paralyzed." Evan watched this and was very satisfied. "How's that? Feel the most powerful paralyzing poison created by the ancient cursed blood?" As Serena slowly realized the technique, Evan confirmed, "That's right, this is my true swordsmanship, betrayal sword of the Knights of Darkness. The ruler of thieves in the dark, the most despicable swordsman in history, the Knight of Darkness." His swordsmanship also included techniques for using poison. It is said that he defeated countless knights of his era. It was truly a swordsmanship for thieves. Such a swordsman was not the kind that should be used by the descendant of a sword saint. Serena shouted in indignation, "How could you have learned such despicable swordsmanship?" Now Evan was completely different from his usual self. "Lady Serena, you too know well the meaning of being called the successor of a hero. But I never learned my grandfather's swordsmanship at all." Serena could only look at him silently. Evan shouted loudly, "Lady, do you know how painful and shameful it is for the grandson of the sword saint to have to travel far and wide to learn swordsmanship?" And Serena already knew. That's right, the Shev family was not originally a family of swordsmen, so there was no swordsmanship passed down through generations. Moreover, one could only create swordsmanship or a family's swordsmanship after reaching the realm of perfect mastery. But Sir Hare always stayed in the sword-human unison realm after becoming a sword saint. There was nothing to pass on, and Evan always suffered from injustice. Thanks to my efforts, I was able to rise to the position of Imperial Knight Commander, yet people looked at me and said it was because of my grandfather. Serena asked softly, "So that's why you did this?" Evan immediately confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Serena tried to make him understand. "But what you're doing is wrong." Evan showed no sign of rationality. "Wrong? This is what I have to do." He was truly angry to prove himself to those who mocked him, who didn't acknowledge him. Evan lifted his grotesque face and said, "I've surpassed my grandfather and I can stand proudly beside you." Evan gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "Now that everything is revealed, I know I can no longer win your heart. So," he continued, "I will have you my way." Evan revealed his true feelings. "Even if you can't say you love me, you'll be trapped in a prison and see only me forever." In the current situation, Serena was very angry but couldn't move her body. Evan raised his sword high. "Just sleep for a moment. Everything will be over while you sleep." At this moment, Serena could only close her eyes and accept everything. Ken, hiding in a corner, watched the situation and pondered with an irritated expression how to resolve this problem. When the Queen exposed this guy's conspiracy, the situation was still okay. Judging by the wounds on the bodies and the assassin's chillingly stable demeanor, he knew these assassins were soldiers Evan hired to inflict wounds on the Imperial soldiers, and thus he knew this guy was the main culprit, the old man's grandson, but he didn't expect this guy to be able to use the betrayal sword. Ken showed disgust, recalling Evan's wicked smile as he prepared to use the small sword in his hand. "The Queen's life or death doesn't matter, but if she dies, the Empire might frame me as the culprit," he said in a voice that sounded like it echoed from hell. "Just sleep for a moment, everything will be over while you sleep." Ken took a fighting stance, swinging the sword in his hand, thinking, "Damn it, there's no other way, is there?" Having finished his thoughts, Ken immediately swung his sword and rushed straight at Evan. Evan quickly blocked Ken's attack with the sword in his hand. Evan found it difficult to block the frontal attack. Due to the strong and unexpected attack, he lost his grip on the sword in his hand and it fell to the ground. Her Imperial Majesty, Alice, and Serena were all surprised and delighted to see Ken coming to their aid. Ken, on the other hand, was angry and helpless, thinking, "I'm not helping because I want to, okay? Don't look at me like that." Evan opened his mouth irritably. "You again?" Ken frowned seriously, staring straight at Evan. This bastard, he recognized me after all. Evan glanced at Ken irritably. Ken muttered to himself again, "No wonder I was lucky enough to get into the ballroom. This guy knew his grandfather let me in here, so he must have been planning to deal with me or frame me." Suddenly Ken spoke. "Don't mistake caging a bird for owning it," Evan replied coldly. "That doesn't matter," he smiled gently. "Even if I can't own that bird, it will only see me," Ken said irritably. "Wrong, a bird in a cage only sees outside the cage," Evan replied. "No, if I kill the people in surroundings now, the bird will definitely only see me." Serena, who was crouching behind Ken, suddenly trembled and became afraid. Ken clenched his fists, frowned, and was angry. "Damn it, he's a real bastard. How did that old man educate him to produce such a guy?" Suddenly Ken spoke. Do you still want to be a hero? Evan replied, I'm doing this to become a hero. If I succeed, I'll have wings to fly with that child even if I don't have her heart, Ken scoffed. You have wings, but you won't be able to fly with the birds, Evan shouted in indignation. If this succeeds, I'll be a hero. I'll win Lady Serena's love. Ken replied calmly, No, you will never be a hero. Evan was surprised. Ken continued, If you don't have wings, can't you walk on your own 2 feet? If you can't have it, can't you be satisfied with watching from afar, and after obtaining it, can't you abandon everything and protect it? He looked straight into Evan's face and said. Ken was bewildered by the expression on Evan's face. This foolish guy knows nothing. You have to overcome all sorts of difficulties. Ken approached Evan thinking, You must never hesitate in the face of any difficulty and always move forward with firm conviction. A hero's life is truly miserable. How? Ken stood right in front of Evan and said, Do you think you can be a hero? Ken continued to refute. By defeating enemies with trash swordsmanship like the betrayal sword and gaining merit with such a conspiracy, do you really think you can be a hero? Evan gritted his teeth and said angrily, Shut up. Ken continued. That's why you can't be a hero. Evan gritted his teeth and was furious. Small knives flew from both hands in all directions and he shouted, Shut up, what do you know? What does a guy like you know about me to say such things? Meanwhile, Ken also blocked the knives flying at him with the sword in his hand. Evan lowered his body and slid into Ken's side, shouting fiercely, What do you know to say such things? Ken tilted his body to avoid the attack and thought, Is this the Shadow Severer's shadow walk? It doesn't matter what technique this guy is using. It's impossible for me to lose my composure now. Evan continued to attack with his hands. Ken spoke, I don't want to know more about you, but I want to give you this. Ken gripped the sword and shield in his hand tightly. He put strength into his legs, fixed his knees, straightened his back, and pushed his shoulders forward as if swinging his arms, pushing Evan. Evan was hit by the attack and flew far, hitting the wall, creating a dent and a loud noise. His eyes were unfocused and he spewed red syrup from his mouth. Serena, sitting behind, watched Ken with her mouth agape, thinking, even though Sir Evan was wearing armor, he was sent flying so far by a single simple move, using basic and simple movements to maximize the body's potential. Eliminating unnecessary movements to maximize the efficiency of power, Ken stood majestically, exuding an intense aura. Evan struggled to his feet, muttering, What the hell? Evan's face was a mixture of surprise and fear, and his whole body trembled. No, it can't be. He angrily threw small knives at Ken, shouting, It can't be. Ken still stood calmly, closing his eyes and thinking. As the sharp blades approached Ken, he forgot the pain, tension, and instinctive fear from just now. He slowly opened his eyes as if, one by one, emptying everything. When the blades flew directly at him, Ken, unconcerned by the world, firmly gripped the shield in his hand and blocked the objects that approached without light or sound, without any thought or emotion. The small blades fell one by one and scattered on the ground, and Ken stood firm in his place without any sign of fear. Serena watched, eyes wide with astonishment. Those movements just now were all basic shield techniques. They're techniques you can find in any textbook, but even I can't imitate those movements. Evan staggered, barely standing, and shouted loudly, How dare you use Iron Soul? He growled in anger. How can you use a technique that I can't learn? But Ken's face remained as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The body and weapon becoming one, that was the secret of swordsmanship that could draw out the weapon's power to its limits. Iron Soul, thanks to that swordsmanship, the head of the Shev family, who was merely a blacksmith, could become a sword saint. Serena sat behind, carefully thinking, how could he have learned Iron Soul? When Ken opened his mouth, Serena's eyes widened. Any secret? It's merely a technique created by humans. Ken looked at her. And Serena watched Ken calmly say, Just because you couldn't learn it doesn't mean no one else can. Serena thought in astonishment, That's truly unreasonable. Other martial arts realms for swordsmen, excluding the realm of no form, all focused on the form of the sword. This made it almost impossible to learn the secrets of other swordsmanship. In other words, only by reaching the realm of no form could a swordsman break free from form and understand the essence of the sword, allowing them to create new swordsmanship or see through the secrets of other swordsmanship. Iron Soul, once learned, was a swordsmanship that almost reached sword-human unison, making it very difficult to pass on to someone of a lower realm or who was unsuitable like Evan. Yet he spoke as if it were a simple matter. Ken still stood calmly. Only those who have pursued evil their entire lives can know the sanctuary of evil cursed by the gods, and there I received the demon's blessing. Thanks to that blessing I can learn and use any technique. But Iron Soul didn't even need that blessing. Ken looked at Evan and said, You have to start by emptying yourself. If you have an obsession, let it go, and if you have a desire, eliminate it. Evan looked up at Ken and listened quietly. If you have pride, abandon it, and if you have a wish, give it up. The Empress, Alice, and Serena, all three, listened to Ken's words with wide, astonished eyes from behind. After giving up everything, Ken calmly continued, Once completely empty, Iron Soul will dwell within you. Serena suddenly shivered. Those eyes, in those empty eyes I could feel an abyss filled with despair. The sword she held trembled. What on earth has he been through? I can't see the end of that abyss of despair, Evan shouted madly. Don't be ridiculous. Who in the world would dare to give up everything? Ken thought quietly. That's right, you wouldn't understand. To give up everything and pursue only one path. The body slowly eroding and disappearing, constantly failing and being defeated, experiencing despair. When only emptiness and indifference remain, only that loser can reach that final bottom. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then slowly opening his eyes, he firmly spoke of sword-human unison. Evan, with a dirty face, gritted his teeth and followed Ken's thoughts. Love, honor, pride, swordsmanship. A fool like you who cannot abandon such obsessions will not even be able to see a fragment of emptiness, Evan suddenly shouted loudly and threw sharp blades at Ken again. Ken still calmly turned to avoid them, blocked all the blades with his sword and continued to think, of course I couldn't fully unify because I couldn't abandon my last obsession, I can only use Iron Soul to protect myself with a shield. Meanwhile, Evan jumped with all his might. Ken continued to think, though I can't fully unify, I'm using the shield that old man made, so I can use the blessing to imitate his shield techniques. So are these two shields treasures? Although it was just an imitation with this shield and Iron Soul, Evan, holding two blades crossed over his shoulders, charged at Ken. Ken resolved, I cannot be defeated. He blocked Evan's attack with the shield in his hand, causing a fierce collision. Ken firmly gripped the sword in his other hand, emitting flames that wrapped around the blade, and said, even if obsession destroys you, if you cannot abandon it, if that is your karma. He swung his sword, solemnly declaring to Evan, I will bear your karma. Ken's single strike pierced Evan's body and he stood majestically in his place. Evan, after being struck by Ken's attack, fell to his knees, dropping the blades from his hands to the ground. Ken bent down and said, I have one question for you. Evan painfully lifted his face to look at Ken and asked, who taught you that swordsmanship and who made the fake Book of Evil? After finishing his questions, he thought to himself again. The betrayal sword of the Night Walkers and the shadow severing of Jaeyoung, who would dare to know those two lost secrets? Even though it's fake, its form is almost identical to the original. Who would dare to make such a Book of Evil? Who could it be? The two looked at each other. Evan was silent for a long time, then laughed and replied, my master is truly a terrifying person. He turned towards Serena and smiled with rare sincerity. Serena stood blankly seeing it. Evan looked up at Ken again and said, please protect her, Black Swordsman. And with difficulty he bowed his head, finishing his words. Soon he completely collapsed, kneeling there motionless. Ken stood in place thinking Black Swordsman and smiled mockingly. Ken's face darkened and his eyes gleamed with a strange smile. How long have I waited? And he looked up at the moon. Finally his face became serious and he thought, another opportunity has come to me. The scene changed, and inside the palace numerous guards were on alert. In a corner the Empress suddenly said, are you ready to answer me now? Ken replied with a serious expression, Your Majesty, I respectfully decline. The Empress's eyes widened in surprise. Then she frowned and asked, is the Empire just a prison to me? Ken thought to himself, wealth, power, honor, territory, status. These can be the lifelong goals of many people, but they are useless to me. Ken immediately replied, to a bird that wants to fly, even this planet is a cage. The Empress looked straight into Ken's face and asked, what if I restrain you by force? He closed his eyes helplessly and replied, Your Majesty, please do not burden me with your karma. The Empress's face suddenly darkened and her eyes widened. Then she regained her composure and closed her eyes helplessly, replying, understood. My karma must also be used for the Empire's benefit. She turned her face and waved her hand, saying, go, go. Because I respect you, I will let you go this time. Ken placed one hand on his shoulder and respectfully bowed his head, replying, I am grateful for your Majesty's generosity. She glanced at him and continued, but the Empire's eyes will always be watching you. Ken bowed his head and replied, I will keep that in mind, thinking to himself, such threats can no longer scare me. Ken turned and left with a cunning smile, since I have the clue. No one will be able to disrupt my goal this time. He turned and smiled as he left, and the Empress watched him walk away with her arms crossed. As Ken walked, he suddenly heard someone call his name and turned around. Kiro, Kiro, the Empress, sitting on the bed, looked at him with an innocent face. I found a way to marry your Majesty. Ken immediately frowned and respectfully refused. I apologize, but the Empire's laws would not permit it, but she didn't care, immediately thinking of a solution and smiling brightly. If that law is the problem. She made a gesture of clenching her fist to make it easier for Ken to understand. Soon finding this method appropriate, she continued to laugh. I just have to punch it away. But Ken thought the opposite, judging her childlike appearance to be inappropriate for such a thought. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Soon he knelt down, took her shoulders and gently reminded her, and before you talk about marriage you need to grow up first, princess. The Empress puffed out her cheeks with a displeased expression. Wait, when your Majesty grows up you'll be really cool and you'll bother your Majesty a lot. He continued, yes, but first let's eat. She was silent, and Ken with a stern voice raised a finger and gently reminded her, you need to eat well, sleep well, train your body hard and study hard. Only then can you grow up quickly. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted, Ken, you damn scoundrel, to vent her frustration. Elsewhere, a smile appeared on a mature girl's glossy pink lips. Alice asked the Empress, why didn't you do anything back then? Hearing those words, the Empress's face became serious again. What do you mean? The two conversed like that. Alice adamantly retorted, certainly you weren't influenced by the Night Walkers back then. She leaned against a pillar on the balcony. There's no special reason, but Alice defended her answer. She thought, I believe. Hearing those words, the Empress smiled meaningfully and provocatively asked, do you know what the first thing to do when establishing a nation is? Alice was flustered by the question and suddenly thought, why is she changing the subject so abruptly? She stammered nervously. What is it? The Empress resolved all the doubts she had raised. It's to go to the Tower of Truth. Her eyes widened, filled with astonishment. That makes sense. Sages don't leave the Tower of Truth, so if you go there you can ask countless sages for advice. The Empress continued. And the first advice sages always give is to create your own language and script for a new nation. Hearing those words, Alice suddenly opened her eyes wide and was astonished again. What? Alice's face darkened and she lost her initial confidence. The Empress analyzed again. Originally, script was created by dragons, so as humans created and used language and script, they were able to use a part of the hidden power within it. Alice asked regretfully, "Is that power sorcery?" Conversely, the Empress was very tense, revealing the seriousness of the problem. "That's right," the Empress spoke, reminiscent of a girl opening a personal system window. Just as borrowing power from gods or using magic on demons, sorcery is the reproduction of dragon power. After speaking, she crossed her arms and looked directly at Alice, intensifying the tense atmosphere. "But sorcery is different from divine power or magic. That power far surpasses both and can even determine the fate of a nation." Alice put her hand on her chest in astonishment, her face confused. "Even if sorcery is strong, can a few sorcerers determine the fate of a nation? No matter how strong the power, how can a few individuals—" She cut off Alice's words, and Alice closed her mouth, eyes wide with surprise. "It's possible," soon the Empress explained her cryptic words, "because the power of sorcery comes from the people, that is, the people who use the nation's language and script." But Alice still seemed to have doubts about her answer. "What?" The Empress continued her explanation without hesitation. "It's simple. When the people use the nation's language and script, that power is transmitted to the script." Alice pouted, her face anxious and sweating, saying, "In other words, that power is condensed into a spell." Alice suddenly thought, "The power coming from tens of millions of people. If all that power is condensed—" The Empress's face suddenly darkened. "Of course, kings usually use sorcery for the benefit of the nation, so the power of that sorcery was negligible." The Empress's black-gloved hand touched an unfamiliar object hidden in her clothes. "But even that negligible power could create things similar to the 36 treasures or 28 famous swords," she continued. "But that's all in the past. The era when every nation on the continent had at least one sorcerer had passed." So Alice felt double the worry and fear. "Huh?" The Empress's eyes became increasingly fearful. "The imperial family of the empire lost its sorcery. But it wasn't due to the conspiracies of servants for decades, nor the power struggle that led to the death of most of the imperial family, nor the past disaster that destroyed nations. Just as a normal person often learns more from the first question casually asked, 'Then how was it lost?' she replied softly. 'It was stolen.'" Alice listened to her analysis and pondered for a long time. Not just the empire, but all sorcery in the world was stolen. They were stolen by one organization, and that organization selected only the most powerful sorcery and put it into a book. After that, Alice's eyes became heavy and extremely confused. Only one organization could have done that. Could it be? The Empress was no exception, and the story grew more intense. "That's right, that organization is the most powerful and evil organization on the planet, the Dark Fortress." The image of a gloomy castle and a red sky came to mind, and beneath it was a black book, which was the Book of Evil. The Empress's foot was slightly revealed. She wore authoritative black high heels. "I am telling you that story as a warning. The Book of Evil is not just a book. It is an evil entity that can bring ruin to the world. Remember, it is a forbidden item that you must never covet or be interested in." Alice turned her head and left, reassuring the Empress before she left. "Don't worry, I don't need it either." She still stood there with her arms crossed. "I hope I can keep the promise I just made." Alice stopped in her tracks as her Imperial Majesty suddenly added, "But remember this, not everything will go your way. Even I, the Empress and a beautiful person, have been rejected in a marriage proposal." All tension vanished with that innocent remark. Alice turned her head and all sorts of amazing things could happen. In the splendid and cool palace, warm sunlight streamed into the corridor through a window. As Serena walked, she suddenly noticed Alice standing blankly behind her. She was nervous and had countless questions. How could the Empress know so much detail about something that had been missing for so long? And most importantly, Alice soon thought of the sturdy man. If sorcery was stolen, where did he learn sorcery? Serena, wearing a gorgeous long dress, abruptly asked, "Alice, are you here? Nothing serious happened, did it?" Hearing that, Alice asked, puzzled, "Serious? What are you talking about?" Alice scowled in anger and retorted, "Why are you asking that, sister? Did something serious happen while you were talking to the Empress?" Serena awkwardly laughed it off as if nothing had happened. The two paused their conversation for a moment and simultaneously turned towards a person who was calling them. Ken gracefully approached the two girls. "We're leaving this country, so get ready." Serena was slightly surprised and clutching her skirt approached him. "But shouldn't you treat your injuries first?" Ken gently turned his head toward her. "It's fine, it's just a small wound." Ken had a red wound on his face and his eyebrows were drawn close together in a frown. He suddenly recalled her Imperial Majesty. "That old man has already taken the antidote, so he'll recover soon. The knights will take care of cleaning up. I need to leave this place as quickly as possible before the angry queen changes her mind." Alice stepped forward in front of Serena and, observing Ken intently, asked, "Where are we going?" Hearing her words, he sighed, slightly exhausted, and remained silent for a while. A scene appeared with blue waterfalls flowing and houses and castles neatly lined up. Elsewhere at night, a blood-stained hand emerged from an open sewer. Gradually, a person dressed in black slowly emerged from the sewer. The girl, covered in dust, clutched her shoulder and walked cautiously. Meanwhile, another person who had been waiting for a long time saw her and laughed with delight. Her body was entirely covered in black clothing and her eyes were blue. "Look at you, how pathetic." The man sitting in the chair, dressed in black from head to toe, laughed, revealing only his white teeth. How does it feel to meet an old friend again?" She stopped and listened to him speak. That foolish kid must have completed his mission too, didn't he? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly sat down. "All right," a blood-red bag was thrown onto the ground. "Recover quickly. The invitations have already been sent, so you need to be ready to receive guests." She quickly picked it up as he suggested and lowered her mask. She gripped the rolled-up bag tightly, and she tore that strange object with her teeth. As soon as she opened it, her hands and feet began to convulse violently. She glared at him with a face full of extreme anger and hatred. He saw this and gently picked up the sword next to him and stood up. "Come quickly when you're fully recovered, number 23. She fell into thought for a moment, and he, holding the sword, quickly ran away. The time for revenge was not far off. She grabbed her mask and looked ahead, and she walked, her cloak fluttering, and the floor was soaked in blood. A map appeared, being stamped by someone. In the past, during the Civil War, when three nations, the Duchy of Rang, the Jaeyoung Kingdom, and the Ice and Snow Kingdom, contended over the Nibi River, a tribe took advantage of the opportunity and with excellent negotiation skills and vast capital, successfully acquired ownership of the Nibi River. On the other hand, thanks to royal support on the geographical map of the Nibi River Basin, they were able to carry out a project on the Nibi River. Numerous round gold coins appeared to be falling. They gathered materials on a small island in the middle of the river and built a city unaffected by the three nations. The best city on the continent, a commercial city floating on the river, a place with a wide, clear, cool, and beautiful landscape. Chorinello was founded by the Choria people. Something must have happened after that. However, inside a large and beautiful house, screams echoed loudly. "How can we do it?" Everyone was flustered at the splendid black circular table. "The goddess festival is approaching and we still haven't found the goddess." An old man, his face red with anger, slammed the table and shouted, "Do you know what this means?" Meanwhile, two people were arguing, saying, "It can't be helped. We couldn't find a woman beautiful enough to shake the nation." The old man, infuriated, pointed at the boy and quickly retorted, "Do you think that's the end of it? Do you know how much we'll lose if the goddess festival fails?" The boy scowled and began to explain in detail. "How can we create a woman beautiful enough to shake the nation?" The old man slumped, and his surroundings seemed to be enveloped in a black light. "There's nothing money can't solve." He rose again, agitated, a happy expression clearly visible on his face. "If we can't find a woman, we'll find a handsome man and disguise him as a woman. We must create a goddess at any cost." The boy standing behind him shrank. "That's clearly a scam." He calmly sat on the chair, crossed his arms, and hesitated for a moment. "It's fine even if it's a scam as long as we make money." By a clean river surrounded by modern houses, a voice came from somewhere. "All right, I'll do it." That voice made this place interesting. "Don't worry, I'll try everything except human trafficking." Everyone here was dressed in beautiful clothes and enjoying themselves vibrantly. The riverside was equally interesting. People here sold goods from boats like a floating market. Bindak, a specialty of Chorinello. People on the adjacent boat also laughed with delight. "We'll be selling this food during this festival." Alice stood at the bow looking at everything, full of excitement. Hearing Serena's voice, Alice turned around. "Alice, are you all right?" And Alice slowly took hold of the boat and disembarked. "I'm fine." She sat on a chair and said quietly, "Anyway, it was a tough journey, so please rest comfortably here in Chorinello." Serena suddenly turned her gaze towards Ken. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she looked at him, and she suddenly thought, "After the battle with Sir Evan, His Majesty called for me. Before that, I thought His Majesty would punish me for breaking off the engagement, but Her Imperial Majesty lowered her head and exuded killing intent. Is this still not enough, even in this situation?" Once again, Serena aimed her sword at her superior. "I would like for my engagement to be as if it never happened," she added. "Unexpectedly, His Majesty told me a story, on the balcony, with only her and Her Imperial Majesty, about the vanished butler. Her Imperial Majesty was still leaning against the balcony pillar. Before your Majesty ascended the throne, he disappeared without a trace. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't find him." Her Imperial Majesty's face suddenly turned to confusion as she looked at her. "So I had another thought. Instead of finding the butler, I looked for someone as talented in all fields as he was." Her eyes widened in surprise. "And there was only one such person in the history of the continent," Serena stammered, thinking inwardly. "No way." Her Imperial Majesty's eyes, tinged with a hint of sadness, analyzed, "The one who plundered all knowledge from the old sage of Hyelro and then murdered him, the greatest sage of his time. The one who pursued immortality, created the Book of Evil and was destroyed by the god's curse. The image of a castle filled with purple light, but a man shone, capturing all attention. The absolute lord of evil, the supreme commander of the dark fortress." Her red hair fluttered in the wind as she gently warned, "If he is truly connected to the supreme commander, then follow him. And if he plots to harm the empire, kill him with your sword." Back in reality, Serena also felt a little nervous and suddenly thought, even if His Majesty's conjecture is correct. Ken, with his arms crossed, closed his eyes for a moment. "He looks so tired, can I really kill him?" Breaking the tense atmosphere, Alice asked Serena. "Sister Serena." Hearing that, she quickly replied without hesitation, "What is it?" Alice pointed behind her with her finger. "The decorations look a bit special. Is there some kind of festival?" Serena smiled brightly and replied, "The Goddess Festival will be held soon. This festival is held every January in Chorinello." Alice's mood began to change. She frowned and looked a little frightened. Goddess festival, do priests come too? Serena chuckled at her innocence. You don't need to worry. After that, Serena explained in more detail to reassure her sister. There are no temples in Choronello, and for this festival we don't specifically invite priests. Inviting a priest to a festival is too expensive. Alice also felt a little relieved, pouting her lips and suddenly thinking, that's right, Choria merchants wouldn't waste money. Suddenly, while sitting normally, Alice heard a strange sound. The two girls simultaneously turned their heads in a strange direction, confused. What's going on? The boatman looked around, stammered, and then shouted. Customers, customers. Alice awkwardly became cautious at this moment. Alice's face was full of fear and worry. The atmosphere on the boat became tense and cautious. Instinctively, a brave person quickly jumped down from the boat. It was none other than Serena. This action surprised everyone on the boat. Alice watched Serena, her eyes wide. Why did my sister fall into the water? She saved Ken. Serena grabbed him and simultaneously shouted loudly. Both were completely soaked. She looked up and signaled to Alice on the boat. Alice understood the signal, and the security guard on the boat pulled Ken up. After that, Ken lay there breathing through his mouth. The staff adjusted his position to make him more comfortable. Alice stared at his body for a long time. Ken's body was wet and his face was grimacing as if struggling to breathe. He couldn't breathe. Once again, Serena spoke like a hero who understood Ken's illness. Alice, I'll do it. Serena approached Ken and began CPR. Ken's shirt was crumpled and he was also struggling to breathe. Immediately, Ken spewed out all the water that had been in the river. Seeing him safely out of danger, a bright smile appeared on Alice's face. Next to Ken, Serena hastily asked the staff if there were any pharmacists or priests nearby. The boy also stammered, looking confused. Well, not long after, the staff replied, there are. There's a priest at an inn I know, Serena worried shouted. Then let's go there quickly. From a distance, Alice watched everything. Serena turned her head and analyzed for Alice. Alice, he didn't accidentally fall into the water and pass out. Serena's eyes were furrowed, filled with a hint of sadness and countless worries. He passed out and fell into the water. Alice, just as surprised as Serena, opened her mouth. Not long after, a car took them to a place for treatment. Serena, with Alice and the staff watching in surprise, carried Ken on her back alone and slowly approached. Something was strange, so the staff sitting at the counter was trembling. What is it? She politely stated her request. I heard there's a priest here, please call him. Beads of sweat trickled down the staff's face as he stammered. A priest? There are two, but they're both out. Serena's eyes brightened and then turned fearful. What do they look like? A gloomy atmosphere permeated. A boy with dark skin, short dark brown hair and green eyes, and a girl with blue hair and foxy eyes. Hearing that, she laid Ken down and entrusted him to Alice. Alice, wait here. Alice extended her hand forward to receive him. All right, she hurried away as if her feet weren't touching the ground. Alice, standing behind, also prepared in cooperation with Serena. I'll look for a pharmacist too. Clear air, a blue sky, and a few white clouds drifted by. Serena ran unconsciously. As she ran, she thought inwardly, a pharmacist won't be able to solve it. I need a priest. Even as she ran, countless thoughts filled her mind. Finding a priest at this time is reckless, but a disease that can corrupt the blood cannot be cured with medicine. He's also an excellent pharmacist, so if it could be cured with medicine, he would have cured it already. Suddenly, a scream from afar caught her attention. A girl was trying to escape a tornado blowing from behind. People were utterly astonished. What's going on? She quickly picked up a large stone. She threw the stone high. Everyone around was surprised. After that, she hid behind wooden boxes. Serena saw this and approached to investigate. You're not dead yet, are you? There seemed to be bricks among the debris. She carefully opened the wooden box and asked the boy, are you all right? With her touch, the boy's face was revealed and there was a lump on his head. Serena saw the ornament on the boy's arm. That bracelet. She smiled gently. I'm fine. The boy smiled brightly at Serena. Thank you for your concern. Seeing the strange object, Serena looked down at her. If that bracelet is real, Serena introduced herself to her. She wasn't very sociable, so she felt very comfortable. The protection of the night soothed all pain. I'm Serena, she introduced herself, placing a hand on her chest. Thank you for the peace that darkness brings. I'm Chris. After exchanging greetings, Serena began to inquire more about her identity. If that was your greeting, are you a priest of the Dark Church? Chris placed one hand on her hip and scratched her head with the other, laughing sheepishly with an embarrassed expression. I'm still just a novice priest. Chris continued to laugh to herself, seemingly more and more worried. Beads of sweat trickled down Chris's cheeks as she stammered. She kept moving her hands up and down as if lying. That's right, I'm a priest's disciple and learning to become a priest, so you can call me a novice priest for short. Serena, seeing her strange behavior, furrowed her brow in confusion. I don't understand that greeting. The greeting I just replied to was just something I heard from a friend's acquaintance. After speaking, the two fell silent for a moment, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Then Chris slumped down and turned her head, her eyes filled with fear. Please don't catch me. I don't want to be burned alive. Her eyes sparkled as she looked directly at Serena, simultaneously clasping her hands and pleading. Please let me off this one time. I'll betray them right away, so please forgive me, please. Looking down at the trembling Chris, Serena also fell into thought. They worship demons and people say they're very dangerous. But a priest saying they'll change religions? A loud shout from the people drew Serena's attention and she turned her eyes to where the sound was coming from. There he is! The villagers all rushed to find Chris. Everyone was angry and pointed their fingers telling them to catch him. Thinking it was strange, Serena asked, "Why are the Choria merchants chasing Chris?" As soon as Chris was discovered, she quickly wanted to escape. Seeing people trying to attack, she thought, what are those people doing? Looking back, Chris was already escaping at the speed of light. She was also worried, thinking Chris was the person she was looking for. "No, I need this priest." So she chased after Chris without hesitation. Even if she was a dark priest, it didn't matter. The two arrived at a place they considered secret and safe. "He's not here, is he there?" Serena said. "No, but to be more certain." She looked outside, observing everything. Chris stood behind her, teary-eyed and worried. "Is it all right now?" At this moment, she seemed like a hero in Chris's eyes. "It's fine. I don't think we'll be discovered." When everything settled down, she turned to ask for the reason. "By the way, why are the Choria merchants chasing you?" "I don't know." Chris began to explain the whole situation. When she was happily holding food, a crowd attacked from behind. At that time, I had just bought a dirty skewer and was about to eat it. She suddenly rushed over. As she said that, she began to tremble, and 1,000 questions filled her mind. I was scared and ran away, and I got separated from my group. So Chris sat and lowered her head. "And now I'm lost." Serena began to feel a little strange. "How does the Dark Church teach its novice priests? Should I find another priest?" Not long after, Chris grabbed her hand and came close, giving her no chance to avoid it. "If this continues, I'll be caught and burned alive." Tears streamed down her face, and her whimpering expression made it impossible for anyone to refuse. "I haven't even met my master yet. It's so unfair. So please help me." She hesitated, but in the end she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "All right, I'll help you." The splendor and colorfulness brought by the ribbon decorations were impeccable. The two went out and walked together on the street. Serena spoke to Chris. "Are you deaf?" Chris walked with a relaxed stride, as happy as a child who had received candy. "Yes, I drank some strange medicine by mistake when I was young and became deaf." Her heart was filled with roses and her mood was filled with excitement, but in return my body became very healthy. Hearing her words, Serena thought, what kind of medicine is so strange? Seeing a deaf person acting like a normal person, one's instincts would feel very strange. She couldn't help but ask, "Then how do you understand my words?" Chris replied immediately without hesitation, "My master taught me lip reading." Serena quietly looked at Chris with a mysterious gaze. "Ah, it was lip reading. Then it's natural for the conversation to flow so naturally." The conversation never stopped. "Your lip reading skills are truly excellent." She seemed very proud of this unique skill. "Even my picky master praised my lip-reading skills." He smiled brightly, showing his teeth, and the corners of his mouth turned up so brightly that his eyes weren't visible. "It's different from those merchants who don't even know sign language." Serena stared at Chris and thought it must have been really hard. The two continued to exchange intimate conversations. "You seem to admire your master very much." When Chris talked about her master, she became very excited. "Yes, that's right." Then her eyes brightened as if a fire was lit inside, and she proudly spoke about her master. "My master is truly a wonderful person. Whatever I ask, my master can answer everything. My master is always generous and also incredibly strong. My master is truly wonderful and magnificent." Serena furrowed her brow at her dazzling light. All right, everything returned to normal, but Serena thought even more highly of Chris. "Having a disciple like Priest Chris is proof that your master really likes you." Now Chris, as if in a world filled with flowers, imagined with her hands on her cheeks. "No way, I'm an inadequate disciple, so I only cause my master worry. I get scolded every day, so would my master like me instead?" Serena furrowed her brow. "Of course, that's proof that your master cares about you very much." Now Chris still smiled, seemingly very fanciful about her praise. "Really?" She secretly looked at the innocent and naive Chris, feeling a little jealous inwardly. "I'm so envious. I can't even publicly call myself a disciple, and I'm even doubting and monitoring my master." She began to think about her unpleasant past. "Her Majesty ordered me to do this probably because of my late grandfather." As Serena walked, the image of her grandfather came to her mind. Her ancestor, the one sword master, one of the 13 apostles of the Dark Fortress, was frustrated to see the knights' chivalry corrupted by war, so he gathered the best knights of his era, including descendants of the twin sword school of that time. They formed a secret organization called the Nameless Knights. The night scenery suddenly turned red and shattered glass fragments scattered. Following his will, the Label family, as Nameless Knights for generations, upheld the ideals of the Nameless Knights. However, without royal support, the family gradually declined. He knelt on one knee before a pillar, his sword plunged into the ground. Her grandfather and the family elders believed that completing the rock sword could revive the family, but they could not overcome the limits of swordsmanship. A man in a black cloak revealed a smiling face in the darkness, and a red-lit landscape appeared. One day, a man came to her grandfather and offered to help revive the family. That person was the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress. Then the two shook hands under a dark and hazy light. Her grandfather's condition was that the Nameless Knights could exist independently. In return, her grandfather became a sword apostle of the Dark Fortress. Serena's back was lightly walking down the street, but her mind was complicated. "But even with such a grandfather, I don't know much about the Dark Fortress and the other apostles. There are only a few conjectures." Serena's eyes could not hide the anxiety in her heart. The apostles were the leaders of the organizations absorbed by the Dark Fortress. Even the apostles did not know the true purpose of the Dark Fortress. A mysterious and dark castle appeared under a purple light. Birds flew around, but it was not peaceful. Before her grandfather could discover the true purpose of the Dark Fortress and the 13 Apostles lost their supreme commander and disbanded. That is the truth of the Dark Fortress's demise that her grandfather told her. Having thought too much, she found it difficult to handle two things at once, and Serena paused. Chris began to feel strange. After that, her grandfather abandoned the Nameless Knights and lived the rest of his life independently of the Dark Fortress. In the end, her grandfather died of poison. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists and anger was evident. But what if the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress actually gained immortality thanks to the Book of Evil? Her eyes became increasingly filled with tension and unpleasantness. What if he survived even after the Dark Fortress collapsed? Then Serena shook her head and closed her eyes. No, stop these absurd thoughts. No, treating him is the top priority. Having regained her composure, she refocused on her original purpose. Priest Chris, hurry up. Hearing those words, Chris immediately moved faster. Yes, understood. Towards Ken, Alice wrung out a towel and a bucket of water. She slowly and carefully placed the wrung-out towel on Ken's forehead. The pharmacist has already given up. Alice looked out the window into the distance, hoping Serena would return. When will Serena come back after that? She looked at Ken, who was neatly lying in bed, gasping for breath. Looking at him, she couldn't hide her worry. If I get hurt, he'll be in pain. He's just human, and one day he'll grow old, get sick, and die. A blue flash appeared in Alice's mind, and she suddenly thought, it would be better if I were human. No, it would be better if those two were demons. She stared at him and began to think about a man whose face was covered. Revenues of 38 Noxu, a demon, said that the growth and aging rate of his body was much slower than other demons. Alice pouted. A problem arose between her and him. Then how much longer can we be with Ken? He looked tired, with sweat trickling down his face. Alice, who had been sitting blankly, suddenly heard a knock and turned around inadvertently. She leaned towards the door and shouted outside, "Who is it?" From behind the door, a blue-haired girl replied, "A little girl left a message that there's a patient here and a priest is needed." After a while, the girl heard no response. "Did I come to the wrong place?" Immediately, Alice quickly rushed to the door. "Did Serena find a priest?" Alice hastily opened the door. The figure standing behind the door was revealed. Alice, seeing him, felt strange and furrowed her brow. She seemed quite surprised by this priest. It was none other than Len. She clasped her hands and bowed her head, smiling slightly. She looked up at Alice with an unreadable smile. "Cute young lady, is this my patient?" After letting Len in, Alice was surprised by her appearance. Alice thought to herself, "This little girl is a priest. She looks even younger than me." But Alice immediately asked, "Are you really a priest?" The two exchanged words. "Is this young lady doubting me?" Alice was clearly displeased, feeling something suspicious and bad about Len. Len said, "But isn't the patient a higher priority?" Len placed one finger on her chin, trying to manipulate Alice. "Even if you doubt me, you'll have to ask for my help for the patient's sake." At Len's words, she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "Please help." Len, having waited only for this moment, quickly entered the room. "Yes, of course." Chris, watching Len examine the patient, was filled with worry and suspicion. Although still suspicious given the current situation, I have no choice but to trust her. Seeing Ken, Len smiled slyly. "Oh my," Alice inadvertently asked. "Why?" Len pointed at Ken with a joyful expression as if rose petals were fluttering. "At first I thought this patient was your boyfriend, but it was your father." Hearing that, Alice furrowed her brow and said, "Stop talking nonsense and treat him quickly." "All right." Len immediately carried out her task without hesitation. "I'll do it right now." Under Alice's sharp gaze, Len slowly undressed Ken and she flinched in surprise. Unable to contain her jealousy, Alice shouted at her, "What are you doing?" Seeing Alice angry, Len also lost her confidence and stammered, "I'm checking the patient's condition." Alice's displeasure did not diminish in the slightest. Who doesn't know that before checking a patient's condition? "But why are you undressing the patient?" There was no innocence on her face. Len looked at Alice and smiled strangely. "To thoroughly check the patient's condition, it's best to undress them completely." Alice's face turned red with anger and small beads of sweat formed on her cheeks. "Then you only needed to take off his top." Len remained calm. "Isn't it okay to take off everything?" She immediately refused, shouting, "No." Len placed her hand on her cheek, the corners of her mouth turned up and she wore a satisfied expression. "The patient's family is too picky. Then I'll have to start with a basic examination." Because of her anger, Alice felt like a fireball again. "Who's picky? You should probably do a basic examination first before undressing the patient." Len began to hold Ken's large hand. "Oh my." Seeing this, Alice inadvertently asked, worried, "What's wrong?" Len put down Ken's hand and turned to Alice. "I think I'll have to undress the patient. Is that all right?" Alice felt strange. "I remember already saying it's all right to undress him." Len, seemingly full of dissatisfaction, said directly, "I mean your family needs to undress." "Even as family, isn't it polite to avoid it?" Alice immediately refused upon hearing that. "I have to watch the process. I can't avoid it." Len started to persuade her, gesturing like a child. "Actually, if someone keeps staring while I'm treating, I get embarrassed and can't treat properly. So could you please avoid it for a moment?" Alice sighed and thought for a moment. "Ken's current condition is very serious. No matter how strange the request, I have no choice," and reluctantly agreed to Len's proposal. All right. After that, she closed the door like a normal person and slowly stepped outside. Although standing behind the door, Alice felt an unpleasant residue in the room. "Anyway, I don't have healing skills. Is Ken's condition really serious?" A moment later, when Serena returned, she saw Alice lost in deep thought. "Alice?" Serena, with Chris, rushed over to her with a worried expression. "What's wrong?" Alice hesitated. Serena, she began to talk about Len's appearance and Chris standing behind. Still hadn't grasped the situation. There's a priest who received a message at the counter and is currently treating Serena. Serena replied, I see. Alice, glancing at Chris, found it strange and asked, by the way, Serena, who is that person? Serena introduced Chris with a hand gesture. This is Chris, a priest of the Dark Church. Alice felt something special about her. The Dark Church, huh? She looked straight at Chris, frowned and thought inwardly. No matter how I look at her, this kid seems too inexperienced to even be called an apprentice. Chris's eyes widened innocently. Do I need to introduce myself now? Getting back to the point. Then why are you here now? Alice quickly replied. To avoid disturbing the treatment. Serena walked towards the room. Then how much longer do we have to wait? At the same time, Alice also opened the doorknob. I think it should be fine now. As they entered the room, Serena paused for a moment. Seeing Serena trembling and standing still, she started to wonder. Alice quietly called her name from behind. Serena. The room was filled with tension as Alice started to tremble. The wind rustled the curtains, the window was wide open, and there was no one on the bed. Seeing this sight, Serena quickly ran to the window. She gritted her teeth, startled, and gripped the windowsill tightly, looking down. Her insightful eyes flashed. The room is on the first floor and Alice is standing by the door. The only escape route is the window, but there's only a canal below. Escaping through the window is irrational. To escape, one would need a boat. She crouched down and looked into the distance amidst Chris and Alice's fear. It was a serious expression. Serena turned her head and concluded the matter. This is a pre-planned kidnapping. Her hands were clenched into fists. I don't know if the purpose of the kidnapping is money. But Serena's heart was confused by her furrowed brows. If I am the target. Serena was startled by Alice's voice. I'm sorry, Serena reassured her. She gently dispelled Alice's anxiety. It's not your fault, Alice. She still bravely admitted her fault. No, it's my fault. I should have realized sooner. To alleviate the current atmosphere, Chris spoke up. It's all right. Unlike the two girls, Chris was carefree and calm. No matter what mistakes you make, the gods will forgive you. Chris spread a warm and positive atmosphere throughout the room. Humans are inherently prone to making mistakes. What's important is how you correct those mistakes. After speaking, Chris started to get embarrassed by Serena and Alice's strange gazes. My master told me that, although I haven't corrected my mistakes many times. Wasn't I wrong? Serena saw Alice lower her head with a regretful expression. Priest, Chris said. That's right, what's important now is to find him. Don't be too sad. Chris smiled brightly from behind. If you need any help, please let me know anytime. It's Len's will to help those in need. In a small corner there was a yellow light and a pink lamp. The three people were talking together. The small girl, Alice, turned to Serena and described her appearance again. She was small and had foxy eyes. Serena was startled. A priest with small foxy eyes. Chris listened to the whole story and suddenly thought, the small priest must have been a decoy. The real culprit must be someone else. If I interact with someone so small, even I might lower my guard. She raised her hand and offered her opinion. Excuse me, Chris smiled brightly, but I think I know who that small priest is. Serena immediately became restless upon hearing that. You know that priest? Chris began to smile happily. Now the three people were divided into two groups. One group was dark and one group was full of pink. He's in my group. They ignored each other and started talking amongst themselves. Come to think of it, if she received a message, we could ask for the recipient's name. Alice agreed. That's right. Then we can use magic to find her. Chris was excluded from the conversation. Hey, over here, are you listening to me? The lightning-like gaze emanating from their eyes scared Chris. Then you were part of the kidnapping group. She was flustered. Huh? Serena slammed the table and glared at Chris. Tell us the conditions for the ransom. You deliberately approached me back then, didn't you? Chris crouched down, her face filled with fear. No, the two started attacking her with words. Are you saying meeting Serena was a coincidence? The other asked. Are you saying you're following someone you just met and your group suddenly planned a kidnapping? Chris, sweating profusely, hesitated and said, Yes, I think so. Alice pressed her. So in conclusion, you know nothing about the kidnapping planned by your group? Were you abandoned by your group? Chris's eyes sparkled. I wasn't abandoned. Serena was no exception. Then are you betraying your group by revealing that you're part of the kidnapping group? Upon hearing that, her emotions welled up. I haven't betrayed anything. Len's image flashed through her mind. That priest had dark blue braided hair and foxy eyes, right? If we find her, we can find my group too. I have my own motives. She continued her words and added an analysis, and Serena was angry. Moreover, if both sides cooperate, we can find him faster, right? This might just be a misunderstanding. She stood up straight and bowed her head. That's right. Alice heard that and looked at Serena, reminding her. Sister, what are you thinking? Serena closed her eyes tightly. I don't think he's lying. When everything seemed to be over, Chris started to laugh. Do you believe me now? Serena bowed her head and clenched her fists. First of all, I apologize for doubting you. Chris still had a smiling face. It's all right, anything can happen. And Serena slowly drew a sharp knife. And I apologize in advance for any rude behavior in the future. She laughed cheerfully. It's all right, don't worry about it. She seemed to have found something in those mysterious words, rude behavior in the future, and the two stood up bravely, each holding their own weapon, accomplice of the kidnapper. I request your cooperation for a moment. Chris crouched, half hidden by Alice's blue magic. Come on, we can talk slowly. The screams from inside the room gradually echoed loudly throughout the entire apartment. Ken put his hand on his forehead and sighed. He cursed helplessly. Damn it, countless skeletons lay scattered around him. he fell into thought. Trying to leave the Duchy of Rang as quickly as possible seems to have been too much. Ken rubbed his hands and clutched his head, feeling unpleasant. I thought that was the best thing to do, but my body didn't cooperate. I keep getting injured these days, and I can't even wait until I've fully recovered. So this is only natural, finally, Ken thought deeply. But there's nothing I can do. To avoid being caught by the Empire, I need to go somewhere outside the Empire's influence. So I need to get to Choronello as quickly as possible. Ken clasped his hands and calmed his mind. He closed his eyes and fell into thought. Besides, now that I have something to find, I need a place where I can buy all information with money. Choronello is the perfect place. Suddenly, he realized something and frowned. That dream again. Footsteps approached Ken and he gritted his teeth in anger. Disappear. Before Ken's eyes was a bloody silhouette. He opened his mouth. Are you starting with me this time? At that very moment, a series of anger and resentment poured out at him. Behind that silhouette, countless people looked at him with angry eyes. They kept shouting, "Why did you betray me?" Grala Swan. Gran blamed him. "Why did you trap us?" Cracer Striker, the best instructor, also resented. "Why did you pass on swordsmanship to a hero?" Ken Sudran. The blame was endless. "Why did you help that blacksmith destroy the organization?" Ken Sudran. "Give us back our money and wishes." Kalor Sun. "Why did you interfere with my plan?" Kulur S. "Why did you steal the research results?" Katur S. Levin. They kept blaming him. "Why did you help that princess so she could ascend the throne and destroy us?" Kalor Sobin. "Because of you that plague mutated. We were destroyed because of you." Cave Johan Saiban. One by one they shouted in fury. "Why did you throw us into the storm?" "Why, Crazy Rot Secret, there's no despicable thief like you." Chiron silent. Ken stared at them and thought. Nameless knights, dragon hunters, Jaeyoung. He saw faces passing by one. Half-blood, Shadow Hurricane, Demonic Soul, One Hill, Redbone, Nightwalker. Ken thought inwardly, even though they've all disappeared now, their remnants are still noisy, and he immediately opened his mouth. "Disappear, you defeated dogs." The remnants vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly another silhouette appeared. Rain poured down. It was the Swordsman of Light. He approached closer and opened his mouth. "I am your benefactor." Bloody Face appeared. Ken replied, "I know, the Swordsman of Light." The Swordsman of Light stomped his foot and approached. He said to Ken, "Then you." He lunged at Ken like lightning, holding his sword to Ken's neck, and asked, "Do you not regret making me the public enemy of the entire continent?" The Swordsman of Light's eyes were filled with anger. Ken sighed and frowned, and immediately said, "You're just a defeated dog to disappear." The illusion of the Swordsman of Light gradually faded, and from a distance another person appeared. Long dark red hair fluttered as she approached. A voice was heard. "Brother is still the same as before." It was Kira. Ken replied firmly, "Yes." She approached and touched his shoulder, her tangled hair scattering around. Kira touched Ken's ear and opened her mouth. "Brother has no conviction and has given up on love," he replied honestly. "Yes." Kira casually put her arm around Ken's neck and continued. "Brother has no happiness and has forgotten sorrow." Ken was still consistent. "Yes." With a sly face, Kira continued. "Brother even ignored loneliness." He continued to speak indifferently. "Perhaps." Kira met Ken's eyes and smiled as she continued. "In this purposeless and meaningless life, what are you pursuing, brother?" Kira leaned close to his ear. "I have no reason or purpose to exist. There is only one reason. To continue living this purposeless and meaningless life," he replied. "I want to live." Kira smiled and asked him, "Brother's sin, brother's karma. Do you not regret your life?" Ken continued briefly. "Of course." He clenched his hands and resolved, "Regret will not defile my karma and I will not waste time regretting." Ken looked up at Kira's face and thought, "So I will be a villain. I will never be a hero," he resolved, "but I won't be an ordinary villain either." Ken looked directly at her and said, "Disappear, ghost of hell." She raised her hand and touched his face, saying, "You are the greatest sinner in the world." Kira smiled slyly. "I will wait for the day you regret your karma." She gradually faded, then completely disappeared. Ken opened his mouth. "A fool who died for a promise that will never be fulfilled." He closed his eyes and thought, "If you want to resent me for my cowardly betrayal, then just resent me, my only friend in life, the only one who pursued the same thing as me." The light blinded Ken's eyes and he frowned. Len smiled and said, "You're awake?" Ken hastily sprang up, his face darkened and dizziness overwhelmed him, so he put his hand on his head. Len touched his forehead with her hand and reminded him, "Don't move so suddenly." She bent down and kissed his forehead, laughing happily. "Feeling better now?" Ken frowned unpleasantly. "Please, can't you treat me normally?" he replied in a tired voice. Ken buttoned his shirt and looked around, thinking, "Am I on a boat?" he constantly thought. "I must have been unconscious for a few hours. What on earth happened while I was unconscious?" Len smiled cheerfully at Ken. "Oh my, if you stare at me like that, I'll get embarrassed." He asked her what she was doing here. Len replied, "As you can see, I'm treating brother." Ken frowned and asked, puzzled, "That's not what I'm asking. Unless a natural disaster occurred, you should be in the North Pole by now." Len tilted her head and laughed. "What? Does a sister need a reason to come and see her brother?" Ken frowned, looking at her. The age difference was truly absurd. To call me brother, that woman hasn't changed at all, he thought to himself. She was a challenger to the Winter Temple, one of the 3 archpriests of the Dark Church and its supreme leader with absolute power. Ken thought she was the pontiff of the Dark Church. Alice frowned and asked, "She's the pontiff?" Chris, tied to a chair, nodded. "Yes, that's right." Alice thought suspiciously to herself. "The conditions for becoming one of the 3 archpriests are set, and age or appearance is not a problem," she continued to think. "The one most skilled in martial arts becomes a paladin, bestowed with divine authority. The one who most deeply understands the doctrines becomes the head priest, bestowed with divine miracles. The one with the firmest faith becomes the pontiff, able to receive divine prophecies. Alice remembered that these regulations had not changed for thousands of years since the mythical age. The pontiff of the Dark Church is not simply someone with overwhelming divine power. The image of a building covered in snow and ice resurfaced. The Dark Church's explosive growth over decades, extending its influence to small villages and now rivaling the Winter Temple, was all thanks to the pontiff. Alice looked at Chris and recalled receiving information about her several times during the war, but she never imagined her to be so small. She raised her hand and tightened her magical grip. Chris coughed. Alice thought to herself, thanks to the pontiff's excellent leadership, the Rose Kingdom had to pay a heavy price to the Dark Church several times. Chris pleaded with tearful eyes, "Excuse me, could you please untie this? It's too tight." Serena and Alice both consistently replied no. Chris complained, her eyes welling up with tears. "That's too much," Alice asked. "But why did the pontiff leave the temple and come here?" Chris answered excitedly. "I came to meet my master," Alice asked again in surprise. "Your master?" Chris joyfully raised her voice and chattered without end. "Yes, that's right, my super cool master. Whatever I ask, my master can answer everything." Alice frowned, looking at her. "Does this kid even know what situation she's in right now?" Serena said. "Then where is this master?" Chris replied. "I don't know." She recalled and continued, "The pontiff told me that if I waited in Choronello I could meet my master, but she didn't say where or when." Alice quickly turned and said, "I heard that divine prophecies cannot be explained by logic." Serena quickly replied, "Combining all this information, the main culprit can only be this pontiff." She frowned, looking at Chris, and asked, "Is your master really that amazing?" Chris replied nonchalantly. "Of course," she proudly said, "my master is the head priest." Alice and Serena were both surprised to hear that. Alice thought to herself, so that's it. The head priest is the one who acts as the proxy for divine teaching, so he can be called the great teacher of the entire religious order. It makes sense that the pontiff would come looking for him personally, she wondered. But how could this foolish kid become the disciple of the head priest? Chris cried plaintively. "Sister, that's too much." Chris's eyes were filled with tears. "Yes, I'm not good at studying, but still." Then she started to sob. Alice looked at her with a pale face, thinking, "Why is that kid crying again?" Serena calmly continued, "So the pontiff came here to find your master. But why did she kidnap our group?" Alice turned in surprise and said, "Serena, aren't you going to care even when someone is crying?" Chris looked up and replied cautiously, "I don't know." She frowned and continued, "I'm not sure." But at Ken's bedside, Len smiled brightly and replied it was so his treatment wouldn't be disturbed. Ken helplessly bowed his head. "My goodness, but that's kidnapping a patient," Len admitted. "I had no other choice." She mentioned Alice and replied, "I was trying to treat brother, but that child who was with him kept interfering." Len continued, "If brother's treatment had continued there, I would have been chased out before I could finish." Ken sighed. "That wouldn't have happened," he continued to ask. "But how did you bring me here?" Len replied happily. "A boat just happened to be passing by the window, so I asked the boatman to take my beloved brother." Ken wondered why they willingly helped her. Len replied, "I begged them for help. I told them my brother and I were trapped by kidnappers. Then they helped me," she said with a very bright smile. "After that I gave them a gold bar as a gift and they gave me this boat." Ken thought, "I see," he thought to himself, "a gold bar could buy 10 boats like this. Of course they'd help." He advised her not to spend money so carelessly. "Haven't I told you that yet?" Len didn't think so. "It's not wasteful," she happily thought. "I spent that money to save brother. How can brother say that?" She raised an eyebrow and looked at him, saying, "Besides, if brother had taken good care of himself from the beginning, his cute sister wouldn't have had to appear here." He was startled, turned his face, and thought to himself, "Yes, she's right. If I hadn't been treated by her, I'd probably be on the verge of death right now." Len frowned and continued, "Of course, brother must have had his reasons." She listed them one by one. "Perhaps brother was beaten by a hero somewhere for an unavoidable reason, or perhaps he accidentally fell off a cliff and suffered all these injuries. Moreover, brother traveled at an incredible speed." Everything stung Ken's weaknesses. He thought with a pale face, "Was she secretly following me?" Len continued. "But no matter the circumstances, you shouldn't overexert your body like that." Ken defended himself. "What madman would want to do that? I just tried my best to survive and my body ended up like this." Len reminded him that the faithful would worry if they knew the head priest's body was so damaged. Ken cried inwardly, "I clearly have no faith at all, so how could I be the head priest? Because of master I got such a foolish disciple and was even thrown before the monster of the ice and snow territory." Len smiled and asked, "Oh, perhaps you don't like the position of head priest?" Ken firmly replied, "Whether I like it or not is not something I can say," he thought to himself. "The 3 archpriest positions are not something one can simply refuse because they dislike them. And there's another problem." Len smiled and suggested, "If the head priest position is too burdensome, just give it to me." She extended her hand. "Brother only needs to return the holy relic and the miracle. Then I'll immediately change brother's position." Holy relic and miracle. Ken placed a hand on his shoulder and firmly replied, "The head priest is a glorious duty bestowed upon me as a priest. How can I abandon that duty for personal reasons?" His true thoughts were different. "Actually, whether the holy relic is there or not doesn't matter, but I can't give up that miracle." A hint of determination flashed in Ken's eyes. "That miracle is irreplaceable to me." Len continued, "By the way, brother," she asked happily, "don't you have anything to say to your sister after such a long time?" Ken looked at her with a slightly uncomfortable expression. He said, "Thank you for your help." Len quickly replied, "No, that's not it." Ken continued, "Thank you for your help." Len drew out his words and Ken reluctantly, "I'm really glad to see you again." Len's eyes softened as she replied, "I'm also really glad to see you again, brother." Ken calculated that manipulating this pontiff was even harder than the queen. Of course, I became a priest for another reason. Len looked at him and asked, "Oh, is brother uncomfortable being next to me?" Ken frowned and replied, "How could I feel that way?" Ken thought to himself, a seasoned villain never shows his true feelings. Cheer up, Ken. His face was expressionless. Len suggested, "Then today, let's go on a date." Ken flinched and his face changed. What? In the midst of the bustling festival, Ken held 2 skewers and frowned. What on earth happened? He thought irritably. The pontiff invited him to the festival so he couldn't refuse. Ken handed 1 skewer to Len, who happily took it. "Thank you, brother," she continued. After brother quietly left, everything fell into chaos. He looked at her and thought to himself there was a reason for all that. He frowned and recalled at that time, besides taking on the head priest position, I was also accused of embezzling donations and accepting bribes. Moreover, the Ice and Snow territory and the Night Moon territory kept trying to kill me, so I secretly escaped. Len continued. Priest Chris cried every day searching for Master, and the Night Moon territory openly displayed their difficulties, wandering around everywhere and bothering people. She frowned and looked back at him. I really struggled to handle all those things. Ken replied, it must have been really tough. He took a bite of meat and thought, yes, I escaped well. Actually, those 2 kids were a big reason I ran away. He recalled in anger. Every time I called my disciple, she would worry about me and break my bones. While cooking, she would accidentally put in poison, almost killing me several times. That foolish kid, he gritted his teeth and thought. The Night Moon territory kept getting angry because they couldn't catch me. Moreover, this church threw me in front of the Ice and Snow territory several times, even though I'm the head priest. Len asked him, brother, can't you come back to the church? Ken replied with a sad expression, I'm sorry. I have something to do right now, so it seems difficult. Len admired. What a cold answer. She released his hand and said ambiguously, is it really because you have something to do, or, she asked, is brother afraid that his sister will find out his true identity? Ken suddenly paused. At this moment Len turned and said, she stood not far from him, if you return to the church you'll have difficulty doing what you want. She looked at him and continued, the betrayed apostles of the Dark Fortress have all disappeared. Revenge is over, so brother doesn't need to waste his life on that anymore, he replied. That doesn't matter. Len quietly nodded and firmly replied to Ken, my life will be wasted anyway, there's only one thing I want to do. He looked at her. Nothing else, Len smiled, her lips curled up. She knew that fact better than anyone. The scene changed to midday with colorful fireworks soaring and exploding, painting the entire blue sky brilliantly. Chris, seeing this, tugged at Serena's clothes and excitedly pointed at the sky, saying, look at that. She was a little curious. The fireworks are truly beautiful. How can they make something like that? Seeing Chris's exaggerated demeanor, she awkwardly said, I don't know either. Suddenly something caught her eye. Chris ran towards the ice cream stand at a deathly speed and shouted, ice cream? She excitedly told the shopkeeper. 1 vanilla please. Seeing this, Chris said with a slight suspicion, Serena, can we trust this foolish kid? Serena replied helplessly, we have no choice. Seeing Chris so carefree, she asked in a displeased tone, does it make sense to kidnap someone and then casually enjoy the festival? She looked at Chris with a peculiar expression. There are all sorts of people in the world, Serena thought to herself. Priest Chris's foolish personality could be fake, or she might genuinely not be smart. Seeing Alice very annoyed, she changed the subject. Besides, sister also checked their room and found nothing, so this festival is the last possible place, she said with suspicion and hesitation. But what if that kid is pretending to be foolish? But seeing her eyes sparkle as she received the ice cream, Alice thought otherwise. Or maybe she has multiple personalities. Serena cut off her suspicion. Alice, the best option right now is to split up and search. Alice replied in surprise. Yes, the two began to search separately, and she chose a direction saying, then I'll go this way, see you later. Serena reminded her, you be careful too. Alice began to weave through the crowd, but she couldn't stop her suspicions. That foolish kid Chris said that the pontiff took brother to treat him, but no matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense. Alice frowned and thought to herself, does it make sense that the pontiff kidnapped a patient because she couldn't treat him in front of the patient's family? She recalled the time Len explained in embarrassment, actually if someone keeps staring while I'm treating, I get embarrassed and can't treat properly. So could you please avoid it for a moment? Alice rested her chin on her hand and thought deeply. I think the treatment was just an excuse, and the real purpose was to approach Ko. She fell into deep thought. Suddenly Alice remembered something. That kid said the pontiff's goal was the head priest. The pontiff and that foolish kid came to Choronello to wait for the head priest, and we just arrived here and met those two. Is all this just a coincidence? She rested her chin on her hand again and thought. The paladin uses the blessing of the Dark Church's night. Is he also the head priest, like the Ice and Snow territory? Suddenly, Alice's eyes widened in shock. Huh? She saw Ken buying skewers for Len. Alice muttered curiously. What is that guy doing now? She ground her teeth and muttered, seemingly infuriated just by watching. Is he enjoying the festival with his kidnapper after being kidnapped? They're even sharing skewers. And they're holding hands. Alice unconsciously emitted an aura of killing intent that made those around her wary, but she still tried to calm herself. Calm down, maybe he has something to discuss with the pontiff. She struggled to find an excuse for his unforgivable behavior. Or maybe he received a mission from the Dark Church, or maybe he's looking for us and just going along with her. Alice clenched her fists and muttered with a forced sarcastic smile, "Yes, that must be it, he's not just going to enjoy the festival." She continued to watch Ken, thinking to herself, "First, I need to keep observing." Suddenly, a man carelessly bumped into Alice and even snapped angrily, "Hey kid, what are you doing in the middle of the street?" Hearing that, she muttered in bewilderment, "What's wrong with these people?" Alice, busy chasing Ken, shouted, "Get out of the way." The man grew even angrier and snapped, "What? Why are you so impudent? Didn't your parents teach you manners?" Seeing Ken and Len disappear from sight, she frowned and thought to herself, "Because of this damn guy I'm going to lose him." Alice suddenly chanted a spell. Janu's avatar of storm and despair, a blue swirling orb appeared from her arm. Alice hurled the orb at him and shouted loudly, "I wish." A gust of wind erupted from Jedu's Seho Kairog. The man screamed and was swept into the whirlwind emanating from her orb, flying into the sky. Here Ken suddenly spoke. "That doesn't matter," Ken said hesitantly to Len. "My life will be wasted anyway, there's only one thing I want to do, nothing else," he said in a low, serious voice. She knew that fact better than anyone. Besides, if I had come this far for revenge, I might have been swayed by the pontiff's words. But I didn't spend my whole life going from one villainous organization to another, enduring all sorts of pain and humiliation for that reason. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly from behind and Ken unconsciously turned around. A drunk man was flying through the air from somewhere. Seeing him flying towards her, he put down the skewer in his hand. Ken rushed to Len, embraced her, and avoided colliding with the drunk man. He clucked his tongue and wondered, "What is this drunkard?" The people nearby also stirred and whispered, "Where did he come from?" Ken turned around worriedly and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied cheerfully, "Yes, of course, I'm perfectly fine." Len told him that everything was thanks to her good brother and was very happy. He knelt down and sighed with relief. "Then come down now." A kind citizen approached the drunk man after he landed and asked, "Are you all right?" Ken called out Pontiff Len in bewilderment, seeing her suddenly embracing him tightly. Len suddenly whispered, "Actually, your sister know too." She spoke her true feelings as if confessing, no matter how much this sister tried to stop him, her brother would never stop. And even if her brother stopped, things couldn't go back to how they were before. Len said sadly, "This must be my regret alone then. I know the pontiff wants me to deny it." But hearing that, he just replied gently, "Yes, that's an undeniable truth, not because I'm the head priest, but because even if I were your real brother I wouldn't lie." She was slightly curious. "Don't you regret it?" Ken replied firmly. "Yes." Len was curious again. "Are you satisfied with that?" He still said firmly with a cold face. "No." At this, she no longer embraced Ken and turned away, laughing awkwardly. "Right? That's why you're the worst villain in the world." He gently put Len down and said, "Don't you know?" She got down and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "How could I not know? From the moment I first met you when you woke me up, I knew." "That's right. Now the pontiff is the only person I don't have to hide or calculate anything from. The only person I can talk to comfortably. The only person who knows everything about me. A long time ago he and she were like this." Seeing Ken's current appearance, Len said with a slightly dissatisfied forced smile, "Your appearance is ruined, brother. White hair really doesn't suit you." Hearing that, he unconsciously touched his hair and asked with a slight hesitation, "Then should I dye it now?" In the past he mostly dyed his hair for disguise. He ran out of hair dye on the way here. She unconsciously burst out laughing, imagining Ken with pink hair and 2 braided pigtails. Len immediately suggested the idea. "How about dyeing it pink and braiding it?" Just hearing it was embarrassing, he immediately retorted, "Do you think I'd accept that idea?" Here Alice, who was following behind, was startled to see the two laughing and talking happily, and stammered, "How can this be?" It was completely different from when he talked to her or Serena. Just by looking, one could tell that the two had known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was truly friendly and warm. She clenched her lips in resentment and muttered, "I thought we were family. I thought we would be closer than anyone else." Alice felt curious. What is his relationship with that woman? The two passed an instrument shop and she found something interesting and exclaimed, "There's something interesting here." Len pointed to an instrument inside the shop and said, "That's a yola. It's an ancient instrument with thousands of years of history. Nowadays almost no one knows how to play it, and I'm one of them. I learned to play the yola because of that woman and the pontiff in the past." She pointed at the instrument and suddenly asked the shopkeeper if she could borrow it. "Excuse me, could I borrow that to play?" Hearing that, the shopkeeper asked in surprise, "Oh, little lady, do you know how to play that?" Len replied politely, "My brother knows how to play it." Hearing that, the shopkeeper gladly agreed. "All right, no one's buying it anyway, so just take it." She turned to Ken and smiled softly. "Then brother, could you play a song for me?" He didn't refuse and just replied softly in a low voice, "All right." The scene changed, and after Serena parted ways with Alice, watching her leave, she felt a little uneasy. It's a bit worrying to send her alone. But finding him is the top priority. Chris finished her ice cream and returned. She looked around and asked when she didn't see Alice, "Where did Lady Alice go?" Serena explained, "We split up to find them faster." Hearing that, Chris smiled innocently and replied, "Right?" Serena sighed helplessly and thought to herself, "No matter how I look at her, she doesn't seem like part of the kidnapping group." Suddenly she spoke, "Priest Chris, I need to ask for your understanding in advance." She was busy eating ice cream and was startled, asking in bewilderment, "Oh, what do you need my understanding for?" She looked at Chris seriously and said in a low voice, "The pontiff of the Dark Church who is part of the kidnapping group that abducted someone from our group. If that guy does anything that affects the safety of someone from our group." At the same time, Serena put forth an agreement between the two sides. I won't be able to guarantee the safety of Priest Chris, who is also part of the kidnapping group, she muttered. This is a very clear threat coming from me, Serena thought to herself, worried that Chris would crack under pressure and reveal her true nature, but suddenly she replied calmly, Yep, got it. Seeing Chris reply without hesitation, she asked, Did you understand what I said correctly? She replied calmly, I understand. You mean if the situation isn't good, you'll take me hostage or kill me, right? Serena was slightly curious. Aren't you scared? She was slightly bewildered. Why, she warned, you could be burned alive by me. You'll definitely suffer incomparable pain, Chris said innocently. That's only if Serena's group can't find him, right? She replied calmly, as if trusting Serena's group very much. Then why should I be scared? Hearing that, she was slightly astonished but suppressed her emotions and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. Chris replied cheerfully. I agree, Serena muttered. Even though I really want to find him now, I want to trust Priest Chris. If we can find him smoothly, everything will end well. I can't believe I'm being comforted by a hostage. She walked ahead excitedly and shouted, Let's go. She smiled lightly and replied, Okay. The two walked through the bustling streets searching for Ken. Chris walked along very calmly, humming the melody of a song. Suddenly she began to sing. A long, long time ago, in a world abandoned by gods, a demon was sealed. The strongest 13 demons conquered the world. Chris's singing echoed throughout the streets, and those walking at night were trapped in the darkness. Redbone was crushed by a mad swordsman and turned to dust. Cursed Blood drank the wrong poison and became ill, and dragon hunters were swallowed whole by a dragon and disappeared behind her. Serena gradually felt that the lyrics were somehow familiar. Black mist was scattered by Iron Soul, and black servants were hunted by a red lion. Golden Circle lost all its gold and shattered, and Black Storm was destroyed by the demon's power. She stared at her with different eyes and froze. Demon Soul was eaten by a demon. Purple Shadow was burned to death. No Form Sword rusted and broke, and the Temple of Evil was submerged in ice. While Chris continued to hum, Serena suddenly ran. Dark Star disappeared without a trace. 13 fled, and now only one remains. While she was busy singing, Serena suddenly grabbed Chris's shoulder tightly and pulled her back hard. He is the most cowardly and powerless one. He lives forever in endless sin. Serena's face suddenly became extremely tense, and she asked in a low voice, Where did you hear that song? Seeing her expression was a little strange, Chris replied cautiously, This song. It's a song the head priest often sings. The head priest singing this song? This could not be a coincidence. The first part of the lyrics. In a world abandoned by gods, a demon was sealed. The strongest 13 demons conquered the world, clearly hinted at the Dark Fortress's 13 apostles. The phrase No Form Sword referred to the Nameless Knights. The 12 short verses in the middle were very likely to hint at the 13 apostle organizations. I could only guess a few organizations like Jaeyoung, Demon Soul, Huno, and the Temple of Evil. The 12th short verse might be hinting at the Dark Church. If so, does that mean the pontiff is also a descendant of the 13 apostles like me? Furthermore, the last verse, Dark Star disappeared without a trace. 13 fled, and now only one remains, hinted at the Dark Fortress and the 13 apostles. Serena gripped Chris's shoulders tightly with both hands and shouted, Who is he? That is, there is still an apostle who survived after decades, she shouted, wanting to know who he was. Who is the last of the 13 who fled? Seeing Serena suddenly acting strangely, Chris was slightly flustered and stammered, Master never told me about that person. Anyway, this is just a song. What kind of organization is the 13th organization not mentioned in this song? And above all, is he related to the Dark Fortress? She fell into deep thought and then regained her composure. No, I still can't conclude anything with just this information. What I need to do now is meet the pontiff and confirm. Suddenly, Serena heard the sound of an instrument from somewhere. In the middle of the bustling street, Ken began to play an instrument. As he played the intro, people gradually paid attention and gathered. Len began to sing. The singing voice blended with the instrument so beautiful that it drew everyone into its soft melody. On the other hand, Alice and Serena suddenly froze upon hearing the singing, and only Chris excitedly watched, swaying her body. Hearing the melody was somehow familiar, she was slightly astonished and thought to herself, This is a hymn. The two continued to be absorbed in the song's melody. I can't play perfectly, but that doesn't matter. I can learn any skill, but I can't go beyond rank 3. I know my limits well. At first I couldn't keep up with the pontiff singing, but I didn't give up. Even if the world ends, I will do my best to survive and continue living. When the song ended, everyone applauded the two for their wonderful singing and playing. People cheered and praised the two nonstop. He stood up and bowed, thanking everyone for listening to their song. Ken frowned slightly unpleasantly and muttered, I drew unnecessary attention. Was the pontiff's song that captivating? Suddenly, a hint of fear crossed Ken's face. It turned out Chris came running with tears in her eyes and shouted loudly, Master! He immediately avoided her embrace, and Chris lost her balance and crashed hard into a pile of boxes behind her. Looking at her, Ken thought unpleasantly to himself, I knew she wouldn't come alone, but why did she bring this kid? Chris got up and whined tearfully, Master, that's too much. I haven't met in so long and you won't even hug me. The shop owner was concerned about his belongings from his position. My tables, which I painstakingly arranged. Ken gritted his teeth in irritation and cursed under his breath. I must be crazy. If you charged in and headbutted something, you could probably take down a wild boar. From afar, Alice watched the scene and thought helplessly, What on earth is that guy's body made of? Suddenly Ken admonished Chris. Chris, you're a grown woman, you shouldn't act so childish. Hearing that, she happily replied, yes, master. Hearing the word woman from him, she said, ha, in bewilderment. After that, Alice quietly exclaimed, a girl, as if she couldn't believe Chris. The scene changed and Len asked with a forced smile, head priest, can you not see me? At this, Chris suddenly saw her and exclaimed in surprise, Pontiff, when did you arrive? Hearing that, she asked, slightly embarrassed, you really couldn't see me? She stammered, no. In reply, Chris glanced at Ken, slightly shy, and stammered, I was just so happy to see master again. He turned his head and ignored her, cursing inwardly, look, I'm not saving you. Save yourself, Len said with a sarcastic smile, and you abandoned me and wandered off alone and got lost while buying skewers. I can't believe it. Hearing that, she visibly sweated, feeling a little guilty. She said with a slightly helpless, sarcastic tone, I really don't know what to do with priest Chris. Chris stammered in explanation, the skewers looked so delicious that I just… Len cut her off and admonished, making excuses for your mistakes is a sin. Prepare yourself. Hearing that, Chris dejectedly lowered her head and replied obediently, yes. Suddenly he heard someone call his name. Ko walked over from afar. Alice slowly took off her hood and asked with a slightly worried face, are you all right? Ken's face darkened when he saw her and he muttered to himself, why is this kid here? He was startled by Serena's question from behind him. Are you feeling better now? Ken's mind was in turmoil. Even this kid. Suddenly he looked around and muttered, wait, if I… Ken's face turned pale and he exclaimed, extremely tense inwardly, if I don't handle this combination properly, Chorinello will be destroyed. At that critical moment the shop owner behind him suddenly spoke, excuse me customers, would you be interested in a part-time job? He briefly explained and made a reasonable offer, saying, the Goddess Festival performance is approaching and we are currently short on personnel for the role of the goddess. Would you be interested in taking on the role of the goddess? It's an urgent matter so the pay is high. Hearing that, she immediately refused. We don't have time, Len cut in and replied. All right. She turned to him, smiled slightly and whispered, brother, you'll help me, won't you? Seeing her cunning expression, Alice muttered in disbelief, what nonsense is that woman saying right now? The pontiff of the dark church making such a request? She crossed her arms and thought with an arrogant expression. There's no way Ko would accept such an absurd request. Suddenly, he immediately agreed. All right. Hearing that, Alice's arrogant expression vanished, replaced by one of disbelief and surprise. In a daze, she exclaimed Ken's name in disbelief from a corner. Ko? The scene changed and the theater troupe was bustling. Where are the costumes? The costumes are here. Bring the accessories quickly. Alice reluctantly found herself embarking on the path of a part-timer. At the chaotic sight before her, she frowned and quietly sighed. What a mess! Over here, Chris continued to struggle with her costume, saying, I don't know how to put on this costume. Hearing her, Alice glanced at her in disbelief, thinking, I can't believe that's a girl. On closer inspection, this small girl possessed a neutral beauty, making anyone who saw her think she was a pretty boy. Suddenly, she asked curiously, you said you were his disciple, right? Chris, startled, turned around and replied, are you referring to Master Kelt? Hearing Ken being called by another name, Alice was slightly surprised. Do the people of the Dark Church call him Kelt? She asked further out of curiosity. How did you become his disciple? She hesitated for a moment, then explained, well, I don't know. Master accepted me as his disciple during my coming-of-age ceremony. According to church tradition, only those who have undergone the coming-of-age ceremony can seek teachings from someone of a higher rank. Alice silently thought, looking at her foolish expression and clumsy manner of speech, did this kid really undergo a coming-of-age ceremony? Why is she so foolish? Chris's eyes sparkled like stars when she mentioned him. Master is truly amazing. She smiled slightly shyly and said, Master may be rough with his words, but he has a very warm heart. He once braved a snowstorm for a sick person and he risked his life many times to protect the faithful. Chris added excitedly. Master was respected by many people in the church. Hearing that, she was startled and thought inwardly, he once was? Suddenly her voice dropped. Her face no longer looked excited, but some evil priests falsely accused Master of bribery and selling church information to the Winter Temple, among other absurd charges. Chris turned to her and said, so Master was forced to leave the northern region. Hearing that, Alice exclaimed in disbelief. Really? Her face was dejected and her voice was filled with sadness. After Master quietly left the church, many people were sad. I was, the pontiff was, and even the Night Moon Territory was. Hearing that, she frowned in disbelief, her face hardening as she asked again, Night Moon Territory? You mean Grenia, the paladin of the Dark Church, the rival of the Ice and Snow Territory, and one of the three most powerful paladins along with the Ice and Snow Territories, Grenia. The Dark Church wouldn't have developed as it has without the Night Moon Territory's power and the pontiff's leadership. Alice thought for a long time, then incessantly admired. As expected of Ko, not only is he the head priest of the Dark Church, but also a friend of the Night Moon Territory, Chris quietly said. The Night Moon Territory is so passionate that she can't show it well, but she also loves Master very much, she replied with an irritated and angry voice. Oh yeah, Alice thought differently inwardly. From what I heard about the Night Moon Territory, she was a crazy murderer with the worst personality. Suddenly, her face turned slightly wary and somewhat surprised. She smiled slyly, tilted her head and said, That's right, and she loves Master so much that she wants to kill him because he's too weak. Alice muttered in incomprehension. What is this feeling? Is it an illusion? She irritably turned to Chris and asked, What do you mean, loves him so much she wants to kill him? She replied with an indifferent laugh. Isn't it peculiar? Alice argued, feeling it was abnormal. Usually if you love someone you don't want to kill them, Chris simply replied quietly, but the Night Moon Territory really said she loved Master so much she wanted to kill him. She helplessly turned her head in another direction to cut off this pointless conversation. All right, let's stop talking now, suddenly she exclaimed. I really miss Master. Chris proudly told Alice, when Master returned to be the first to meet him, I even went into the snow and waited all day. She judged cynically in her mind. Is this foolish kid an artificial human created by a spirit? Even a snow bear would die if it stayed in the northern snow for more than 10 minutes. If this kid is human, this defense is just absurd. She remembered something and started muttering again without pause. And the one who looked forward to Master the most was definitely the Pontiff. The two of them have a very special relationship. Hearing that, Alice asked, slightly bewildered. A very special relationship, Chris thought for a moment, then explained, well, I only know that the two have been sworn siblings for over 10 years. Sworn siblings, if they've been together for over 10 years, that friendly and warm atmosphere is only natural. She was startled, turned around, and exclaimed loudly, wait, 10 years? She nodded slightly and replied, yeah. Chris was also unsure and simply relayed what Len had told her. When I first met Master, I heard the Pontiff call him brother. Their relationship is probably even older than that. Hearing this absurd story, Alice asked sarcastically, then how old is the current Pontiff? Hearing that, she stammered, slightly embarrassed. Chris, flustered, explained, I mean the time they spent together is as long as 10 years. You understand what I mean, right? Seeing her strange attitude, she narrowed her eyes and replied suspiciously, no, I don't understand. Chris, not knowing how to make excuses, quickly fled. Oh, I have something urgent to do, so I'll be going now. Alice still had many questions, so she reached out and called, hey, wait. The scene changed, and over here, Serena was being helped by the troop members to find a suitable costume, but everything she tried on was rejected. Does this one look better? No, this one looks better. She helplessly forced a smile from the side. A maid holding a white dress shouted, Madam, are you stupid? This one is much better. The girl in knight's clothes retorted, I said that's what I think. Serena saw this and intervened. She shouted irritably, hey, what's wrong with you? You startled me. She hardened her face and lowered her voice. I want a costume that reveals less skin. The knight girl surveyed Serena's body once and said, but it would look better on Madam if it revealed more. Wait, Madam has a wonderful sword. She rested her chin on her hand and hesitated slightly. If she takes on the role of the goddess of war with that sword, the maid next to her also agreed. All right, then I'll prepare a costume suitable for that role. Len walked over from behind and said, the role of the goddess of war will suit Madam very well. She sat in a nearby chair and complimented, I've heard a lot about Lady Serena, but I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Hearing that, she exclaimed, slightly incredulous. Really, Len continued, I was truly surprised when I first heard. Suddenly she suggested, if it's all right with you, would you be able to tell me about the adventures you've had so far? Len said with purpose. For example, the story of conquering the demon in the dark mountain range. Serena refused with an uncomfortable expression. I'm sorry, but I really don't want to talk about it right now. She smiled meaningfully and said, that's really strange. Hearing that, she asked, slightly uncomprehending, what do you mean? Len, realizing that Serena wanted something from her, said, it seems Lady Serena wants to tell me something. Hearing that, she hesitated slightly. I have a question. Hearing that, she exclaimed with even more interest, I wonder what kind of question it will be. Serena mentioned the song Chris had sung in the street and asked curiously, I heard a song from Priest Chris and she said it was a song the Pontiff often sang. Len happily replied, that's right, I love to sing, she said indifferently. Although Priest Chris is deaf, she loves to learn to sing. Hearing that, Serena clenched her fists and suppressed her anger, saying in a resentful voice, the lyrics of the Dark History, you call that a song? Seeing her expression, she just smiled meaningfully. The scene changed and Len replied with an indifferent laugh, that's right, I wrote that song myself. Serena muttered, wrote it herself? Her face was clearly bewildered. She asked, what do you mean? Then the Pontiff must know a lot about the Dark Fortress, she said firmly. Then I'll ask the author directly. Do you know anything about the Dark Fortress? She still replied with an indifferent expression. Yes, I do. Len confidently reached out her hand towards herself and said, anyway, I'm the Pontiff of the Dark Church. There's no way I wouldn't know about a famous organization like the Dark Fortress. Is that her answer? There are so many rumors about the Dark Fortress. Suddenly, she dropped another piece of information, startling Serena. Oh, and of course, I also know that Lady Serena's grandfather was a sword apostle. Len said with an arrogant, sarcastic expression. Lady's grandfather was completely unsuited for the Dark Fortress. He was too righteous to dominate the world. Then she must have known that my grandfather passed away 20 years ago. Hearing that, she exclaimed in extreme frustration, what on earth is your true identity? Seeing Serena's expression, she scoffed with satisfaction. Is that the question she wanted to ask? Len seemed to have realized early on what she wanted to ask. But I think Madam wants to ask something else, right? What I want to know now is whether he is connected to the Dark Fortress. But if the Pontiff's answer is the worst possible answer, I don't think I can endure that despair. Serena changed the subject with another question. Why did the Dark Fortress collapse? Hearing her question, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Len explained, the Dark Fortress was considered the most powerful organization on the planet, so what made it so? It was thanks to the 13 Apostles. She further explained that the organization could be called the most powerful on the planet due to the combined strength, wealth, power, and magic of the leaders of various organizations. Suddenly, Len paused for a moment. Despite the Dark Fortress possessing such immense power, it was ultimately destroyed by its own strength, specifically the power of the 13 Apostles. Her eyes momentarily showed disbelief and confusion. No way, Serena didn't need to speculate further. Len spoke candidly. Exactly, she declared that the Dark Fortress collapsed due to the betrayal of the 13 Apostles. Yes, if all 13 Apostles betrayed the Dark Fortress, no matter how strong the organization, it was bound to collapse. Furthermore, since the 13 Apostles disbanded afterward, it's only natural that the truth was buried. To resolve the remaining doubts in Serena's mind, Len explained everything. Of course, not all apostles betrayed the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress. Some apostles merely stood by while others fled. She spoke of Serena's grandfather with respect. Lady Serena's grandfather was one of the apostles who stood by. She frowned and murmured, "So that's why my grandfather didn't tell our family anything." Len added about the past. The apostles destroyed the Dark Fortress through betrayal. Afterward, they disbanded and returned to their respective organizations. But there was one secret they didn't know. She revealed a shocking secret to her. One of the 13 apostles was a disciple of the master of the 13 apostles. This person had secretly cultivated their evil deeds without the other apostles' knowledge. The 13th apostle of the Dark Fortress abandoned their master and fled on the last day, thus surviving. Upon hearing those words, her pupils constricted and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Serena thought to herself, the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress had a disciple. The true leader of the Dark Fortress, the absolute lord of evil, the one who ruled the world alone. The one who mastered 90 secrets that no one else had, the greatest villain on the planet, the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress. Suddenly, her entire body trembled and her lips murmured. Then what about his disciple? 40 years ago, in the Battle of the Storm Swordsman, he cut through the Berserker's flame battle, the cannibal tribe's secret immortal heart technique, and the iron soul of the demon soul, the secret of House Hair, the key to the world's secrets, the secret of the dragon swordsman, and even the blue flames of the mythical dragon. Surely one person couldn't know so many secrets. But what if it was the Supreme Commander's disciple? Suddenly, Len interrupted Serena's thoughts and said, "But anyway, that's all just a story from the past now." With a sigh, she continued, "The apostles who betrayed the Dark Fortress in the past have all died or disappeared long ago, and now not even their organizations remain." Upon hearing that, a slight doubt still lingered in her heart. But did it really end like that? The world's major organizations collapsed one after another 50 years after the Dark Fortress disappeared. It certainly couldn't be a coincidence. Serena clutched her skirt with her hand and asked herself, could the 13th apostle have destroyed the remaining 12 organizations for his master? Suddenly, Len warned, "Don't trust my brother too much." She automatically slandered Ken in front of her. "He's wicked and a liar. If he's really the 13th apostle and really took revenge on the other 12 apostles, then he's also the culprit who poisoned your grandfather." The scene changed, and he was walking somewhere in the town when he suddenly stopped. He thought with an irritated expression, what on earth is going on? While the other kids were working part-time every day to prepare for the Goddess Festival event, I was packing my bags and trying to find a boat to escape. Absolutely not the pontiff and that kid. I'd rather die than go with those two. Ken tearfully recalled the situation where the boat owner refused him. But why can't I depart until the festival is over, and they've only just finished preparing the food? He walked down the street with his travel bag, still annoying to be stuck here because of the festival. Suddenly, a perverted laugh came from somewhere. "Give up," another man chimed in, warning. "That's right, there's nowhere to run." Upon hearing that, Ken was slightly curious and followed the sound. What? Where are those cheesy lines coming from? Suddenly he realized and crouched down, suppressing his curiosity and murmuring, "No, what am I doing? I shouldn't get involved in this." Ken quickly walked away, thinking to himself, "Ignore it and escape quickly." Suddenly, a man found a collapsed girl and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" The man in brown clothes asked, "What did you do?" The man in white clothes immediately denied, "I didn't do anything." On the other hand, he constantly chanted inwardly, pretending not to see anything, "Don't pay attention. Don't pay attention. Don't pay attention." He roughly scanned and diagnosed the condition of number 23. Seems to have a chronic illness. First, I need to take her to a pharmacist." Upon hearing that, the man next to him immediately replied, "Understood, let's hurry." The man in brown clothes shouted loudly upwards, "Hey, come here and help." Upon hearing that, he still pretended not to hear and continued walking. "Is it because I'm old? I can't hear anything," he kept shouting, chasing after Ken. "There's an emergency patient and the two of us can't move her. Please help," he whistled, pretending not to hear anything. "Damn it, my back hurts at this age, it's hard to carry heavy things." Unexpectedly, the man in brown clothes used the power of money and shouted, "Anyone who helps will be fully compensated." Upon hearing that, Ken immediately took the bait and turned around, saying, "Fully?" He approached the two people and asked, "Can I help you move the patient?" Both people hastily replied, "Yes, please. As soon as possible. It'll be a big problem if she dies." He didn't know what Ken's face looked like then, but the two people's eyes widened in surprise. He asked again, I just need to move the patient, right?" Ken proposed a condition after offering help. "If you can provide a boat to leave Choronello tomorrow and 100 gold coins, I'll help you." Upon hearing the condition, both people shouted, "Are you kidding?" Ken calmly explained, "If the patient is in critical condition, life must be calculated in seconds. Compared to my conditions, isn't the patient's life more important?" Upon hearing that, both people thought it wasn't wrong, but they hesitated a bit at the conditions he proposed. Both people agreed to Ken's conditions. Alright, but the patient must live and be healthy. If anything happens to her, not a single gold coin. Hearing that the agreement was finalized, he chuckled and confidently said, "Deal." Ken laughed inwardly. What luck. He entered the alley where she was lying, thinking to himself, "Let's finish this quickly." But upon seeing the condition of number 23, Ken was slightly surprised and murmured, "How this kid?" The scene changed, and upon seeing the numerous wounds and pale face of number 23, he murmured with a worried expression, "Why is her face so pale? Is this kid really in critical condition?" Ken turned around and looked at the other two people with bullet-like eyes, murmuring, "Is this a trick to deceive me out of money?" He questioned them. "What did these people do to her?" Both people hastily explained, "We didn't do anything, we just offered her a part-time job. It was an order directly from the Merchant Guild. If you meet someone remarkably beautiful, you must by any means get that person to work." Ken clicked his tongue, frowned, and swore inwardly, "Is it because of that damned goddess festival again? Why does this festival bother other people so much?" Ken put down his travel bag and carefully lifted number 23's arm to check her pulse, thinking to himself, "This kid, she's not going to die halfway, is she? It'll be a pain if she dies." Suddenly, his eyes became strange and the man in white clothes approached with a worried expression, asking, "What are you doing? We need to take her quickly." His face suddenly became serious and he spoke, forcibly moving the patient could cause her condition to worsen rapidly. But Ken still asked the two people's intentions as per the original agreement. "Do you still want to take her?" The man, not knowing a better way, asked. "Then what should we do?" Ken didn't miss the opportunity and shouted, "If you give me more money, I'll help you. If you give me 200 gold coins, I'll treat the patient right here. How about it?" Upon hearing that, the man in white clothes shouted in surprise, "Are you a pharmacist?" The man turned to the man in brown clothes and said awkwardly, "No, 200 gold coins is a bit excessive." He just replied gloomily, In the end, both people decided to agree to his conditions. The man said to Ken with a slightly unwilling face, "All right." Upon hearing that, he replied excitedly, "Excellent decision." Afterward, Ken rummaged through his bag and took something out. He took out a potion bottle and carefully lifted her chin to make number 23 swallow it. After giving her the medicine, Ken packed his things, stood up and announced, "She'll wake up soon." Upon seeing that, the two people were slightly suspicious. "Is it over already? With just one potion bottle?" He muttered with a sly smile. "One potion bottle is enough for anemia. 200 gold coins is too easy money." Unexpectedly, number 23 woke up and said, Ken heard the sound, glanced over and murmured, "The kid woke up." Suddenly, a knife grazed his head. Fortunately, Ken's reflexes were quick and he easily dodged the attack without injury. She stood up and like a hunter swung her knife like lightning. With surprised eyes, he nimbly dodged, and number 23's blade only tore his collar. She had just woken up, so her strength wasn't good yet. After 2 attacks, number 23 tilted and fell to one side. The attack was so fast that the two people behind couldn't see anything and shouted in slight surprise, What just happened?" His face turned pale, his hands trembled and he touched his neck, murmuring, "Was I almost killed for money?" Seeing her in a panic, Ken tried to reassure her, "I have no intention of harming you. Please calm down." Suddenly, her wary eyes turned to the two people behind, and he grew slightly suspicious. Ken looked at the other two people with slightly suspicious eyes and inwardly speculated, "Wait, is this kid so scared because she was chased until she collapsed and passed out in the alley?" Unexpectedly, he made an excuse to drive the two people away. "The patient is in a panic, so could you step aside for a moment?" the man replied, slightly flustered. "Understood." Both people left, saying that they entrusted the remaining matters to him. At this moment, Ken turned to number 23, deep in thought. As he continued to stare at her, she cautiously stepped back, her eyes filled with wariness. "This kid's appearance doesn't look like a traveler. From her knife skill just now, she might be a skilled mercenary or a trained swordsman." Unexpectedly, Ken spoke. "Do you remember what happened before you passed out?" Number 23 still maintained high vigilance because she didn't fully trust him yet. Seeing that number 23 still didn't trust him, he put down his travel bag and quietly explained her health condition. "You passed out due to severe anemia and fatigue. I'm not deceiving you, so you can relax." Upon hearing that, number 23 relaxed her guard and stammered, "Then you helped me," Ken replied. "That's right." She couldn't understand why this stranger helped her and asked with difficulty, "Why did you help me?" He thought calmly to himself, "Because I can get money that way." But he couldn't say that explicitly. Ken equivocated, "You needed help and I could help you, that's all." Upon hearing that, she still asked with a slightly incredulous tone, "Is that all?" He said words that would warm number 23's heart. "Do you need another reason?" She put down her knife and hesitated, still not fully trusting him. "Are you always so kind to everyone?" Ken replied without hesitation. "No." Inwardly he grumbled, "Am I crazy to treat someone for free?" Suddenly, number 23 looked at Ken and said softly, "Then if I'm in danger again, will you save me again?" Upon hearing that, he thought to himself, "Anyway, I'm not going with this kid, so it doesn't matter." Realizing that there was no loss for him, Ken agreed to help. "If I can help, I will definitely help." He turned around, took out a potion bottle from his bag and thought, "Now that the kid has calmed down, let's give her some medicine and escape." Ken approached her, handed her the potion bottle and urged, "If you pass out again, use this medicine. It would be good to rest for a few days and recover." Number 23 received it with gratitude. "Thank you." When the task was done, he picked up his bag, turned around and left. "I'll be going now." Suddenly she called out, "I'm sorry." Number 23 asked, slightly shy. Can I follow you? Upon hearing that, Ken stood blankly and shouted inwardly, what did you say? The scene changed, and under the sunset light streaming through the window, Chris, having changed clothes, called out loudly, Master, Master. She excitedly ran to him and asked, how do I look? Chris hugged Ken tightly and excitedly showed off, I got the role of the goddess of spring. His face was filled with irritation. He grumbled, who gave that fool that role? Doesn't the goddess of spring deserve better? Get out of the way. She looked up at Ken with a face as beautiful as a flower and asked, am I pretty? He couldn't help but pat her head and compliment her. Inwardly he thought, if I don't praise this kid she'll cry and make a fuss again. Their gazes unconsciously drifted towards the door and a group of beauties in splendid clothes entered. Ken stared at Alice with a bored expression, muttering inwardly, a demon playing the role of the winter goddess, what kind of comedy is this now? Seeing Chris still clinging to him, she glared at Ken with bullet-like eyes and shouted, don't say anything. He suddenly looked at Serena, who was startled. Serena stroked her hair and shyly asked, do you think this costume suits me well? Ken quickly scanned Serena and muttered, as this young lady playing the role of the goddess of war, this merchant has good taste. Suddenly, Len broke the gloomy and dark atmosphere and spoke. She touched her cheek with her hand, winked and said, if you keep staring at other women I'll be sad, brother. Brother? Seeing Len playing the role of the villain, he thought, what a perfect role. The pontiff is the most suitable person for the role of the goddess of night. After that, Ken looked at number 23 again. Suddenly, Chris spoke, just as I thought, Master is still the kindest person. He took care of the sick person and even brought them along. She asked a little shyly, do you have time? Hearing that, Ken felt a little uncomfortable and thought, why does this kid keep following me? I barely managed to shake her off when she said she wanted to follow me earlier, but then those two merchant colleagues suddenly came in. The newcomers, realizing I was part of this group, used the kid's desire to follow me as an excuse to propose this job. So the kid came here and of course I demanded a higher commission. Len covered her mouth with her hand and sneered mockingly, unbelievable, you even captivate beauties while walking down the street, as expected of my brother, and she foolishly shouted, as expected of Master. Alice said helplessly, I'm fed up with brother. Serena just sighed and said nothing. Seeing their expressions, Ken muttered inwardly, feeling wronged. What did I do to make them react like that? Ken sighed and lamented, I can't help it. Let's just leave things as they are. He opened his mouth and instructed, I'm going to watch the stage, everyone. Let's go out quickly. Everyone replied in unison, yes. The scene changed, and outside the stage the first guest began to arrive. A shadow stood by a window in the corner of the building. It was Ken. He looked out at the stage from there and muttered, there are so many people. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Ken thought inwardly, it's about to begin. The stage lights dimmed and the starlight in the sky shone faintly. The faces of the audience below the stage were filled with astonishment. As the stage lights illuminated Chris, she showcased her pure beauty and began today's play. As soon as Chris gently raised her arm, the lights on the others also turned on. Over here, Ken smiled slightly and muttered, is this what the goddess festival is all about? Sweet music flowed and Serena, the goddess of war, made a powerful entrance. A long time ago, when gods and demons existed on this land, 108 demons became 99 and 100 gods became 13. All this was due to the war between gods and demons. In that war, the world was constantly covered in death. And after a long time, when the last demon was sealed, the war ended and the gods left this land one by one. After winter passed and spring arrived, the world found eternal peace. But after the gods left, one goddess remained. The remaining goddess was an evil god. She was lonely, so very lonely. She was the goddess of night. As soon as the play ended, the audience downstairs stood up and applauded with cheers. The scene changed, and seeing the successful end of the play, Ken breathed a sigh of relief, turned his body, and left. He yawned tiredly and muttered, now all that's left is the goddess's gondola parade. Suddenly, someone pulled Ken's clothes, startling him, and he stopped cautiously. Ken slowly turned his body and saw number 23. She seemed flustered, but he still muttered indifferently, what on earth does this kid want? Number 23 spoke softly, go. But suddenly Len interrupted. Brother, you were here. She slowly approached and smiled innocently. Ken sighed bitterly to himself, thinking misfortune truly comes in twos. Len covered her mouth and chuckled slyly, teasing him. The atmosphere is really good, isn't it? Did I interrupt your secret date, brother? Hearing that, he frowned and muttered unpleasantly, good my foot, what does she want? Suddenly, Ken noticed that number 23 was doing something very strange. She said nothing, turned her body and disappeared in an instant, leaving him with a bewildered expression. Len glanced in the direction number 23 fled and smiled knowingly. Ken, with a resigned look, spoke, do you have something to say to me? She turned her head and said with a face as bright as a flower, as expected of my brother, you understand my heart, she said, a little flustered, but it's a bit difficult to talk about. I've prepared a place where we can talk secretly. Could you follow me for a moment? Hearing such a proposal, he muttered, a little confused. Is it something important? Ken knew very well that Len would not do anything that wasn't beneficial to her. The pontiff would not play meaningless tricks. He opened his mouth and replied, all right. The scene changed, and Chris in the dressing room suddenly shouted loudly, Master, you're coming with me. Serena tried to reason with her. Priest Chris, this is not something you can force. Chris shouted angrily. No, I don't want to. It's been too long since I saw Master. Seeing her act coquettishly, Alice's eyes widened and she thought inwardly, she's not a child anymore. She firmly opened her mouth and insisted, but he has to come with me over here. She nodded in agreement. Inwardly she thought, that's right, Ko has to go with Serena. Suddenly, Alice's face was filled with surprise and she asked, Serena, has he decided on this matter? Serena replied calmly. I didn't ask him, this is just my wish. Hearing that, she became even more angry and shouted loudly, no, Master is coming with me, no matter how much she made a fuss. Serena calmly said, anyway, I'm going with him. Chris tried desperately to beg. Oh, Master is coming with me, please listen to me. She sobbed and said that Master would come with her. Suddenly Chris unconsciously looked back at the door. She scratched her head and asked, bewildered, come to think of it, why is Master so late? Hearing that, she shouted angrily, this kid, you, Len interrupted and said, stop it. Alice looked around, seeing no one, and questioned, where is your pontiff? Chris put her hand on her chin, trying to remember. She suddenly said that he had left earlier and said he had something to do. Suddenly, all three heard someone closing a door and turned to look. Number 23, seeing all three staring at her, was slightly startled and looked at them cautiously. Serena approached and asked, excuse me, did you see the person who played the role of the goddess of night in our group? Number 23 timidly turned her head and stammered, I saw her outside just now. Seeing her expression, Alice frowned unpleasantly and thought inwardly, this girl seems to be following Ko too. Suddenly, a troop member came to announce that it was time for the parade. She still urged the people here, saying that the person playing the goddess of night had already left. Hurry up and go out. Serena immediately replied, all right. The scene changed, and after all the boats were ready for the parade, Chris boarded a nearby boat. She was still sobbing and demanding, I want to go with Master. She turned to her and said, see you later. Serena reminded her worriedly, be careful. Don't fall into the water. As everyone took their places, the boats began to depart. Citizens gathered on both sides of the river watched the parade unfolding on the river. The starlit sky reflected on the river water. The first boat in the parade was Alice's boat. Seeing the surrounding citizens all happily waving at her, she thought inwardly, this isn't so bad either. After the boat had gone some distance, Alice suddenly felt something strange. Why is this section so dark? Suddenly, she saw someone's shadow reflected in the river water, and Alice immediately chanted a spell. Zeus, flight. After dodging the attack, Alice questioned, how dare you? Suddenly, something flew at her and she was startled, turning around cautiously. Alice was astonished to see thousands of sharp arrows falling from the sky. She immediately cast a protective shield. A net flew from somewhere. Alice was surprised and muttered, is that a combat net? The net covered her and her eyes couldn't control it, so Alice tore through the combat net with her power. She flew up from there and questioned inwardly, who are these guys? The arrows of rain and the flying net were all prepared in advance. This was clearly a planned attack. Alice landed on a nearby building. While she was casting magic, she first needed to make her magic shield thicker. But suddenly, someone's shadow appeared from behind. Hearing footsteps, Alice turned around cautiously and muttered, who is this guy? Hongwol walked out of the darkness and spoke, long time no see, Demon King. Alice thought, bewildered, long time no see. She opened her mouth and questioned, who are you? He slowly drew the sword from his waist and chuckled, that's right, it's not strange that you don't recognize me. The sound of Hongwol drawing his sword violently shook the surrounding air. Alice's face suddenly turned to fear. That sword, the dark sword filled with resentment, the sword that the swordsman of light used to kill 1,000 people. 40 years ago in the Battle of Bloodstorm, that sword fell into the hands of 6 survivors and became a symbol of their titles, she muttered, slightly afraid. Crimson Moon screamed, then you are. He gave her no time to guess. He laughed grotesquely and shouted loudly, asserting, that's right, Demon King. I am the last knight in this world, Hongwol. A few years ago, the 6 knights, known as the continent's best mercenary group, were commissioned by a kingdom to go to war. They led other mercenary groups to attack the Rose Kingdom, and I fought fiercely with the Demon King and those guys. Crimson Moon's scream could penetrate magic shields, so the battle was not easy, but in the end I defeated them, except for one, that knight who used Crimson Moon's scream. Recalling the past, she remembered drinking the blood of the defeated knights whose magic had been exhausted. Because she drank blood, she couldn't chase him. Unbelievable that he survived with so many injuries, but what is that appearance at that time? All 6 Crimson Moon knights were over 60, but this guy is too young, but it's not impossible. This guy looks too much like him. Seeing Hongwol's young, vibrant, ageless appearance, Alice questioned, what means did you use? He laughed grotesquely and said, it's all thanks to you, Demon King. After you coincidentally let me escape, I lost everything, wandered, and felt like I was going mad in extreme pain, fear, and despair. Hongwol's voice became even more grotesque as he spoke. All I knew was to tightly grip this sword. I wandered through nightmares and hell, advancing towards death in endless madness. Miraculously, he expressed his gratitude. Then I met that person. Hearing that, she muttered, bewildered. That person. Hongwol laughed madly and said, that person gave me the power of absolute evil, and thanks to that, I regained my youth and vitality, he continued to boast. And in that mighty evil I escaped madness and regained my sanity. Hearing this, Alice's face was filled with disgust. Hongwol clenched his fist, laughed madly, and shouted loudly, didn't I say it controlled the mind? He turned to her, waved his hand and said, so I sincerely thank you, although you destroyed me. Thanks to that, I could be reborn as the Crimson Swordsman. If that person had the power of absolute evil, and with that power this man could regain his youth, could it be the power of the Book of Evil? Based on what Hongwol just said, Alice judged inwardly. If the power of the Book of Evil can really control the mind and regain youth, she clutched her skirt, bewildered, and muttered, then the person this man is talking about must be the owner of the Book of Evil. Alice questioned, then are you here to take revenge for the past? He waved his hand and replied, no, as I've already said, I'm very grateful for that past event. Hongwol scoffed mockingly. Do you think I'm so shallow as to think I came here for revenge? She questioned, bewildered. Then why did you tell me that story? He smiled and said, that's right, it was necessary. Hongwall opened his mouth with an arrogant face. A villain like me never does anything unnecessary. Suddenly, he raised his hand and did something, then spoke, for example, wasting time by chatting like this. Suddenly, a black magic circle appeared at Alice's feet. Her entire body was encased in a shield, but the sudden attack left Alice no time to react to the magic circle. She suddenly noticed a group of people on the opposite side and wondered, are those mages too? Numerous chains surged from the magic circle, tightening around the shield she had created. At this point, Alice, her strength exhausted, fell to her knees. Could this be? Hongwall approached her, scoffing. How do you like the taste of chain wind magic? Alice's eyes were filled with fear. Her whole body trembled, her forehead was slit with sweat, and she cried out in astonishment, this technique has been lost for ages. How can there be chain wind magic? The technique of sealing magic was the natural enemy of demons, that is, those with magic in their bodies, and dark magic. He tightened the chains further, sneering. Why so surprised? Hongwall slowly bent down and whispered, to catch you one must prepare like this. The Demon King, who had mastered 72 tricks, he laughed maniacally, shouting, not a product of a defunct evil organization but a ghost that the Black Panther inherited and perfected. The ultimate biological weapon. Alice hissed. She froze, her lips tightly sealed. The scene changed. On another river path of the parade, Serena was moving while the boatman guided them through the city. Does that woman know me? The way she looked at Serena was mixed with fear, a hint of worry and vague intentions. Serena frowned unpleasantly, thinking, but I don't remember who she is. She sighed and mumbled, if only I could go with him it would be less painful. This festival gondola was a space reserved for the boatman and the goddess, making it the only chance to be with him undisturbed. Serena's eyes were filled with sadness, and she mumbled to herself, it's truly disappointing. I want to fawn over him, yet I suspect he might be the family enemy I've been chasing for so long. It would be better to stay with him until his time runs out. Perhaps I should keep the truth hidden for now. But what if he really is an apostle of the Dark Fortress? And what about the story of his remaining time? Knowing his identity, he still taught her swordsmanship. She recalled the promise she had made with Ken in the past. Why don't we complete each other's swordsmanship to achieve both our goals? But what if he was part of the plan to destroy the Jaeyoung and Nameless Knights? Serena gripped her skirt tightly, thinking, am I just a useful tool to him? Suddenly she heard something spewing. Serena suddenly caught a familiar scent. This smell. The boat suddenly shook violently. She quickly jumped into the river, and within seconds the boat exploded into pieces. Seeing the scene before her, Serena, who was underwater, thought, what a rich person's deed. Unexpectedly, sharp iron spears flew from behind and she quickly sensed them, turning to dodge. Without time to catch her breath, a group of black-clad figures suddenly swam over and surrounded Serena. Without hesitation, she immediately drew her sword and swung it, creating a water vortex to quickly deal with them. Feeling her breath weaken, Serena thought, I can't stay underwater for too long. Before she could even surface, they continued to swarm. Serena backed up, pushed hard off the back wall, and launched herself at them. She took a deep breath and gathered all her strength. Fossil Shadow Swordsmanship, 10th Form, Crimson Flame Region. Power violently exploded underwater, surging up like a fiery whirlwind, scattering debris and spray everywhere. The river water turned red like a sea of blood and bodies floated here and there. Taking advantage of the chaos, Serena exerted all her strength to leap out of the water. She gasped for breath as if escaping from hell. Unexpectedly, she saw a continuous rain of arrows pouring from the opposite building. The arrows also drew closer to Serena, forcing her to keep dodging and finding cover somewhere. To analyze my movements and set up an ambush like this, just what kind of organization is this? Serena's foot hit something, and when she turned, the bustling city scene of the parade earlier now looked like a blood-soaked battlefield. She mumbled in confusion. This is... Serena, sweating on her face, thought, an attack of this scale isn't aimed solely at me. Wearing a white dress, Serena secretly observed the situation, thinking, first I need to reunite with everyone. Moving away from that spot, she quickly ran along the street with blood flowing everywhere. Serena quickly blocked the randomly flying arrows with a wooden board, her eyes serious. Serena threw the wooden board and, holding her sword, rapidly advanced. She charged at the archer at incredible speed and quickly swung her sword to strike. First life. But what Serena had severed was his bow. He quickly retreated and drew a weapon from his waist. Following the momentum, he threw an axe at her. Serena's eyes were unusually calm and unwavering. The sword rubbed against the stone floor, creating small sparks. She swung her sword with all her might, deflecting the axe back at the thrower, who, startled, collapsed upon being hit by the axe without any chance to react. As he fell, Serena slowly relaxed and gasped tiredly. She thought, the indiscriminate fighting style and blood-stained armor. The more she thought, the worse her complexion became. Could it be the blood troops? But weren't they wiped out by the swordsmen of light? While she was thinking, a voice from behind startled her. Blade Master, if you don't show yourself, I'll kill this young prostitute right now, a man in black armor threatened loudly. Serena, hiding in a corner, looked out and fumed. Outside there was another knight, also wearing a red iron helmet, holding a girl and threatening her. That girl. Serena's eyes widened and she gripped the sword in her hand tightly. She's been captured, I have to save her. Like lightning, she slid across the ground towards the spot, rushing straight at the man with the knife, quickly attacking and severing the hand that held his weapon. He screamed in pain, damn it! Before he could recover, Serena charged and stabbed him in a continuous motion. To retreat safely, he threw the girl at her. Serena quickly caught her and looked up at him as he fled. That bastard! A shower of arrows rained down on her from the sky. Serena, holding the girl, thought worriedly, I need to avoid them immediately. Suddenly her body stiffened and she was stabbed by something. Blood finged from Serena's mouth. She looked at the person in front of her with surprise and horror. That girl was number 23. At this moment number 23's eyes were filled only with hatred and she coldly drew an old knife. Serena fell in pain. Arrows were raining down all around and number 23 quickly retreated. Her complexion grew worse and worse. Blood continued to flow from her mouth. Is it poison? Serena, surrounded by arrows, asked her who she was. Number 23 was slightly surprised by her question. Don't you remember? Serena replied. Remember what? Hearing that, number 23's hand trembled slightly. As number 23 spoke, her body suddenly stiffened. Have you forgotten us? Her hood slowly came off, revealing number 23's hateful face. Number 7. Serena struggled to recall one person she had spent a year with among the young recruits who were in the same company as herself in the past. In the past they had trained and rested together. Her head suddenly spun, her vision gradually darkened, and she barely managed to utter number 23 inches before losing consciousness. Elsewhere, a soldier had trapped Alice in a dark magic formation. He scoffed. In the end, is the Demon King the product of the Ghost and Black Storm research only this much? Alice groaned in pain. Decades ago, the Black Storm, an evil organization that sought to dominate the world with magic, researched dark magic and created the Black Storm's secret sealing ring. It was used as a medium to transmit demonic power. That organization used that secret to kill mages, seize their seals, and build the organization's reputation. However, the organization's leader, Ilo, one of the 48 Night Hunters, caused a massive magic overload incident, destroying the organization. On the other hand, a long time later, Reventus, the leader of the 38 Noxu souls who sought to create the most powerful warrior and dominate the world, tried to mutate humanity through cruel biological experiments, but he ran into a wall and fell into agony. Then, by chance, he received Imperial support and obtained the Black Storm's research data. Thanks to this, he had a crazy idea. Instead of mutating humanity, what if I create non-human life forms? Instead of mutating humanity, which had clear limitations, he began to research powerful magical creatures. By implanting sealing rings into human hearts, a non-human race, the demon race with demon blood flowing and magic in their veins, was born. However, among those who ran the organization, a civil war erupted. Fueled by the craving for demonic power, just like the Ghost, most of the experimental subjects died or escaped and even the research data disappeared. Nevertheless, Reventus did not stop his cruel plans. I alone was implanted with 2 demon sealing rings in my heart, and I couldn't bear to see other demons suffer, so I pretended to obey him to make him release the chain wind magic, and then I killed him. Afterward I escaped with my kin and founded the Rose Kingdom. The Hongwall Knight plunged his red sword into the ground. He chuckled. Reventus truly foolish. Who would be foolish enough to release the chains of a beast? Alice moved with difficulty, devising an escape plan. I can't use magic. I need to find a way to break free from these chains. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound. It was the sound of something dragging. Alice, sitting on the roof, looked down at the street and saw number 23. She watched the sight in horror, sweating. Alice thought, Serena? He also saw the sight. He said irritably, I still wanted to fight the Blade Master, but to be caught in an ambush like this, he said with a hint of arrogance. In the end, is he the only one who can fight me? And then he chuckled slyly. I don't know about his swordsmanship skills, but he has a handsome face. She looked at him in horror. Ha! Alice gritted her teeth, her lips bitten as if they would bleed. Absolutely not, she screamed in rage inwardly. Don't you dare touch Serena. Even if I'm bound by chain wind magic, I can't give up. If I give up here, I won't give up on my family, my hero, the person I love, trust and respect. Anger and the fear of losing something precious combined to give her strength. Alice thought, move now. My magic, awaken, my demon blood, awaken. I am a challenger to fate, a ruler of demons. I am the demon race who commands 81 tricks. Her power exploded, shattering the chains that bound her, and he shouted in surprise, You wretched girl, stop right now, and he lunged with his sword. Meanwhile, Alice kept muttering, Sinew's avatar of storm and despair. He tried to cut her, but it was all in vain against the shield. She turned her back to him and began to cast a spell. I wish. A gust of wind erupted from Cretus. He was pushed back by the force and barely maintained his balance. He tried to grab the chains that bound Alice, but they were already shattered. He looked up at the sky and shouted at the mages, Mages, what are you doing? Bind her quickly. Meanwhile, she calmly cast the breathing spell, Dragon's Breath, and fired an orb of power. The wind orb rapidly flew towards Serena. To her surprise, it charged towards number 23. Number 23 hastily abandoned Serena and retreated. The wind orb gently settled on her. Number 23 was greatly flustered by the sight. The wind orb gently brushed her hair. The wind orb grew larger, enveloping and protecting Serena. The wind orb rapidly soared into the sky. Seeing this, number 23 quickly threw her sword at the orb. The sword pierced the orb, but it was useless. Instead, it bounced far away. At this point, Serena, in a daze, slowly regained consciousness. From within the orb, she saw Alice and the Hongwall Knight on the roof and opened her mouth. Alice smiled reassuringly at Serena. Serena looked at Alice worriedly, blood still flowing from her mouth. Alice was unexpectedly attacked by him, and was strongly stabbed in the stomach with the hilt of his sword. Screaming in pain, she anxiously hit the orb hard, calling out Alice's name. Alice? He angrily pointed his finger at Serena, and Alice fell to the ground beside him. Damn it, chase her. Quickly, a minion approached from behind and bound Alice. She gasped, breathing weakly. Before losing consciousness, Alice smiled brightly. "Can please take care of Serena," and then closed her eyes. Serena inside the orb screamed in agony, hitting it hard. Alice, she looked at Alice in pain, furious at her own powerlessness. "Why am I so helpless?" The wind orb became faint and its flying speed also slowed. Serena unexpectedly fell to the ground, hitting it with a painful thud. She struggled to get up, clutching her injured waist. Grimacing in pain, she grabbed the staff in front of her and shakily rose. "I have to get back to Alice." Before she could even move, footsteps approached. A group dressed in black surrounded Serena. It was painful, but she had to fight. As if unable to abandon Alice, she took a fighting stance. They rushed at her all at once, making it difficult to fight them alone. A vanguard swung his sword down, but she blocked it, while another encircled her from behind, making it hard to counter. Serena spun around, countering the enemy behind her. He leaped high, swung his sword, breaking her staff and simultaneously injuring Serena's shoulder. They closed in quickly, almost resigning her to fate. She thought she knew this would happen, but the heroine's plot armor wouldn't let Serena die so early. Something swiftly flew down. The piece of cloth enveloped the group, but they quickly cut through it. The cloth pieces shattered on the ground, and Serena and the group all looked up at one spot. Under the bright moonlight, a woman in dancer's attire stood on the rooftop. Grania opened her mouth coldly. Killing on such a beautiful moonlit night, how utterly boring. She clutched her shoulder wound, wondering who that was. Grania quickly leaped from the rooftop, landing lightly on the ground, standing between the two sides. The group simultaneously shot arrows at Grania, but Grania swiftly waved her hand and caught them all. She stood with the flexible grace of a water snake, her cold eyes delivering soft yet sarcastic words. "If you sent so many invitations hoping to see this young lady's dance, this young lady will show you as much as you desire." And then she swiftly shot the arrows back at the group. Those lacking skill had daggers pierce their chests precisely, and the survivors were startled to see Grania charging at them. She grabbed two people's hands tightly and twisted them with all her might, crushing their arms. The power was truly immense. Serena sat, thinking inwardly. That's less like killing and more like destruction. A martial art as fluid as a dance, it's a dark blessing but different from the one he used. His movements were for defense and suppression, but now it looks like a dance of death. Ah, I see. Now I understand. One who rivals ice and snow territory Len, or perhaps even surpasses her in martial arts. The paladin of the Dark Church, Night Moon territory Grania. Thin cloth clung to Grania's entire body, and she opened her mouth with a beautiful yet crazed expression. "This young lady's dance hasn't even begun and you're all already asleep." Serena stared at this crazed woman, thinking, if she can use martial arts of this caliber, her power is certainly commendable. But is this person really a paladin? Grania turned her head and looked at Serena. She approached her and asked, "Blade Master, can you still move?" She staggered to her feet and replied, "No problem." The more Grania spoke, the more her crazed demeanor showed. "Still no problem, you say, and on such a joyful night you didn't even bring a sword and aren't participating in the slaughter?" Serena, unable to understand, thought, just a moment ago, didn't she say killing on such a beautiful moonlit night was boring? Grania suddenly put her hands together over her chest, prayed sincerely, and approached to heal her wounds. "May the grace of darkness always be with us." Serena's side wound slowly healed. She looked at the wound in astonishment and disbelief, thinking, unbelievable. Paladins also have healing abilities, but this level rivals that of a head priest. Grania opened her mouth amidst her surprise. "My skill is still lacking, so this is my limit for this young lady. I am truly sorry." Serena looked at the woman in front of her, thinking, is this person really Night Moon territory? Footsteps were heard again behind Serena. Grania's eyes darkened, filled with killing intent, and she said, "This young lady is truly unlucky." What approached was the Crimson Moon Knight with a red sword, followed by his subordinates. He approached the two, smiling slyly, and said, "Night Moon territory, is it?" Serena's silver sword hung at his side, she thought in anger. He stole my sword. Moreover, at a glance, this leader was a first-rate swordsman, had a group of blood troops, and she was unarmed. He brazenly opened his mouth. "I've stumbled upon an unexpected fortune, a blade master and a paladin, a chance for 2 birds with 1 stone." To Serena's surprise, Grania suddenly spoke. "This young lady's role ends here," he scoffed, speaking disdainfully. "Are you scared?" Grania replied coldly. "This young lady is willing to cut off your neck, but a dancer must know where to dance. Unfortunately, your opponent does not seem to be this young lady." Meanwhile, a hand was rising from the river, and he laughed even more maniacally. "Who else could be my opponent? The Demon King is already in my hands. The Blade Master only has a mere staff." Amidst Serena's rage, someone suddenly spoke, making her pause. That person with white hair, 2 swords on his back, and a shield walked out of the water. His entire body was wet, revealing rugged, toned muscles. The person who swam out of the water was the seemingly elderly Ken. A few minutes ago, he was in a boat in the middle of the river, gritting his teeth in anger. The sound of oars could be heard around him. How did it come to this? Ken thought in anger, recalling what Len had said. "This is supposed to be a place for a secret conversation," she had said then. "But it's a bit difficult to talk about. I've prepared a place here where we can have a secret conversation. Could you follow me for a moment?" He rowed the boat, but his eyes were fixed ahead. "I generally know what the pontiff is trying to say," but Len opened her mouth with a smile. "Brother, you surely know there's an organization collecting the legacies and remains of the 13 apostles," he replied, feeling a headache. "Yes, it really happened. Until now, it was just my conjecture." Her eyes were cold yet serious, and she turned to him and said, They are the very people you've been looking for all this time. The ones who possess the Book of Evil. Ken fell into deep thought. Yes, I was sure of it when I saw the fake Book of Evil. An organization that can evade the gaze of a seasoned villain like me, and it's also the biggest reason I came to Choronello. Len, dressed in a black dress, stood up and smiled elegantly, saying, "But brother, their power far surpasses what you can imagine." With her small stature and long flowing hair, she stood facing him and spoke. "They have recovered almost all of the 13 Apostles' power. If only a few more years pass, they will become an organization as powerful as the old Dark Fortress." He heard those words and fell into deep thought again. "I thought so too. They've taken over all the organizations I once belonged to. And if they truly possess the Book of Evil and can use half its power, dominating the world would be as easy as pie." Len smiled slyly, pointing with her finger, and said, "But most importantly, unlike other organizations, they know about us two siblings, so they won't let their guard down." The surrounding scenery was poetic, but their words were not beautiful. She said seriously, "So please be careful." "Brother," Ken thought, but he replied seriously, "I will be careful." Len looked at Ken seriously, unable to say anything. He thought, if I were to fear and give up at this moment, I wouldn't have started in the first place. But now that I know the location of the Book of Evil, Ken suddenly realized something, hastily embraced her, and with a startled face leapt into the river. He hastily caught his breath, puffed out his cheeks, and kept thinking. A seasoned villain's 72 survival techniques, underwater survival techniques. Frog diving technique. Holding Len with one arm, swimming rapidly with the other, and kicking frog style with both legs to move forward, Ken stopped when he reached the wall. "I've swum this far, it should be enough." And then, amidst her helplessness, he carefully surfaced. Many people in black clothes were on guard by the riverside. As this was an autonomous commercial city unaffected by the Empire, its military strength was very weak, and it was especially easy to infiltrate during the festival season with many tourists. The city, viewed from above, was beautiful and picturesque. Even so, the scale of their attack was... I didn't expect it to be this entire city of Choronello. Len grabbed his collar, surfaced, and whispered in his ear. "Looks like the Blood Troops," Ken continued to think. The Blood Troops are an organization composed of meticulously trained mercenaries who love war, and they are elite members of the Red Bone. During the chaotic era of war, they were the most powerful mercenary group on the continent. They don't confront enemies head-on like knights. Although they always use despicable tactics, they are not weak in direct confrontation like assassins, nor are they merciful like paladins. Thus they earned the nickname Monsters of the Battlefield. Of course, that title should have been given to that monster 40 years ago, but she closed her eyes and asked helplessly, "What are you going to do?" Ken replied. "First, we need to retreat." Ken formulated a plan in his mind. "My guess is that the troops here are just buying time. Fighting them would be a waste of time, and in this condition, I can't win even if I fight." Len rested her chin and speculated. "This direction seems a bit difficult. Isn't there a better way?" he replied. "There's one way to a decent place." She was annoyed at the thought of swimming again. Specifically, she grabbed Ken by the collar. Len pointed at a sewer and asked, "Are you saying we're going that way?" Seeing that, he hastily spoke. "If you don't like it, we can look for another direction," she replied helplessly. "Goodness, I can't believe my wonderful brother is taking me to such a place." He called it an overstatement and quickly swam towards the sewer. Inside the dark sewer, Ken kept his eyes wide and vigilant. Following the sewer path towards one within the city, he pushed open the sewer lid and climbed out first. He grabbed Len, wary of his surroundings, and thought, "Fortunately, there's no one around." But if they really are the Blood Troops, they wouldn't leave such an escape route. Moreover, even if they are connected to the Book of Evil, I won't back down. I've waited 50 years and I can't miss the clues I can get here. There's no more time to wait. After equipping his weapons, Ken instructed her. "Wait here." Len asked back, "Are you trying to abandon me?" Ken felt helpless at her teasing, thinking, "You know I wouldn't do that." She replied firmly, "I have no idea what brother is talking about." He opened his mouth. "Pondif, this is no time for games." Len chuckled slyly. "That's right, so we should hurry." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Brother won't let this little sister jump into danger again and abandon her, right?" He replied helplessly. "All right, you'll regret it." Len smiled and turned away. "I will never regret it." Footsteps continued on the street and Ken and Len plunged back into the river. They secretly observed the situation on the surface. He thought, why are they in such a hurry? Seeing the blonde woman by the riverside, his body paused. Len covered her mouth and grinned. "The situation seems quite serious." Ken frowned and said, "Nothing more to say," she replied. "What more is there to say?" he thought helplessly. "Yes, this situation unfolding before me really seems insane. It's a complete mess." Ken turned to Len and asked, "Why did you hide this from me?" She replied nonchalantly, "If I had told you this earlier, brother, you would surely have run away." He looked up at the ground, thinking frustratingly, "What now? I don't think the paladin will be able to persuade that small hero. If I keep delaying like this, only I will be at a disadvantage. Then I have no choice but to break through." At this moment, Grenia said, "Unfortunately, your opponent does not seem to be this young lady." He scoffed in reply, "Who else could be my opponent? The Demon King is already in my hands." Ken turned back to Len and instructed, "Stay here." He pushed off the wall and leapt up, and he landed on the ground very majestically, saying, "The Blade Master only has a mere staff?" Ken respectfully greeted Grenia, saying, "May the peace of darkness always be with you." "Long time no see, Night Moon territory." Grenia also replied, "May the peace of darkness always be with you, Father K." Grenia smiled from behind her mask. It's truly a pleasure to meet Father K again after such a long time, he thought coldly to himself. It won't just be me. Grania glanced at him with fiery eyes. I have a lot to say to you, but there's an urgent matter now, so let's save it for later, Ken replied helplessly. Thank you for understanding, and then he turned to Serena and asked what happened to Alice. She sobbed and replied, I'm sorry. Ken fell into deep thought. Am I too late? And then he turned to him and asked, Are you the Crimson Moon Knight? He scoffed in reply. If possible, I'd prefer to be called the Crimson Swordsman. When asked if he targeted Alice, he replied nonchalantly, Of course, is there any other reason? Ken thought, so he was the one who learned that secret from the Book of Evil after all, and continued, Then if you've achieved your goal, what are you doing here? He scoffed, speaking disdainfully. Are you asking because you don't know? A great villain like me would never miss the chance to deal with an opponent named Blade Master, would I? He gritted his teeth, thinking, what, just for that? And coldly cursed at him. You bastard, are you crazy? Hearing those words, he and the people behind him were all startled, his face distorted in anger, but he chuckled lightly and said, That's right, if it's anyone, it's you. No, only you have the right to say that. Ken stood facing him and asked, You know me? He held his stomach and laughed boisterously. Of course I know, how could I not? How could I not know you? In the past you were the one who gathered the 13 apostles to rule this world, the leader of the Dark Fortress and the head of the most powerful evil organization, the one who restored lost secrets and passed them on to the peerless swordsman. The one who gathered all sorcery in the world to create the Book of Evil. Isn't that your true identity? The supreme commander of the Dark Fortress. Ken was not greatly surprised by those words. The Crimson Moon Knight spoke. The whole world thinks you're dead, but that's not true. On the day the Dark Fortress collapsed, you survived the betrayal of the 13 apostles and escaped, and for decades you sought out their organizations to retrieve the Book of Evil they stole. Ken scoffed in reply, If you think I'm the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress, do you have the courage to face me with these scraps? He shouted loudly and pointed his sword. I know you've lost most of your power, and even if you hadn't, you couldn't kill the Swordsman of Light. Do you think you can defeat me? He paused to think. That's right, the betrayal of the 13 apostles, the transcendent mages and swordsmen, was a truly fatal blow. If the Book of Evil had been complete, it might have been different. But at that time, the Book of Evil was not yet complete. So the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress was severely wounded, lost most of his power, and barely escaped with his life. Ken burst out laughing at the thought. The Crimson Swordsman bowed his head and chuckled. He took out 2 pills and thought, to be given the title of Crimson Moon Knight just for surviving the battle with the Swordsman of Light. He swallowed them whole. Ken continued to provoke him. Are you pretending to be a swordsman just because you know a bit of swordplay? What do you think swordplay is? Do you think swordplay is necessary to overcome the limits of talent that a swordsman is born with? But this little hero will be called the peerless swordsman with his monstrous talent, even without swordplay. In other words, if you don't have talent, you can't be a swordsman even with swordplay. He stood majestically with 2 swords and 2 shields. You're only good at hiding among piles of corpses and preserving your 4 lives. How dare you mention the Swordsman of Light in front of me? Those words struck the Crimson Moon Knight's sore spot. He gripped his sword tightly and said, What are you talking about? Ken scoffed in reply. Do you really not know what I'm talking about, or are you pretending not to know? The Crimson Swordsman shouted in anger. Don't laugh. Even if you're the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress, don't show off in front of me. He thought inwardly, you still don't recognize me. But outwardly, do you really think so? The flame swordplay I taught the peerless swordsman, the destruction of Red Bone after the battle with the Swordsman of Light, do you think that was a coincidence? Have you forgotten who plunged a sword into the heart of the Swordsman of Light, you arrogant and cowardly bastard? Serena recalled 40 years ago in astonishment. The one who could use everything as a weapon. The one who wielded and threw swords, sweeping through battlefields and creating a bloody frenzy. The one whose hands became cruel due to the demon in his heart. The Swordsman of Light, you were once a hero of the continent. 1,000 elite mercenaries were mobilized to face the Swordsman of Light who roamed the battlefields. Even the descendants of gladiators who had been reclusive for decades appeared to challenge the Swordsman of Light. Many believed they could defeat that evil swordsman. However, the Swordsman of Light fell only after defeating the gladiatorial descendants and 1,000 mercenaries. It is said that only 6 survived that battle, but the gladiatorial descendants and their sword techniques survived. I know that. She recalled what Ken had shown her in the past. At that time she had said, Gladiators flame swordplay. So was he the one who defeated the Swordsman of Light in that battle? He retorted wildly as if unable to believe it. Impossible. Crazy rot secret. The last descendant of the gladiators died by my hand 40 years ago. He scoffed and thought inwardly, yes, I almost died then, but I made Redbone and the Swordsman of Light fight each other and then escaped. Of course I jumped off a cliff to survive. The Crimson Moon Knight gripped his sword with trembling hands and pointed it at him. No, that's not important. You can't defeat me and the Blood Troops. Even if the Swordsman of Light were to be resurrected, it would be the same, Ken replied coldly and reluctantly. Is that so? He said. Yes, that's right. I'm just a third-rate villain. Thanks to the demon's blessing, I've learned many techniques, but due to the god's curse, all the techniques I've learned remain third-rate, but thanks to that, I could do it. The Dragon Swordsman's key to the world, the Iron Soul of the Moving Fortress, the Demon Swordsman's Shadow Slash, the Gladiator's Flame Swordplay, the Knight Swordsman's Betrayal Swordplay, the One Sword Master's Stone Sword, the Twin Swordsman's Sword Song Wu Wu Niam Wu Wei, and the Heart Demon that led countless swordsmen to ruin. The madness of the Heart Demon that I cannot touch, but by using special forbidden drugs I can awaken and use the power of the Heart Demon. Ken exposed his true nature. Because of your arrogance, you think only the Gale can stand against you. And then, getting ready to throw his shield, he said, if that's your karma, open up. Eight of repulsion, awaken, soul of Wu roar, sword of Wu Wei, open your eyes, power of the heart demon. I will show you the only one in this world who can withstand your karma, the soul Gale. Ken threw the shield with all his might, a deathly smile on his face. Arise, Gale's sword. The shield flew in a beautiful arc towards the minion behind him. That minion tried to block it with his sword, but the Crimson Moon Knight shouted loudly, stopping him. Get out of the way, don't block it. He dodged, but it was too late. That minion blocked the shield with his sword, but the shield ricocheted towards another minion holding a shield, and then flew at terrifying speed towards a third minion. The shield struck the third minion's stomach, making him cough up blood in pain, and bounced off again. The third minion fell backward. The shield returned to Ken's hand. He laughed wickedly like a villain and threw the two shields again, confusing them. The two shields collided fiercely, creating sparks. The activation rapidly transformed the shields into multiple clones that flew towards them. Blood flowed wherever the shields flew, and the shields struck their bodies and bounced off. He dodged frantically because of the shields, and Ken scoffed, it'll be no use no matter how hard you try. Unlike the metal fragments the Swordsman of Light used, these two shields are peerless weapons forged from the 7 secrets of Black Galaxy and tempered by the old Sword Saint. The Crimson Moon Knight quickly gave an attack order. Half of you defend with shields, the other half shoot arrows, quickly. Numerous arrows flew towards Ken. At this moment he drew 2 swords from his back. Wielding the blue and red swords, he chanted a spell, Invincible Cavion. That phrase was engraved on the blue sword. Ken gripped the swords in both hands, deflecting the incoming arrows, and chanted another spell. This time the red sword flashed. Victorious Rubinok. The spot where he stood was already deeply indented, and he rapidly pierced through their formation. They were killed before they could even react, and he shouted in anger and hatred. Damn it, Ken explained inwardly. This pair of swords created the Twin Swordsman's legendary winning streak, invincibility and victory. Using this pair of swords, one can use Gale's swordplay even without infinite stamina or peerless sword skills. The beginning of Gale's swordplay is Flame Swordplay. Flame Swordplay can amplify the impact force accumulated in the body. Of course, there's a limit to the amount of power that can be accumulated in a human body. So what if power can be accumulated in tools instead of the body? Betrayal Swordplay can accumulate and unleash power in weapons, and due to the power amplification ability of Flame Swordplay, the weapons will become increasingly difficult to control. Iron Soul and the Man of Truth can solve that problem. When one enters the state of Wu Wei, the Man of Truth is not confined by limits, based on perfect prediction, adding the movements of Knight's Blessing to continuously add power to the two shields, controlling heart rate with the Throne of Consent to maintain composure and control weapons, and using the Demon Golden Rule and the Key to the World to perfectly read everything from the opponent's movements to all 5 senses, using the Sword Song to handle multiple weapons simultaneously, and adding Shadow Slash to increase the speed of the weapons. The result is a deadly strike. This is what the Swordsman of Light used. The most powerful and evil sword technique since the mythical age, Gale Swordplay, and this is the pathetic process of death that the arrogant Crimson Moon swordsman must endure. He realized he couldn't possibly fight the person in front of him and laid down his sword. Ken looked at him with contempt. Still alive as expected of a first-rate swordsman, Ken thought that Gale's swordplay does not use the wielder's power but amplifies the opponent's power to defeat them. I merely amplified this guy and the mercenaries' power and returned it to them. Crimson Moon asked out of curiosity, I heard that the Swordsman of Light's secret technique cannot be passed down. How can you use that secret technique, Gale's swordplay? Ken explained, Gale's swordplay is not a secret technique but a sword technique. At that he asked incomprehensibly, What do you mean? Ken continued unperturbed. And the Swordsman of Light was a heart demon swordsman. Ken posed an open question to him. Then where did the Swordsman of Light learn Gale's swordplay? Upon hearing those words, Crimson Moon's heart was greatly shaken. He thought inwardly, a swordsman who doesn't understand the essence of Wu Wei cannot create sword techniques. So did someone create Gale's swordplay and pass it on to the Swordsman of Light? To maintain the tradition of a soul successor, the master tried to kill the disciple, and to survive the disciple made the master fall into a heart demon. Ken chuckled casually and continued, A Wu Wei realm swordsman created this mad sword technique. Who do you think it was? And then he glared at him. Crimson Moon stood up terrified and doubt arose in his mind. Who on earth are you? But Ken did not want to reveal his identity. I thought you already knew, however. Crimson Moon still did not know, and his eyes widened, waiting for the truth about the person in front of him. Ken averted his gaze and said, I'm just a third-rate villain. Crimson Moon couldn't help but laugh at this absurd answer. He laughed hysterically, then drew the sword remaining at his waist. Good, congratulations, Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress. I admit I underestimated you, but remember I am only a 5th-grade apostle. Even if you are the Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress, you won't be able to defeat the one who possesses the Book of Evil, he continued to grumble. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to bear my karma. I'll wait for you in hell, Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress. Kier saw. Having finished speaking, he plunged the sword into his own heart. Blood gushed out, and he collapsed, taking his last breath. Serena and Ken couldn't help but be surprised by his self-destructive act. As Crimson Moon mentioned Kier saw, she became curious. Is the Crimson Swordsman a member of the organization that possesses the Book of Evil? Importantly, Serena looked up at Ken. Why is the name Kier saw mentioned here? She recalled the spider demon whom Ken had personally deprived of the right to live. At this moment Ken looked at the corpse in front of him and then up at the sky. Kier saw. He chuckled casually. Yes, how would you guys know? That's a secret known only to 2 of the 13 apostles of the Dark Fortress. Who would have guessed that the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress, the leader of the 13 apostles, the one who once ruled the world, was merely an apostle of darkness? And in fact, the master of the 13 apostles was hidden behind the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress. And when the Dark Fortress collapsed, the master of the 13 apostles used his first great apostle as bait and was the only one to survive. Kier saw, the lord of the Dark Mountain Range, the one who faced ruin for trusting humans. Ken felt no pity for her death. But Kier saw, I will not give you any sadness or regret. I am one who pursues evil for my own purpose. I will even use demons and even my master. I will betray. No matter how despicable and cowardly I may be, I will continue to live as a third-rate villain. Just as he was immersed in negative thoughts, a loud explosion suddenly erupted behind them. Ken instinctively turned around. Are they trying to burn down the entire harbor to avoid being tracked? At this moment, Ken laughed with delight. As expected, he handled it well. He will never be an ordinary enemy. Just by possessing the Book of Evil, he is more dangerous than anyone. He walked towards Crimson Moon's corpse, thinking, and then picked up his sword. Ken thought that the reason he created the Book of Evil was not for immortality or magic. Within it lay the wish he had pursued his entire life. The thing that made the last dragon disappear 1,000 years ago, that made demons seal themselves and even made gods flee this planet. It was an absolute power that could determine the fate of this world. However, even after gathering all sorcery, the Book of Evil could not be completed, and after that Ken was betrayed and wandered the world. He turned and handed Serena a sword, saying, "Take this." Ken was still reeling from the jumble of confusing thoughts at the time, but that didn't mean there was no way to complete it now. Perhaps the one who possessed the Book of Evil knew. The last key to completing the Book of Evil was the demon race. At the same time, Grenia stood above, observing everything. She gazed at Ken with covetous eyes. "My beloved master, how can you be so adorable that I want to kill you?" Speaking of this sick woman in the past, a monstrous woman with a human body was born somewhere. Nothing in the world brought her happiness, and she could only find pleasure when she killed or destroyed something. Her parents, fearing her, sold her into slavery. And so, as an experimental subject, she stepped into the Ghost Organization. One day, while she was undergoing all sorts of biological experiments in the Ghost Organization, internal conflict erupted. She was destined to die in that conflict, but a man saved her and took her to an orphanage. At that time, the Dark Church, to expand its influence, accepted many orphans, and she was among them. However, even after becoming a paladin, she lived a boring life with nothing but killing and destruction. That is, until she met the man who saved her again. Everything from his name to his scent had changed, but she recognized him at first sight. She loved him so much she wanted to kill him, and she regarded him as a respected master. At this moment, Len, completely drenched in water, suddenly approached and shouted, "Lady, you're looking at my brother with those eyes again." Grenia politely bowed her head. "You've arrived," she reminded her, displeased. "As I always say, I will not tolerate anyone killing my brother." Grenia replied courteously, "How could this humble maiden go against your wishes?" After that, she began to ask for something again. "May I ask one favor?" "Speak," Len said. "I know your wicked intentions well, so I won't ask you to abandon them. Instead, please disregard those wicked intentions for a moment, just this once and with your strength. Please help my brother." Upon hearing this request, she felt a little sad inwardly. But Grenia eventually agreed. "If that is your will, this humble maiden will gladly obey, our goddess." Speaking of Len's identity, ordinarily, the 3 archpriests could not command each other. Their positions were equal. However, the pontiff was not merely an archpriest but one who held the will of darkness, in this world abandoned by the gods except for one who intentionally did not leave, the goddess of night. Len was the only god who blessed evil. Len smiled without a word and looked at Ken. "This is the last thing I can do for brother." The reason she asked her subordinate was that, having lost most of her power due to the sealing 1,000 years ago, there was little else she could do to help now. "I am sorry I cannot help brother. I am sorry that even though I am an apostle of sin, I cannot help brother. I am sorry that even though I am a wicked god, I cannot bless brother. Even though I am the goddess of night, a villain, I curse brother. I, his human sworn sister, love brother more than anyone." One had to admit that this young woman was truly in love. Don't you agree? At the same time, elsewhere, the sound of a ship cutting through water could be heard. A massive ship left the burning castle. A stranger on the ship was lost in thought. "This is truly strange." Then he asked the person behind him, "What do you think? But it doesn't matter much now." He stood up, drank the wine cup in his hand and muttered to himself, "The one who defeated the Apostle of War was a third-rate villain, but whatever his identity, if I give up here," he glanced at Alice, who was imprisoned. "Searching for the key amidst the ruins of the Rose Kingdom and defying the pursuit of the temple would be meaningless. Our duel will begin again after all." The man placed his wine cup on the table at the place where everything began. His face was filled with delight, and he picked up his sword. "I am a second-rate villain, you are a third-rate villain. Which of us will complete the final chapter?" His face was reflected in the blade of the sword, his eyes filled with ambiguity. The man looked at the castle and said, "Now let the festival begin. The festival that will decide the fate of the world. A festival just for us villains. Let's return to the old days." I shook the skull in my hand and complained, I'm bored, sick of human flesh. Her face was very weary from the continuous killing. At this moment a small hand crawled out of the ruins. She saw him but did not move. The boy, dressed in rags and walking unsteadily, showed no fear when he saw her. She asked, uncomprehending, "Are you human? A human who doesn't value his own life?" The boy crouched painfully and kept coughing. "Why did you come here?" As his body gradually recovered, the boy wiped the corner of his mouth and replied, "To meet you." She felt a little curious about this boy. "What do you want from me?" she thought inwardly. "This guy doesn't have much time left, so all he wants is life. I want you." This statement from the boy made her feel slightly strange. "Ah," the boy Lucio stood up and declared, "yes, the last great demon of the world, in a place where demons have disappeared. I want the power you've accumulated for over 1,000 years. Your immense stamina, fear, wisdom, and authority, everything surprised her. You want me, not just my power, but myself?" Even the humans who guarded the Master's seal never dared to try such a thing. Faced with this strange human, she had no idea what this human was. Curiosity stirred in her heart, and she asked, "Interesting, what do you plan to do with me?" The boy smiled slyly, unlike the innocent hearts of other children his age. "First, how about we conquer the world?" She clicked her tongue and said, disappointed, "In the end, you're no different from the others." Then she shouted, "Foolish human, are you giving up your life for such an illusion?" The boy replied, unable to hide his smile, "If I couldn't do that, I wouldn't have come to you in the first place." As the boy spoke, she quickly cast a spell on him but didn't realize he wasn't lying. "Interesting. What makes you different from the others?" She gleefully encouraged the boy to demand a suitable price from her. "If I help you, what will you give me?" The boy replied coldly, "What you've been searching for 1,000 years." "What?" She was surprised by the boy's answer. "Do you know what you're saying?" The boy laughed loudly. "Of course, I am the one who will gather the 108 secrets you tried so hard to obtain, and I will give them to you. How about it? What will you do next?" The Lord of the Dark Mountain Range. The boy slowly approached and proposed to him, "And for the next few hundred years, gather the 108 secrets. Or help me." The boy extended his hand, suggesting cooperation, and said, "And together, let's bear all the evil in the world." There was truly such a strange child in the world. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She held her stomach and laughed joyfully, burning excitement and intense pleasure, emotions she had never felt before. "To dare tempt me, a demon, with evil and try to corrupt me, truly villainous." She sprang up from the pile of corpses and accepted the boy's proposal. "Sleep well, human. If you give me all the evil in the world, I will gladly become your minion and conquer the world with you." And so she broke 1,000 years of silence and joined hands with a villain. This was the birth of the evil organization that pursued all evil in the world, the Dark Fortress. After that, time passed, and she sat arrogantly on a throne holding a mysterious artifact in her hand. "Is this how everything ends, human? How can you take responsibility for this failure?" Having spoken, she threw the artifact to the boy. "It's proof of our failure." She scoffed at the boy's efforts. "Don't make excuses about the god's curse or stealing spells while we were collecting. Spells should be used as a means to an end, so I've already collected enough, even more than enough, and my power is not so weak as to be suppressed by the gods who fled the earth. But there's only one reason why the Book of Evil couldn't be completed." She grimaced in contempt. "It was our evil, because in the end we didn't obtain all the evil in the world." The boy covered his face in frustration and couldn't refute anything. He showed lifeless eyes, as if he had lived hundreds of times in this world. "Lord Demon," he spoke calmly at this time, pleading with her, "could you give me one more chance?" Upon hearing this, her mood became even more enraged, as if she would kill the boy at any moment. "A chance? After this devastating failure, you're asking for another chance?" "Yes." The boy showed no fear at all but rather boldly declared to her, "Because I failed, I ask for another chance. If you want compensation for failure, I will gladly give up my soul, but will that alone satisfy you? Truly, my Len cannot joke." She thought the boy wouldn't be able to do anything, but she still held a small hope. "You are truly a cunning and wicked human. Knowing that the only outcome is failure and destruction, you foolish and weak human, you willingly throw yourself into it. Sleep well, go gather deeper evil. I will give you one more chance so you can obtain all the evil in the world. Until you complete the Book of Evil, I will wait for you to find me." Having spoken, she instantly crumbled the palace. The boy quickly ducked down and picked up the artifact. He thought he knew well the dangers and sacrifices the demon lord would face to give him another chance in this situation where he had been betrayed by the apostles. After that, he turned and left. But just before opening the door, he didn't realize that the demon lord was waiting, hoping he would return. "Can you promise you will come back to me?" The boy, thinking he knew the demon lord's nature well, said in a voice full of pity. "What good is a villain's promise?" The demon lord closed her eyes, wanting to crawl into a hole. "All right, that was a foolish question, but if you wish," the boy said without looking back. "I promise on my soul," and then he opened the door and left. Inside, it crumbled faster and faster. The demon lord looked at the closing door and laughed coldly. "You are truly a liar." In the end, the palace was quickly destroyed by the demon lord's power. The boy fled the entire time, he thought as he escaped. The demon lord was weakened by the god's curse and also had to fight the betraying apostles. That was nothing short of suicide. Even if she was lucky enough to survive, it would take a long time to heal her wounds. However, the demon lord chose to stay. "No, I forced her. If I were to get another chance to continue gathering evil, the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress had to die here. But that alone wasn't enough." The boy went into a room. Since they will continue to track this item, the only way for me to survive here and retrieve the Book of Evil is this." After that, he used a dagger to tear the artifact into pieces. This would prevent them from tracking him. They would surely covet the fragments of the Book of Evil from each other. That's how he escaped and survived, leaving the crumbling dark fortress behind, abandoning the first apostle and betraying his promise to her. "By now you must already know who this boy is, don't you?" When Ken woke from his dream, he clutched his chest in pain. He felt a little uneasy inwardly. Another dream. Even after 5 years, the feeling was still vivid. Ken got out of bed, hearing a knock on the door. He allowed them to enter. The door slowly opened and an old man with a cane entered. The cane had a meticulously carved snake shape. The old man asked Ken, "Are you all right now?" Ken adjusted his collar and asked gently, "Did you have a good trip?" Morena laughed. "A trip? I don't know if you can call it a trip, but thanks to you I had a good time anyway," he added jokingly, giving Ken a creepy feeling. "A threat to my life was a good experience too." Ken's expression clearly became uncomfortable. He stared at him. He looks exhausted. He was the master of the 16 treasures, Morena, and the only mage who possessed the most magic and could use spatial displacement magic. Morena turned around. "Anyway, the young mistress is looking for you, so hurry up." Ken also got out of bed and replied, "Yes." After that, he trudged along behind. Ken followed him from behind, constantly looking around at the scenery. He always remained vigilant. "This house is really big." Soon, Morena led him to a place. He stopped and instructed Ken to proceed directly. He went up a few steps to get a better look at the person sitting. He didn't forget to greet her. "Did you have a good dream, young mistress?" But Cassandra replied coldly, "I don't dream." Ken heard this and became annoyed. "Damn it, that brat hasn't changed at all in 20 years. Outwardly, he smiled gently and rescued himself. It was just a greeting. Ken approached Cassandra and Cassandra immediately asked, "Then is the second request finished now?" He sat in the chair opposite her and replied concisely, "Yes." As if seeing something in him, her glasses naturally glinted and she asked, disappointed, "Then only the last request remains." Ken was annoyed by her attitude and complained inwardly, "What's with that expression? Anyway, I'm your benefactor." Ken quietly recalled the story that the Cassandra family, the wealthiest family on the continent, was granted the right to make 3 requests. It was 20 years ago. The Empire tried to conquer the continent through wealth and planned to kidnap this wealthy young girl. At that time, he had infiltrated the Cassandra family as a coachman, as part of an organization tasked with kidnapping her. At that time, he learned that he would be eliminated once the mission was completed. As soon as he learned the truth, he fled with the girl. And this was the reward the young head of the family gave him in return for saving her. He thought he had decided how to use the last request. Ken looked directly at her and said in a firm, unwavering voice, "My last request is for Morena to take me to a certain place." Morena was slightly flustered and said, Where are you going this time? Are you going to ask me to take you to Draconia?" Ken said with a confident voice. "Don't worry, it won't be that dangerous this time." However, a woman's voice immediately rang out. "No." Ken was startled once again and thought inwardly, "This kid didn't say anything when my first request was to fund the demon's soul, did she?" He was extremely frustrated. Besides, that request wasn't that difficult for this old man. Morena wiped away tears of emotion with a handkerchief. "Young mistress, are you worried about this old man?" Cassandra asked him again. "Is this also a request related to the dark force?" She said it was an extension of the second request. Ken quickly said, "This is a favor that will not benefit the family head." Cassandra immediately retorted, "This is not a favor but a transaction based on my honor, so you just need to accept it quietly." He sighed deeply inwardly. This kid is still as annoying as ever, and reluctantly agreed. "All right, as you wish." She then asked, "When will you leave?" He glanced back. "I'd like to go immediately if possible, but Morena seems tired, so I'll postpone it until tomorrow." Morena was frustrated inwardly but couldn't do anything. "Oh, your consideration brings tears to my eyes." Under the twilight of the crimson sky, Ken was fully armed. He had 2 swords at his waist, a shield on his back and black gloves. He respectfully greeted Cassandra. "Thank you for helping me this much." But she, as always, said indifferently, "Isn't this just a transaction?" Ken was extremely angry at this kid inwardly. Morena laughed. "Now I'll start, so be ready." He quickly extended his hand and began to chant a spell. "Hear me, Abina, ruler of blue hearts and treasures. What I desire is a golden wing carved from a dragon's wing, that I may traverse time in 1,000 miles in an instant." A black hole-like shadow of the universe immediately wrapped around his feet. A bright light quickly rose. Cassandra and Morena watched carefully. Many lights surrounded him, and Ken tightly closed his eyes. The scene changed and flames erupted. Serena was running towards Alice, calling her name loudly amidst the flames. Alice slowly turned her head and Serena almost caught her. She smiled brightly at Serena's efforts but then disappeared. Serena's hand grasped at empty air, and she sadly looked at the fading flames. The flames only left behind fragments of her white dress. At this moment Ken's voice was heard. "Do you want to save Alice?" He stood right in front of Serena, his back to her, but she just pressed her lips together. "I can't even determine who you are." She thought about all the past events related to this man once again. "Are you Jaeyoung's master?" "My master, a descendant of a gladiator, the one who defeated the swordsman of light, the head priest of the Dark Church, the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress, or the one who poisoned my grandfather." But now, saving Alice was the top priority. She decided to give up everything and said firmly, "I want to save her." Ken turned his head halfway and said, "Then there's one thing you need to do." Serena's eyes widened and she stood up. She tightly gripped the sword in her hand. She swung her sword with all her might, and a rabbit that was foraging nearby was startled and ran away. Serena sheathed her sword and took a deep breath. I didn't detect anything around me even while sleeping. Was it because of that dream? She rummaged through her bag. It's already been 3 weeks since Alice was kidnapped. He told me to borrow the autumn map from Her Majesty the Queen to find the location of the Dark Force. She held the map she had just taken out in her hand and chanted a spell. Vito, show me the location of the one I'm looking for. An arrow immediately appeared on the map. She believed she would find them soon. Suddenly a sound startled Serena. She gripped her sword warily and quickly parried the rapidly flying ice shards. She felt that this magic was somehow familiar. Serena found it difficult to understand the motive of the one who had just used magic. As that person approached her, she asked, "Why are you here?" Sebin appeared in front of Serena and said, "It's regrettable to meet like this." Sebin, the swordmaster, is one of only 9 mages on the continent, and a former hero who, weary of the world, hid herself in the ice valley. Serena looked at her with great wariness. "I've fought Sebin before. I don't think she's attacking me now because of that." Serena was startled as she thought, "Wait." Sebin suddenly appeared here, near the location of the Dark Force. Could it be, she decided to ask, if she was helping the Dark Force? How could someone who was a hero do that? Sebin merely sneered. "A hero, you say? How foolish you are," still not understanding. Magic continued to accumulate in her hand, and she chanted a spell, firing ice shards just like before. Avelio, avatar of endless snow and ice prison. Countless ice shards flew at Serena like a swarm of bees, forcing her to keep dodging. Sebin raised her hand again and manipulated magic to fly towards where Serena was holding the autumn map. Immediately, ice sprouts rose up to form a wall, piercing Serena and blocking her steps, throwing her far away. The map did not fall from her hand. Serena barely managed to stop in pain and glared at her, who continued to use magic with no sign of stopping. Avelio blizzard. As soon as Serena stood up, the wind and snowflakes conjured by Sebin swirled everywhere. Due to the dust and cold, Serena instinctively covered her eyes and struggled to hold on. Why is she doing this? She wasn't this strong before. Has she become stronger? This time Serena took a stance and tightly gripped her sword. She decided to confront this artificial blizzard, but she couldn't keep taking hits. She immediately ran in front of Sebin. As she swung her sword to strike, Sebin immediately disappeared. Sebin had already teleported behind her and summoned another technique. Avelio blizzard strike. Serena's body shot up in the direction Sebin's hand pointed, hit a nearby tree and slid down in a daze. However, Sebin continued to ask her, "You just asked why I'm helping the Dark Force, didn't you?" Before she could recover, Sebin made countless sharp ice shards sprout around her like a mousetrap, pinning her down. Sebin replied simply, "The reason is very simple. I hate humanity." Serena, thinking she had misheard, said, "What?" At this, a shadow of sadness crossed Sebin's face. She said, "Like you, I was once a hero, and I had companions too." She tried to force a smile as she mentioned them. A swordsman, a mercenary, a mage, a rogue, a priest. Truly a strange combination, wasn't it? But when I fought the Black Storm with those companions, I lost everything. But as a hero, she believed that she and her companions had made the right choice. Serena couldn't understand. Then why? She continued. As time passed, that belief gradually disappeared and frustration filled me. If I helped them once, they wanted twice. And if I helped twice, they wanted 3 times. In the end, all that was left was honor and the title of hero. There was nothing, Sebin asked her painfully. "Swordmaster, why should we help them?" Serena quickly replied. "Because it's the responsibility of those who have power, like us," she sneered again. "Responsibility, you say? Because of that responsibility, the moving fortress lost his child, and I lost my companions and friends. What more do we have to sacrifice?" This time, Serena just listened quietly as she continued to complain. "If it were the old me, I would have kept enduring. If I hadn't known the truth, I would have lived my whole life scoffing at the world." Serena felt a chilling sensation. She wanted to know what truth she was talking about. Sebin said things that were somehow unrelated. "You won for 10 years without a single loss, didn't you? But that record was broken once by Evaner Cheber and then again by number 23, wasn't it? Have you ever thought something was strange? You've won against countless strong enemies, but at certain moments you suffered crushing defeats." Serena lowered her eyes and thought, "That's right, not only Evan and number 23. There was also Len of the ice and snow territory. She even faced a life-threatening situation from a demon she accidentally met in the mountains. But did all these incidents mean they were interconnected?" She unconsciously covered her face with her hand. "The enemies I defeated before were never weak. Even the excuse of my skills being rusty after putting down my sword cannot explain all these incidents, because I only truly understood swordsmanship after meeting him." "Then what is it because of?" Sebin added. "When you realize the cause, you will understand me." She used her technique again. "I had to act in a play in the palm of the gods. While playing the role of a hero, she created ice arrows. As they flew towards Serena, she struggled to break the ice, trapping her with her sword. And now I'm tired." Sebin waved her hand and the ice arrows flew, but she was still slowly breaking the ice, and eventually she had to close her eyes and wait for death. No, at a very opportune moment, someone ran in front of Serena and shattered Sebin's ice arrows. Serena looked up in a daze to see Grenia, who had a lithe body. Serena immediately said, "Night Moon territory." Sebin clicked her tongue in irritation. "Night Moon territory, you say? Paladins are the natural enemy of mages, and it's too disadvantageous for me. It's truly regrettable, but I'll have to aim for the next opportunity." She retreated, but only greeted Serena. Swordmaster, I'm leaving, but we'll meet again soon. I hope you'll understand it by then. Seben disappeared into the snowflakes, and soon after, Grania approached her and said that the protection of the night would soothe all pain. Are you all right? Serena quickly placed her left hand on her chest and bowed her head to her, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the peace the night brings. Thank you for your help. Grania broke the thick ice that was binding Serena with her bare hands. She was slightly dazed, thinking about the cause of her failures that Seben had mentioned. Moreover, what did acting in a play in the palm of the gods mean? Grania saw her expression and immediately sighed in irritation. It's already been a month since the two of you last conversed, and the young lady is so lost in thought that she has forgotten this humble girl. Even after this humble girl's efforts to break the ice, Serena quickly apologized in surprise. She finally managed to stand up and asked Grania, "But how did you get here?" Grania said very calmly. "We came together from the beginning." Serena stood dazed. "You've been following me since Choronello." Grania had no intention of hiding it. You could say that. She couldn't understand at all. Why? Grania said frankly. This humble girl was tasked with recording the Swordmaster's actions and delivering them to the religious order. Serena simply sighed and accepted it. All right, the reason they didn't tell me was to let me focus on chasing them, and at the same time to help me when I'm in danger and correct my mistakes. Serena picked up the autumn map and asked her, "Then do you know where the head priest is?" Grania bowed her head. "I'm truly sorry, but this humble girl does not know either." Serena reluctantly suggested. "Then how about we search for the Dark Force's base together?" She agreed. "Let's do that." White snow fell, but in the evening it took on an orange hue in contrast, and Serena and Grania searched the long road. Serena, walking ahead, suddenly widened her eyes as if she had found something. It was the Dark Fortress, Blue Pond, which had disappeared when the evil organization Dark Fortress collapsed. Serena couldn't help but be flustered. "I never imagined this Dark Force would use this place. Is Alice inside?" Her fingers unconsciously scratched the tree trunk. "I want to attack right now, but I have to wait until he comes," she promised. "Just wait a little longer, Alice. I will definitely save you." Alice was lying in a dark room. She slowly opened her eyes at this time. Alice sat up and looked around. "This place is..." She saw her wrist bound by iron chains. Everything was dark, but moonlight poured in from a large window, and she thought, "Is it a prison?" Alice clutched her head in pain. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. Suddenly the sound of chains clanking came from under her wrists, and she looked down to see black smoke coiling around the chains. Alice remembered that this was the power of chain wind magic. "Who on earth are those guys?" The man sneered, baring his teeth, and asked and answered himself. "Then why did I tell her that story?" "That's right, because it was necessary." She flinched suddenly. "Did that man kidnap me because he needs me? Do they need my magic?" The iron door suddenly opened and someone entered. Seeing this person, Alice immediately became wary and frowned. It was number 23. She was carrying a large bunch of keys. Alice, seeing her just walk past her, asked angrily, "What are you doing here?" Number 23, without a word, unlocked Alice's handcuffs. She stood holding the chains that had just been released. Alice got up, understanding nothing, and asked her no more questions. "You mean you're not going to tell me?" Footsteps echoed. In the hallway, number 23 led Alice to a place and opened a door. Alice paused, seeing what was inside. It was a bathroom. Number 23 led her in, then left and closed the door. Alice, left alone, didn't understand and shouted, "What is this?" She looked around and speculated to herself. "There are even clothes to change into. Is she telling me to wash?" Number 23 waited outside. Alice finally finished bathing and came out wearing the black dress she had prepared. As she came out, number 23 turned her back and walked away. Alice understood the meaning and followed. She looked around and muttered to herself, "Is this a castle or a fortress?" Alice looked up at the next place she was led. A very large door opened and number 23 guided her inside. Many plates of food were laid out on a long table and someone was already seated and spoke upon seeing Alice enter. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Demon King. Alice unconsciously swallowed at the sight of this person, but still challenged him. "Do you meet people you want to meet by kidnapping them?" he said politely. "I apologize for being rude." Alice directly pulled a chair and sat down. He smiled with one corner of his mouth and said, "I apologize for introducing myself as Kevin Cadet. Perhaps the title Black Demon Beastmaster would be easier for you to understand." The chains that bound her hands glowed purple again. Alice stared at him and thought, "The Black grants unparalleled power, but in return the master faces ruin." Black Demon Beast. If he is the master of that sword, then he is the most ambiguous existence among current swordsmen. What swordsmanship does he use? What is his appearance? Not even his name is known. As if he only exists in stories, especially as the only swordsman who used that sword and did not face ruin. Demon Swordsman. After confirming the other party's identity, she opened her mouth. "Demon Swordsman, what do you want from me?" He immediately said, "I have a proposal." Alice was curious. "What kind of proposal?" Kevin immediately said, "I will give you the position of the first apostle among the 13 apostles, the apostle of darkness. In return, you must cooperate with us." "How about it?" he continued. "If you accept it, you will enjoy power." Alice gave a cold laugh. "Do you think you can tempt me with just that?" But Kevin was already prepared and uttered words that would freeze her. "Then what if I tell you that you can rebuild the Rose Kingdom and resurrect the fallen demon race? If it's you who chose to defy the world for the demon race, there would be no reason to refuse this proposal." Alice bowed her head, trying to maintain her composure. "Do you think I'd believe such nonsense?" Kevin said confidently. "No, this is by no means nonsense." He smiled and placed an item on the table as proof. Because I have this book. Alice was truly surprised. The Book of Evil. He praised it without reservation. The Book of Evil was created by the Dark Fortress, collecting all sorcery, and truly possesses unparalleled power. Other treasures are mere toys compared to this, he said regretfully. But the Dark Fortress could not complete the Book of Evil. That's why it collapsed due to the betrayal of the 13 apostles. At that time, the Book of Evil was torn into several pieces and fell into the hands of the apostles. Kevin recalled 47 years ago and said, I accidentally obtained a fragment of the Book of Evil. I have been collecting fragments of the Book of Evil for decades. But even if successfully restored, it could not be completed. Alice wondered. Why? He answered metaphorically. Because the most important key to completing the Book of Evil could not be obtained. Alice muttered anxiously to herself. The key is, Kevin continued, the Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress tried to complete the Book of Evil with sorcery containing dragon's power, but that alone was not enough to complete the Book of Evil. Magic power surpassing divine authority was needed. That would be an immense amount of magic power, comparable to sealed demons. Alice was very surprised. By this point she could deduce it herself. The only beings with such abundant magic power were demons and demonkin like herself, and currently they could not find the demon's abode. So she was the only suitable key. She remembered what His Majesty the Emperor had told her. I told you that story to warn you. The Book of Evil is not a simple book. It is an evil entity that can lead the world to destruction. It is forbidden, and you should never covet or be interested in it. Alice fell into deep thought. Is this what His Majesty the Emperor meant? Should I prevent the Book of Evil from being completed? She blurted out, reconfirming with him. Then what is needed to complete the Book of Evil is the demon race, Kevin again said elaborately. That's right, that's why the gods made prophecies about destruction. The gods do not want a power that breaks the laws of the world to be born. That's why they cursed the Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress, destroyed the magical creatures that could be the key, and why the Lord of the Dark Mountain Range was eliminated and the demon race exterminated. Alice was convinced in her heart. Yes, it would be the right thing to eliminate the risk of the world's destruction. Alice gritted her teeth. But they are my kin, my brothers and sisters. Even if they were discriminated against, they had lives. They could laugh, cry, and despair, she thought in anger. But just because of that, our demon race, Kevin again interrupted her deep train of thought. Don't you want revenge? Alice asked blankly. Revenge, Kevin immediately manipulated. If you cooperate with me, you can not only get revenge, but as the first apostle, you can rule the world with your demon kin. Now that I think your mind has changed, I will propose again. What do you think about cooperating with us? Alice's heart pounded. She thought, if I can really resurrect my kin, what would rebuilding the Rose Kingdom be for? She remembered what Ken had said. You cannot bring the dead back to life, nor can you turn back time. Living in the past is a waste of time, and nothing is more meaningless than greed. Ko also said greed is meaningless. Living in the past is a waste of time, and regrets should be buried in the past to move forward. At that time I chose to accept the failure of the Rose Kingdom and live with memories instead of regrets. So there is only one answer for me. Alice firmly spoke one word. I refuse. Kevin was silent for a moment and asked disappointedly. Then what is the reason? Alice immediately explained. Although we lost, we fought our best until the end. For my kin, for those who worked hard for my ambition. I refuse for them to be insulted and used as tools by you. Kevin had not given up yet and in a low voice offered another logic. Is that so? Did he tell you that? Haven't you ever thought something was strange? How could the demon's soul obtain the data of the Black Storm which disappeared a long time ago? And how could they get so much money as soon as the Empire collapsed? Alice didn't understand the meaning. What do you mean? Kevin had prepared this story in advance to persuade her. In the past, when the Dark Fortress collapsed, its Supreme Commander was not yet dead. Due to the God's curse and the betrayal of the 13 Apostles, the Book of Evil was stolen, and most of his power was lost. He luckily survived and wandered the world. Alice suddenly thought in her heart. The Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress is still alive? Kevin continued the story. The Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress was originally close to the 13 Apostles. To restore the Book of Evil, he sought ways to take revenge on their organizations. But restoring the Book of Evil alone was not enough. To complete the Book of Evil, an immense amount of magic power was needed. All the magic-rich demons were sealed, and the yokai, those born as demons' servants, were not enough to complete the Book of Evil. So he sent the enormous sum of money obtained from the Empire's collapse through the Cassandra family to the demon soul, and also sent the research data stolen from the Black Storm in the past. Kester Selvin, the lowest-ranking demon, the incarnation of greed, was behind the plan to create the key for the Book of Evil. At this point, Alice muttered to herself, I know who it is. Kester S. Levin, Royce's loyal subordinate, the leader of the demon soul, the one who created our demon race. Kevin hadn't finished the story and added, That's right. The demon race was originally created to complete the Book of Evil. Alice was startled, trying to comprehend these words. Were we created as tools, not weapons? Kevin continued the story. After completing the key, he created internal conflict and used that opportunity to try to steal the demon race. But he could not obtain the demon race from Royce, who had never trusted him from the beginning. So he burned the research data on the demon race and fled with a few experimental subjects. In the end, he created the key, but could not obtain it. He set a new goal and began to wander, looking to restore the Book of Evil. Kevin held the book and said again, but he failed, because I had already restored the Book of Evil a few years ago. While playing the role of a hero, she created ice arrows. As they flew towards Serena, she struggled to break the ice, trapping her with her sword. And now I'm tired. Sebin waved her hand and the ice arrows flew, but she was still slowly breaking the ice, and eventually she had to close her eyes and wait for death. No, at a very opportune moment, someone ran in front of Serena and shattered Sebin's ice arrows. Serena looked up in a daze to see Grenia, who had a lithe body. Serena immediately said, "Night Moon territory." Sebin clicked her tongue in irritation. "Night Moon territory, you say? Paladins are the natural enemy of mages, and it's too disadvantageous for me. It's truly regrettable, but I'll have to aim for the next opportunity." She retreated, but only greeted Serena. "Swordmaster, I'm leaving, but we'll meet again soon. I hope you'll understand it by then." Sebin disappeared into the snowflakes, and soon after, Grenia approached her and said that the protection of the night would soothe all pain. "Are you all right?" Serena quickly placed her left hand on her chest and bowed her head to her, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the peace the night brings. Thank you for your help." Grenia broke the thick ice that was binding Serena with her bare hands. She was slightly dazed, thinking about the cause of her failures that Sebin had mentioned. Moreover, what did acting in a play in the palm of the gods mean? Grenia saw her expression and immediately sighed in irritation. "It's already been a month since the two of you last conversed, and the young lady is so lost in thought that she has forgotten this humble girl. Even after this humble girl's efforts to break the ice," Serena quickly apologized in surprise. She finally managed to stand up and asked Grenia, "But how did you get here?" Grenia said very calmly. "We came together from the beginning." Serena stood dazed. "You've been following me since Choronello." Grenia had no intention of hiding it. "You could say that." She couldn't understand at all. "Why?" Grenia said frankly. "This humble girl was tasked with recording the Swordmaster's actions and delivering them to the religious order." Serena simply sighed and accepted it. "All right, the reason they didn't tell me was to let me focus on chasing them, and at the same time to help me when I'm in danger and correct my mistakes." Serena picked up the autumn map and asked her, "Then do you know where the head priest is?" Grenia bowed her head. "I'm truly sorry, but this humble girl does not know either." Serena reluctantly suggested, "Then how about we search for the Dark Forces base together?" She agreed. "Let's do that." White snow fell, but in the evening it took on an orange hue in contrast, and Serena and Grenia searched the long road. Serena, walking ahead, suddenly widened her eyes as if she had found something. It was the Dark Fortress, Blue Pond, which had disappeared when the evil organization Dark Fortress collapsed. Serena couldn't help but be flustered. "I never imagined this dark force would use this place. Is Alice inside?" Her fingers unconsciously scratched the tree trunk. "I want to attack right now, but I have to wait until he comes," she promised. "Just wait a little longer, Alice. I will definitely save you." Alice was lying in a dark room. She slowly opened her eyes at this time. Alice sat up and looked around. "This place is..." She saw her wrist bound by iron chains. Everything was dark, but moonlight poured in from a large window, and she thought, "Is it a prison?" Alice clutched her head in pain. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. Suddenly the sound of chains clanking came from under her wrists, and she looked down to see black smoke coiling around the chains. Alice remembered that this was the power of chain wind magic. "Who on earth are those guys?" the man sneered, baring his teeth, and asked and answered himself. "Then why did I tell her that story?" "That's right, because it was necessary. Coming to save her," but she was firm in her belief. "Just you wait. Our family will definitely come." And they placed Alice in that coffin. Alice wanted to believe, and she did believe. "Can I believe you two will come to save me?" In one room a magic circle glowed with a mysterious purple light. In the center of the magic circle a person was fixed on a hexagonal plane. That person was none other than Alice. Iron chains like spider webs extending from all directions ensnared her like prey. Around the prey stood people clad in black from head to toe. One of the people there was number 23. Seeing the sight before her, number 23 clenched her hands tightly and began to worry. "Will they really come?" She pressed her lips together and stared at the scene. She compared inwardly. "The Order of Darkness is an organization as powerful as the Dark Fortress. I should know best that there's no way I can save the Demon King from here." Nevertheless, she couldn't stop those thoughts. "But why am I so worried?" She remembered Ken teaching Serena the most basic sword skills. The recollection was interrupted by an alarm ringing from somewhere. Number 23 was startled and turned around. The alarm, could it be that they hadn't hesitated for a moment? She rushed to the dining room. Inside, Kevin sat at the head of the long dining table. In his hand was a glass of red wine, swirling with every turn. Seeing her approach, Kevin took a sip from his wine glass, looked at her, and slowly asked, "The ritual preparations are all complete, I presume?" Amidst the deafening alarm, urging everyone to enter combat posture, his relaxed demeanor was now in stark contrast. Number 23 couldn't help but ask, "Enemies might have already infiltrated the castle. Can you really be so nonchalant?" No longer dwelling on the issue, she reassured herself. "No, I just need to follow the commander's orders." Outside, a group of people rushed in. Ion was at the forefront, looking urgent. Commander Kevin replied indifferently. "What is it?" Ion reported. "The Apostles of the Order of Darkness were originally 12, but the first position. The Apostle of Darkness is vacant." Number 23 proceeded to explain each person currently present. First was Ion, the Iron Apostle, inheritor of the Black Galaxy's secrets. Second was Cleus, the Apostle of Sin, who led fallen priests. Third was Seben, the Apostle of Magic, inheritor of the Black Panther's magic research. Fourth was Phospheria, the Apostle of Soul, inheritor of Demon Soul's human modification project. Fifth was Bai, the Apostle of Poisons, inheritor of Cursed Blood's medicinal techniques. Sixth was Demon, the Apostle of Hunt, inheritor of the Dragon Hunters Guild's trap techniques. And lastly, number 20, the Apostle of Death, inheritor of Shadow of Death's assassination techniques. She added, however, Everest Blue, the Apostle of Night, was killed while gathering information about the key. Another colleague, Evan Air Cheber, the Apostle of Sword, was killed in the Rang Duchy. Another colleague, Hong Jiamsa, the Apostle of War, was killed in Choronello. The Apostle of Domination and the Apostle of Gold, 2 apostles, are currently absent on other missions. The 7 people here are all the apostles we can mobilize. Kevin looked at Seben, the Apostle of Magic, who was closest to him. He asked, Seben, you were outside a while ago, weren't you? Before she could understand what was happening, he asked again, did you find out who the attackers are? This time, she responded immediately, though with a slight hesitation. The attackers are the Holy Knights from the 12 temples. From somewhere a huge rock fell to the ground. The masterminds behind all this were none other than the Holy Knights from the 12 temples. Each with different personalities, they had all gathered in one place with a common goal. Everyone murmured, looking very flustered and worried. What, weren't the 12 temples the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress? While everyone was panicking, Seben said, I have met 6 of the Holy Knights before. Bai asked Kevin for his opinion. Commander, what should we do now? Without waiting for the commander's order, Phospheria said, what do you mean what to do? We should go out and fight. He didn't forget to reconfirm with Kevin, isn't that right? Number 23 thought worriedly, how could the temples form an alliance and attack us? Then a speculation immediately popped into her mind. Could they be trying to infiltrate amidst the chaos? At this moment Kevin showed an unwavering composure as a commander. In his hand a wineglass red as blood still swirled. After taking a sip he commanded, all apostles except number 23 and Demon proceed to the battlefield. Kevin continued with a half smile, but I will not do as they wish. He instructed, Cleus and Ion will fight the Holy Knights. The rest of you guard the perimeter of the castle. Kevin emphasized that no intruder should be missed. Outside the situation was chaotic with everything in ruins. It was an all-out brawl. A woman with fire elemental powers was destroying everything with her fiery strength. The surrounding warriors paused in surprise at an unknown voice from somewhere. Hello, I can't believe so many of you could gather here. Kuhl stood with one leg on a rock, scythe resting on the ground, and said with a pleased expression, my eyes are truly blessed today. Ion stood on the ground gripping his sword tightly in a stance ready to enter battle immediately. He uttered no useless words at this moment. The two wasted no time. As if by agreement both charged forward simultaneously. One flew into the air, the other galloped like a horse. This sight somewhat startled Len, who hadn't yet grasped everything. Ion, gripping his sword with both hands, leaped to attack Len, but Len swiftly evaded the assault. Len chanted a spell. The tranquility of winter is a blessing from the gods. Ion's eyes were slightly surprised, and he paused at Len's words. The bright orange sky suddenly darkened, and countless snowflakes began to fall. Winter appeared in the blink of an eye. In the very next moment, the ground began to freeze. Ice and snow appeared, giving people no time to adapt to the cold. Inside, the rest of the people all hurried to defend the castle. Number 23 and Demon looked at Kevin and couldn't help but ask, then why do we have to stay behind? Kevin looked at them without a word. His calm demeanor made people impatient. In a space so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping would be startling, a strange sound suddenly came from underground. In this space the sound was amplified more than ever. Number 23 and Demon were both surprised. Number 23 speculated, it's a sound from below. Could it be a tunnel? At this, Kevin finally placed his wine glass on the table. His tone was as if he had predicted today's rain from yesterday's dark clouds. As expected, those cunning rogues are using the castle's secret passages. You two must stop those intruders by any means necessary. The two immediately took action as they ran. Demon said to number 23, they might know the castle's secret passages, but they won't know about the traps created by combining Black Galaxy and the Dragon Hunter Guild's techniques, so we need to find those traps and deal with them. Number 23 nodded silently, her expression showing understanding. Everyone ran quickly and stopped simultaneously at a door. Number 23 was truly shocked by the sight inside. Everyone, as if by agreement, had almost the same thought. What on earth is happening? Before them was a very deep and wide fissure. Everyone slowly backed away, but one young man carelessly fell into the fissure. He screamed in panic. After falling, the young man stood up. Seeing that the young man was still fine, someone from above asked, "Are you all right?" The young man replied, "I'm fine," but the very next moment the young man could no longer smile. Something hurled him into the air, and many people there were filled with surprise, confusion, and fear. The young man cried out desperately for help. No one could do anything but watch the young man get a complimentary disguised tour to the underworld by a black python. Of course, his body would not be intact if he entered it. Some of the young man's arms and legs spilled out from the black python's mouth. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone there was seized with extreme fear and looked up. At that moment, all action ceased. 1 second felt like a century. After dealing with the young man, the python emitted a cold-blooded reptilian sound. The sound wasn't as loud as any carnivore's, but it was enough for everyone there to hear it clearly. Demon, trembling all over, shouted, "Terror of Nameless Valley," he signaled everyone. "Run away quickly. We need to report this to the commander immediately. Everyone hastily left the place. No one looked back, or more precisely, no one had the courage to look at the python for another second. Another unfortunate person was sent to meet the king of hell by the python. A purple light flashed. The wanderer appeared. He chuckled wickedly and said, "There are truly many interesting spectacles here," Demon shouted in surprise. The Wanderer of Sky Island. The identities of the Wanderer of Sky Island and the Terror of Nameless Valley were revealed. Among the 99 Yoma of the mythical age, only 2 Yoma had survived to this day, the Wanderer of Sky Island and the Terror of Nameless Valley. The reason they hadn't been eliminated was that they had rarely appeared before humans until now. Demon asked the Wanderer of Sky Island, "You haven't left your territory for over 1,000 years, so why are you attacking us now?" The Wanderer of Sky Island asked back as if he had heard a joke. "Are you joking? Do you know what I'm asking?" he explained. "I just heard there was an interesting spectacle and came to see it." Demon gritted his teeth and said, "You came to see it?" The Wanderer of Sky Island replied nonchalantly, "Yep, I came to see it. I received an invitation from a certain villain, and just so everyone knows, I also taught a lesson to the old man who brought the invitation. His escaping skills were quite decent." Demon couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "What does that have to do with us? Why are you attacking this place?" He laughed heartily with pleasure. His voice carried an expression of course, as if the earth always revolves around the sun. Just like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, it's only natural to pay an entrance fee to see something, isn't it? The Terror of Nameless Valley finally spoke. "Stop your useless chatter." These words drew everyone's attention and made them turn around. He continued, "You just want to jump into an interesting playground and play, don't you?" The Wanderer of Sky Island laughed loudly and replied, "It is my job to wander the world and find interesting spectacles." He looked at the Terror of Nameless Valley and asked, unable to suppress his surprise, "It's more surprising that you lifted your heavy rear end than me." The Terror of Nameless Valley replied, "It's to prevent it from falling into human hands." The Wanderer of Sky Island laughed and said, "Really? Be honest, you want to touch it yourself, don't you?" Getting to the point, Demon's voice was somewhat unstable. "Are you after the Book of Evil?" The Wanderer of Sky Island laughed, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, like the earth always revolves around the sun. "Since I've come all this way, shouldn't I take a souvenir?" The Terror of Nameless Valley also chimed in. "If it wasn't for that, why would we interfere in human affairs?" Demon asked the two in bewilderment. Why do you need it?" The Wanderer of Sky Island looked at him and laughed as if he had seen a strange creature. "This human is truly amusing. Is he asking because he really doesn't know?" The Terror of Nameless Valley looked down at him from above and asked, "Do you think we, who have hidden for 1,000 years, wouldn't know that the Book of Evil was created to gather all the evil in the world?" Ultimately, he concluded that it was too dangerous for humans to possess it. Demon looked at them with an expression of extreme fear. He stammered, barely managing to speak. "How dare you?" The Wanderer of Sky Island laughed grotesquely. "You are truly a liar." He turned to Demon's group and explained, "Not only that, we have a reason to acquire it, even at the cost of our lives." He asked the 2 Yoma, "Why must you have it?" The Wanderer of Sky Island looked at him with a deeply meaningful smile. What happens when evil and demonic power meet? His eyes were filled with astonishment, and an unspeakable fear was hidden within them. The Wanderer of Sky Island continued. He seemed to have read something from him. "That's right, we Yoma are originally servants of demons. By acquiring all the evil in the world, we will gain power equal to our old masters. No, we might even become more powerful demons than them." Demon stared at him blankly, unable to utter another word. He looked at him with a resigned expression. This crazy fellow. After explaining all reasons and purposes, he now returned to the original issue. "All right, enough with the jokes," the 2 Yoma said simultaneously. "Now the game begins." Demon's group's eyes were filled with extreme vigilance. Outside the castle, dark clouds gathered and thunder and lightning roared. Lightning streaked across the sky, cleaving the darkness. Dark clouds covered the sky. Kevin found himself standing at a vantage point from which he could observe everything. He chuckled, having lured them into the trap he had laid. They had all taken the bait. He thought to himself. The Pontiff was secretly feeding information to priests who didn't want the Book of Evil to be completed. I used Moranum to lure the Yoma out. There's no way they'd miss this opportunity, but if the Book of Evil falls into the hands of the priests or the Yoma, it would be a huge headache, so I devised a plan to exploit this chaos, Kevin calculated. The naive priests will attack the castle head-on while the cunning Yoma will strike through the castle's safe and inconspicuous secret passages. No matter how strong this Dark Order is, with forces dispersed like this, they won't be able to maintain an effective state of alert. I just need to bide my time. Having completed his calculations, he spoke. "Let's go." Serena stood behind him, awaiting his instructions. She replied immediately, "Yes." Grenia also responded immediately. "Understood." The 3 rushed forward as swiftly as arrows. On their way, Kevin nervously asked, "Where is Alice?" Serena courteously replied, "In the center of the castle." He didn't reply, muttering inwardly, "Has the ritual begun?" He recalled what Seben had asked him before. "Haven't you ever thought something was strange? You've won against countless strong enemies, but at certain moments you suffered crushing defeats." Kevin tried to deduce the deeper meaning hidden in her words that day. What did Seben's words mean back then? He didn't know anything for certain. But one thing was clear. She had started to lose after she laid down her sword and swore loyalty to him. Kevin couldn't understand, but what could it have to do with anything? The three suddenly stopped at the sight before them. In the distance, Ion, Cleus and Seban were locked in a fierce battle within a space covered in ice and snow. He immediately realized, are these the Apostle of Iron and the Apostle of Sin? Their techniques made it clear. Standing below the castle wall, Kevin gestured to Serena. Serena immediately replied, yes, as if ready to execute any command. There was a deep and spoken understanding between them. Serena threw a pre-prepared rope up to the area they were guarding. They shouted in surprise. Enemy, cut the rope quickly, Kevin scoffed, saying, go ahead, you're not the only ones who know the techniques of evil organizations. Once the rope was firmly secured, Grenia quickly ran, grabbed the rope and ascended. They shouted in confusion, quickly, stop the enemy. As soon as Grenia reached the top, she didn't hesitate for a moment and attacked all the guards. The guards cried out in confusion. Monster! Taking advantage of Grenia clearing the way below, Kevin grabbed the rope and climbed up. At the same time, Serena heard an object flying from somewhere and immediately deflected it with her shield. Looking up, what had confused Serena was Seban. Serena quietly called Seban's name. Seban stood before them with ice shards floating around her. She greeted them politely. Hello, Blade Master. She paused all action for a moment upon seeing the person next to Serena, and didn't forget to greet that special individual either. The Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress. Seban looked directly into Kevin's eyes and asked, were you a mage, old man? Quite special. After a pause, she continued, but if you utter that spell one more time, don't blame me if your head flies off hostage, old man. That was the entirety of Seban's recollection of her last encounter with Kevin. Back then she had held a dagger to his throat but ultimately let him go. Upon meeting again this time, she frowned and whispered, filled with rage, you. Seban shot countless ice shards at Kevin like spears. Is everything because of you? Serena blocked everything with her sword, preventing the ice shards from harming Kevin. Seeing that, Seban shouted at Serena in fury, get out of the way, I have to kill that bastard here. In this situation, Kevin thought to himself, there are a few things I need to confirm with Seban, but I don't want to say them in front of her. His mind was very complicated. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands. Serena, without looking back, said to Kevin, teacher, please go first. I will hold them here. He immediately agreed, nodding his head. He said to Serena, let's meet again at the inner castle gate. As Ken climbed up, he couldn't help but look down and feel incredibly unlucky. Why do I have to meet this person again in this situation? He recalled the past. Back when he was a low-ranking officer of Black Storm, there was a hero team consisting of a swordsman, mercenary, priest, mage, and rogue. They specialized in defeating evil organizations. And Seban was the rogue of that team. At that time, when I was in danger of losing my life due to an accident I caused, I lured the hero team. I escaped while they were attacking the headquarters. After that, York did what cornered villainous mages often do. He self-destructed with a magic overload. Actually, I tampered with his magic circle a bit. Since all team members except Seban died in the explosion, her rage is understandable. Returning to the present, he gestured to Grenia. We'll enter the inner castle, so hurry. Grenia was still fighting but nodded to him, signaling that she had heard and understood what he said. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, a soldier swung his sword, launching a surprise attack. He didn't give her a chance. Grenia turned and dispatched all three soldiers. With no further interference, she quickly ran to where Ken was waiting, and the two swiftly entered through the castle gate. As soon as they entered, the two paused at the sight before them. Above, there were already people in ambush. As soon as they saw someone enter, thousands of arrows flew towards the castle gate, welcoming the uninvited guests. Ken was busy fending off arrows that threatened to harm him with his shield, but Grenia rushed forward at a speed where only her shadow could be seen. He couldn't let her pointlessly risk her life. Ken shouted and gestured for her to come back. Come back now? Grenia paused in surprise for a moment but still didn't look back, continuing forward to fight the soldiers already in ambush. Ken stood below, slightly surprised. He thought to himself, I can't believe they installed this kind of device in this labyrinth. He asked himself, is this the work of Black Galaxy? Ken carefully calculated, looking at the space before him. Moreover, since I don't know what other devices they might have installed, I'll have to go over the wall. Interrupting his thoughts was an incredibly powerful attack from some hostile force. Ken quickly blocked with his shield, but the force was so strong that he was pushed back several steps. Ken's right arm kept trembling, and a calm voice came from afar. Long time no see. Kras, the wielder of the recent attack, slowly walked step by step towards him. Looking up at his opponent, Ken gritted his teeth and snarled, Round Table Knight. The two stared at each other for a long time in the silent space. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been startling. After the silence, the two engaged in combat. The Round Table Knight first swung his sword to attack Ken, and he blocked the assault with his shield. The clanging of metal made a deafening sound, dizzying people. Ken muttered inwardly, why the Lordless Knights? According to Ken's knowledge, the most powerful knights among the Lordless Knights were Round Table Knights. Although the number of knights had decreased due to internal strife, all the Round Table Knights possessed power equivalent to Seraphim, so they could never be underestimated. Ken wore a perplexed expression. He didn't know what to do. He inwardly fretted. What should I do? If I use Gale swordplay, I could break through this encirclement, but if I do, the next battle will be a headache. While he was perplexed, a voice came from behind. Looks like I arrived just in time. The voice successfully caught Ken's attention. He turned around. In the sky, a black shadow appeared on a floating platform. It looked exactly like the witch from children's bedtime stories. It was none other than Miranum. Seeing him, Ken asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Miranum replied, "I have no grand intentions. I just came to deliver a few things to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, "Abina, ruler of greed and treasures, I who know your name, who understand your greed, I who know your treasures, command you to let me traverse time and 1,000 miles in an instant." Before the astonished eyes of the many people there, a dazzling golden flash appeared in the sky and a spatial gate materialized. The gate that appeared before the multitude sparkled and was as luxurious as the gate of a castle in a fairy tale. As the gate slowly opened, dazzling white light poured out. No one could help but squint their eyes to see this spectacle. Ken muttered in confusion. "What is this?" he shouted loudly. Smoke poured out of the gate like a beehive. A group of people appeared with a young man, presumably their leader, riding a horse. Next to him stood a man and a woman, and behind them soldiers awaited the order to charge. The Round Table Knight Commander stared at them, surprised. "Free knights, how dare you?" The woman pointed her sword at the Round Table Knight Commander and said in a chiding tone, "You have no right to speak to us that way." "Are you the conservatives?" The Round Table Knight Commander raised his voice. "So you're saying you've abandoned your pride and become dogs of the imperial family?" The young man on horseback replied. "As long as we maintain our chivalry, our pride will not vanish through our free will." It was unclear who gave the first charge order, but both sides clashed in confusion. Ken stood in a corner observing the entire situation, unsure how to react. He asked himself, could it be that the Queen is taking this opportunity to wipe out the remnants of the lordless knights? He clicked his tongue, thinking, if the imperial family intervenes, many variables will arise. Immediately after, he told himself, anyway, I have to use this opportunity to break through the encirclement. A question arose in his mind, but how? While he was perplexed, a man in royal armor approached to help him. "I will clear a path for you." Ken turned in surprise to look at the man standing next to him. He quickly advanced step by step, clearing a path. Ken stood blankly. It was basic swordsmanship, neither flashy nor beautiful. Swordsmanship that defeated enemies with minimal movement. Finally, he evaluated the young man who had cleared the path. "This fellow has learned Iron Soul." Evan, after clearing the path, turned around and politely said, "Please continue." Without further hesitation, Ken quickly rushed forward. After passing through this path, Ken turned back to Evan and asked, "Are you satisfied with this?" Evan turned around, his voice filled with unconcealed sorrow. "This is the least I can do to apologize to her." He earnestly pleaded, "Please help her in my stead." Ken looked at Evan silently, but inwardly thought, is this guy already ready to give up his life? Curiosity quickly arose and then vanished. He returned to his own concerns. There's no reason to worry about that guy. The deal is done. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but recall their conversation that day. Hare lay in bed looking at him and asking, "Do you want to make a deal with me?" Ken thought to himself, "It was only because of that deal with the holy swordsman that I saved that guy's life. I merely stabbed him, avoiding vital points." Passing through that chaotic place, Ken muttered a quiet curse, "Foolish fellow," as if thinking of something, and then quickly rushed forward. Below the castle wall, snow covered the path and enveloped the area. Sebin asked Serena in a voice full of fury, "Do you know what kind of person he is and you're protecting him?" Serena seemed unfazed by the question. She replied, "It doesn't matter, I swore to follow my teacher." Sebin scoffed as if she'd witnessed a joke. "A hero and a villain on the same side, truly laughable. You've willingly forfeited your blessing." Serena lost patience and asked, "What does that have to do with anything?" Sebin spoke a harsh truth. "You abandoned the title of Blade Master, cast aside your sword, lived in hiding, and even protected evil." Serena paused for a moment, unable to comprehend what she had just said. Sebin added, "From the moment you abandoned your status as a hero, you lost the god's grace." Serena, guessing Sebin's meaning, asked again with an uncertain expression, "Do you mean the god's grace?" Sebin immediately corrected her. "No, it's the god's grace. It's very different from a blessing," she explained. "A grace the gods bestowed upon us heroes is like an unchangeable fate. You didn't become a hero because you won because you were a hero. And if that grace disappears, your winning streak will also stop." Serena stood blankly as if struck by lightning on a clear day. And the sword she had just gripped tightly now felt loose, as if all strength had drained from it. She gritted her teeth, thinking, if that's true. Ken's words echoed in her mind. "I retired and lived for a long time," he thought to himself. Sebin concluded, looking at her. "Serena thought, in the end, whether we won or lost depended on grace. So does that mean the deaths of our companions were merely a play in the eyes of the gods?" Jonko was filled with rage. Sebin prepared to launch sharp ice arrows at Serena. "Do you understand now? Our hero's fate is too cruel." Firing sharp arrows at Serena, Sebin bitterly imparted Jinpyong's painful lesson. "We have all chased after glory that doesn't exist." Just as Serena didn't know how to defend herself, an ice shield appeared from somewhere, protecting Serena and startling her. Immediately after, she turned to the opposite side. From there, a person walked towards them. It was none other than Ice and Snow Territory Len. Sebin, seeing the person, asked, "What in the world are Ion and Cleus doing?" The person replied, "Are you talking about these guys?" As she spoke, Len waved her hand, and Ion's and Cleus's weapons lay scattered in the snow. They looked as old as millennia-old artifacts. Serena thought to herself, bewildered. Len looked back at her. Go Blade Master, I'll take care of this one. Serena was startled and her mind froze, giving her no time to react. Ice arrows rained down on her again. Sebin shouted, "Do you think you can escape?" Len reacted appropriately, waving her hand to protect Serena. She asked the person, unable to understand, why. Len immediately replied without hesitation, "Because she is upholding her own justice. Tell her this, don't forget the promise with the Demon King." Serena's mind traveled back in time, asking herself, was that the promise from back then? Placing her hand on her left chest, she bowed her head respectfully. "Winter is not an end, but preparation for a new beginning. We will certainly keep that day's promise," she said. Then she took the rope and headed for the castle gate. Below was Sebin's fury. "Where are you going? Stop!" Ignoring everything behind her, she rushed forward. The scene returned to the inner gate. Grania lamented, "Ah, this little girl is truly unlucky." Her hands were covered in blood, and she approached the bewildered soldiers who were backing away towards the wall step by step. She said in a languid voice, "It's hard to kill all of you, so why don't you retreat?" "No," one of the soldiers shouted in confusion. "How dare you?" Another gave the command to fire. Thousands of arrows rained down on Grania. She prayed, "May the goddess's blessing be with me. Darkness is my refuge and night is my sanctuary." All the arrows aimed at her were pushed away by an invisible force, allowing her to pass through safely. She was in a dilemma as her back was against a dead end. The soldiers took this opportunity to rush forward and attack Grania. In their haste, one soldier carelessly tripped over a stone and a nearby fellow soldier also fell due to a domino effect. The remaining soldier was simply bewildered by his suddenly fallen comrades. Something whizzed past, startling him. The next moment, a tremendous amount of red syrup splattered. They stood frozen in terror. Their screams rent the air. Meanwhile, Grania had a moment to be distracted and think. The authority other paladins received from the gods is powerful, but the authority I received from the goddess is the highest authority and the most unusual among all authorities possessed by the gods. Fate manipulation. Before her, a brilliant white gold light shone as if a god had descended. Grania slowly approached the soldiers. Her voice was languid and tired, but the soldiers shivered despite the cold. "Ah, this is truly tiresome," they cried out in terror. "Monster!" The next moment, green smoke rose from somewhere, momentarily shaking Grania's steadfast gaze. She hastily retreated, covering her nose and mouth with her hand to prevent the toxic smoke from reaching her respiratory system. The soldiers could not react so quickly and inhaled it. All the soldiers, as if controlled, all reached out their hands and applied strong force to their own necks, cutting off their breath in an instant. They all sought their ancestral roots. From afar, a shadow with a staff slowly approached. Grania stared at him with wide eyes. Bet slowly approached and looked at the fallen soldiers as if they were trash. He said in a contemptuous voice, "These fellows are truly useless." Grania looked at him and asked as if confirming, "Temptation of the dead, right?" Bet was surprised. Instead of answering the question directly, he asked back, "Do you recognize this poison?" He praised Grania generously. "You are far more impressive than I heard. Night Moon territory," Grania replied respectfully. "It is an honor to receive such an evaluation from someone like you." Bet was surprised. "Do you know me?" Grania stated what she knew. Temptation of the dead is a poison that only the 3 pharmacists of cursed blood can use. She wanted to confirm it directly from him. "You used this poison, didn't you? Am I right?" Bet, poison pharmacist. He nodded in agreement. "That's right, but the other 2 are already dead, so now it's just me." Bet asked Grania curiously. "I don't understand, Night Moon territory. Why are you helping him?" Grania replied. "What's so strange about me helping the head priest of my order?" Bet coughed lightly and said, "That's right. The Dark Church was originally the only organization among the 13 Apostles' organizations that did not betray the Supreme Commander," he added. "But didn't he destroy the Lordless Knights, even though they were on the sidelines? Will he really leave the Dark Church alone?" The story goes back to the distant past. When the goddess, sealed for 1,000 years, reawakened, the long-forgotten Dark Church had completely fallen into corruption. The goddess of night did her best to rebuild the order after awakening, but she could not completely eradicate the corruption within it. Eventually, after her master destroyed other organizations and fled, the order took him in as an opportunity to purge the corrupt priests. Unlike other destroyed organizations, the Dark Church clearly knew that without his tolerance it could not exist today. Bet kindly reminded Grania, "You do well to abandon your trust in him. Trusting him will only lead to ruin." Bet pointed to his bandaged eye, speaking with an uncontrollable tone of rage. "He must be destroyed because of the plague that destroyed cursed blood. He is unfair. Many organization members did not seek to conquer the world. Some simply wanted to research the human cycle of life and death and advance pharmaceutical technology. Why must cursed blood be destroyed?" Grania reacted as if it were a matter of an ant carrying something 50 times its own weight. "Is that such a serious problem?" Bet couldn't believe Grania's reaction. He asked back in disbelief, "What did you say?" Grania calmly ended the conversation. "Do you really think there needs to be a further reason for that?" Bet angrily shouted. "How dare you say that in front of me?" Grania casually asked Bet. "Then I ask you, why did you poison the Apostle of Sword?" He was momentarily stunned and searched his memory and replied, "Serena, you mean? She was very capable too. That happened 20 years ago because she found out about our Dark Order's existence and tried to report it to the Emperor. That was an act of betrayal. Grania hit the nail on the head. You, a subordinate of a betraying apostle of the Dark Fortress, dare to say you cannot forgive a betrayer? How self-centered and selfish. Before Bet could explain, Grania continued, You can no longer stop with your nonsense. He coughed lightly and asked, bewildered, What did you say? Grania touched Bet's raw nerve. It's simply because you didn't want to miss the opportunity to devour the fragments of the Book of Evil scattered among other organizations, and those organizations themselves, isn't it? She smiled and asked him. Right, she added. And you know very well what cursed blood did. Grania asked him. You used civilians as experimental subjects and conducted human experiments in the name of researching diseases. Do you think you deserve forgiveness? Bet replied, as if it were obvious. That was a noble sacrifice for the advancement of medicine, Grania countered. Is that how you justify your ambitions? She continued. You don't need a grand reason to kill someone. It's enough to kill them simply because you want to. Grania narrowed her eyes, and more than anything, don't listen to villains spouting nonsense about their goals. Bet stared at her for a long time, then uttered only one word. You. As he spoke, he lunged forward, throwing prepared poison bottles. The poison bottles flew in all directions, and Grania also charged forward. Her running speed created a tremendous wind. Poison bottles shattered in that wind, scattering everywhere on the ground. When Grania was almost upon him, Bet threw a certain potion bottle. It grazed past her. She almost reached Bet. Grania said triumphantly, It's over. But before the joy of victory could even arrive, a crack passed through your life as quickly as it vanished. She was probably poisoned. Grania staggered backward, her whole body trembling, completely devoid of strength. She asked herself, since when? Remembering the moment Bet had extended his hand, Grania speculated, was it then? Bet looked down at her, leaning on his staff, and said, Do you think you are a paladin? That you can escape my poison? Sitting on the ground, Grania prayed, May the protection of darkness be with me. May I receive blessings from the goddess? Bet crushed her hope. It's useless, Bet boasted proudly. Dragon's Tears is my masterpiece, created by improving the scales of the mad dragon. Once poisoned, no one can survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Grania reached out and grabbed his neck, applying light but sufficient force to lift him. Choking, Bet coughed and shed involuntary tears. His expression was one of disbelief. Seeing this surprised expression, Grania looked at him and said, You don't need to know. As soon as she finished speaking, her gentle movement succeeded in dislocating Bet's cervical vertebrae. The sound of bones breaking echoed loudly. As his breath ceased, Grania threw him aside and offered a sincere compliment. He could never hear it, though. You were truly a great poison master. Grania leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. It's thanks to this monstrous constitution that I've lasted this long. This time I really have to thank the demon, explaining her special constitution. Grania couldn't help but recall the demon human, one of the most horrific failures created by the demon. Unlike cannibal demons with infinite vitality and regeneration, demon humans possessed powerful physiques and strong resistance thanks to cursed blood. But one experimental subject massacred all other experimental subjects and was considered a failure. For no reason, there was no reason not to kill them. Among the suffering experimental subjects, I gradually materialized the questions I had since birth. If living is pain, why shouldn't I kill people? Grania realized a profound truth. I suddenly realized that this painful life was no different from hell, and death was actually a blessing given to humans. At this moment, leaning against the wall, she regretted, Am I to die without fulfilling my wish? A worried voice came from afar. Are you all right, Night Moon territory? But she probably didn't hear it. Grania was praying. My goddess, thank you for the last little bit of luck you've given me. Grant this servant one last strength so I may kill my master. This is my last wish. Before her wish could even finish, Ken knelt before her. Dazed but momentarily surprised, Ken unfastened his face mask with one hand and took Grania's hand with the other, kissing it. Ken orally administered the medicine to Grania, and a few drops of the liquid not swallowed trickled from the corner of her mouth down her neck. After giving her the medicine, Ken released her and said it was an antidote. Immediately after, Ken looked at her and speculated. She should be able to neutralize and detoxify it herself with this much. Grania lowered her face, her expression unreadable. The very next moment she muttered to herself, That's right, Master was always like this. She recalled Ken's past actions, rescuing a little girl from a demon, taking a little girl as a disciple during her coming-of-age ceremony, showing tolerance to the foolish ones of the Winter Temple, and the moments that made her heart flutter. Master is truly unpredictable, but this little girl cannot hate you. Grania's trembling hand reached out. Could you lend me a hand? Ken advised her. Don't get up in a hurry. Grania smiled faintly and asked him, Do you think this little girl can't take care of herself? Ken stared at her silently, and eventually Ken compromised and extended his hand to help Grania up. After standing, she smiled at him and said, You're truly foolish. How can you not abandon this tolerance, even knowing that this tolerance could kill you? She continued. Even in this state, this little girl could break your arm and then your neck. Seeing his silence, she eventually dropped the subject. Grania told him, This little girl will follow later. Will you go first? Seeing Grania's delicate appearance, he couldn't help but worry. It will be dangerous, Grania replied. Thank you for your concern, but is this little girl so weak as to be in danger here? Ken stared at her silently but eventually turned around. Before leaving, the two performed a prayer ritual together. Ken said, "May the rest of darkness be with her." Grania replied, "May the protection of night be with you. This little girl will follow soon." As Ken disappeared, she walked weakly, leaning against the wall, step by step, slowly, as if she had no strength left. Grania laughed self-deprecatingly. "I was truly a fool. I could have feigned death and hidden among the corpses, but a dancer must dance on stage until the very end. It's a courtesy to the goddess who watches over, and a repayment to my master who taught me to dance." She sent a message to Ken, but he couldn't hear it. "You must survive, master. Your life is mine." The castle gate soldiers found Grania. They rushed to attack her. Serena arrived at the inner castle gate and hurried to find Ken. As soon as she saw him, she asked urgently, "Teacher, are you all right?" Ken replied calmly, "No need to worry." Seeing the ice storm raging in that corner, he asked Serena, "So ice and snow territory has arrived?" She replied, "Yes, and I also conveyed your request to keep your promise with Alice." Ken said, indicating understanding. "Understood." He signaled her to go. Seeing no sign of Grania, she asked Ken, "Where is Night Moon territory?" Ken replied, "She'll be with us soon." Still worried, Serena bit her lip and said nothing. Two quickly moved forward. The place they arrived at was desolate and in ruins, as if it had suffered a terrible war. Before them was something in a colossal human form. It was so massive that Ken and Serena looked like two ants. Serena was startled for a moment. "That is." Ken observed it for a long time, then said as if uncertain, "It seems to be a gigantic new weapon created by the Ghost Organization." Serena quietly asked, "Who could have defeated that?" She assessed, "This level of swordsmanship cannot be performed with just excellent physical ability or special sword techniques. At the very least, this person must be a swordsman who has trained for a long time and reached a special realm." A deafening explosion from nearby drew the attention of the two. The ground shook violently, and the two hurried to a temporary safe area. A dragon swordsman with wings fully spread had her back to them. Sensing their presence, she turned and knelt. Ken looked at her, finding it hard to believe she was the dragon swordsman. The dragon swordsman knelt on the ground, bowing her head like a loyal defender. Ken lost patience and spoke with a subtly angry voice. "Do you think I'll accept you with this?" From behind, a strange sound like a beast's roar was heard. All three looked back in bewilderment, gazing at the source of the sound. Before them was a herd of fierce bulls, one of which was charging at Serena. Before she could react, countless blades ripped the bull to shreds. Blood splattered everywhere. Serena was startled and her eyes widened. The dragon swordsman still maintained her previous posture and her eyes held deep sadness. Serena looked up at the sky in astonishment. "This is..." The dragon swordsman, without a word, flew into the air and fought the bulls, using a sharp yet flexible, not rigid sword like a rope. She tightly bound the bull's body. The bull cried out miserably, and as she pulled the sword with immense strength, the bull shattered into pieces. Syrup poured down from the sky like raindrops. In this way she dealt with all the bulls that were attacking Ken and Serena. The dragon swordsman defeated the bulls with beautiful swordsmanship. Serena looked at her with admiration. "Amazing. I can't believe she can wield such a long, flexible sword with ease." The dragon swordsman soared into the sky, holding her long sword. Serena looked up at her, inwardly marveling at her delicate and superb swordsmanship. It's as if the sword isn't targeting the enemy's weaknesses, but the enemy is willingly exposing them. As she descended to the ground again, the wild animals, struck by her long sword, had already lost their breath and their heads were severed from their bodies. Syrup splattered everywhere. There was only one person in the world who could use this type of swordsmanship. She alone dealt with all the bulls as if they could have a beef shabu-shabu buffet tonight. Ken asked, "Was that your evil intention?" The dragon swordsman nodded silently. Ken stared at her for a long time, then finally sighed and turned away. "Have it your way, stubborn one." The dragon swordsman smiled faintly upon hearing this. Ken and Serena turned and left. Before leaving the place, Serena quietly thanked the dragon swordsman. "Thank you, dragon swordsman." As they entered the castle, darkness fell. Everything looked as if it had suffered terror. Serena was confused. What happened? Not dwelling on the matter for too long, Ken urged them on. "Let's go quickly." Serena replied, "Yes." A sound from behind drew Serena's attention. From the second-floor hallway, a soldier in black clothes rushed to attack Serena, and she quickly swung her sword to block. With immense impact, the two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Serena gained the upper hand, pushing the soldier in black clothes towards the wall. The soldier staggered, and before he could adapt, she swung her sword in a continuous flurry. He froze for a moment, unable to move. A voice came from afar. "He won't be able to move anymore." Serena looked back at him, frowning slightly and inwardly suspecting immortal heart. Immediately after, an army in black clothes surrounded Ken and Serena. Ken scanned them once and then said to Serena, "They're the executioners of the Dark Order," he added, to avoid repeating the fate of the Dark Fortress, which was destroyed by the betrayal of the 13 Apostles. An elite team was created to monitor the Apostles, the 13 executioners. From a corner, a person in a black robe stepped forward. Upon seeing this person's face, Serena was startled for a moment. It was number 23. Number 23 also saw them, and without any change in expression, held her sword and pointed it at them. This was probably a subtle provocation. Ken asked number 23, "Do you want to duel with me?" Serena bit her lip. She thought that excluding the fallen apostles, number 23 and the executioners were the Dark Order's last remaining forces. "If I can stop them, no one will be able to stop him." Gripping her sword tightly, she turned to Ken and said resolutely, "Teacher, please go on. I will handle this here." Ken asked again as if uncertain, "Are you sure?" Serena nodded without a flicker in her eyes. She said to Ken, "Please take care of Alice." Ken nodded, agreeing with her. Understood. As Ken left, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Number 23 and Serena looked at each other silently, unpredictable emotions crossing between their gazes. Footsteps quietly ran through the crowd. Number 23 looked back with a wronged and unpleasant gaze. Serena tightly gripped the sword in her hand. She said indifferently, "Number 23, you have a reason to hate me, and I owe you. But now I will forget everything." Number 23 was momentarily surprised, doubting her own ears. Serena said no more and quickly charged. "From now on you are my enemy. The enemy who kidnapped Alice." The sword covered half her face. "So don't expect mercy from my blade." In the quiet space, the sound of footsteps hitting the ground echoed. "Time is almost up. The demon swordsman must be in the central hall." Instructor number 5 ran as fast as possible. Finally, he stood directly before the demon swordsman. Kevin sat regally in his own chair and said nonchalantly, "Long time no see. Instructor number 5, no, I should call you by another name now?" Instructor number 5 thought slowly, then said calmly, "All right, so you must be the demon swordsman." Instructor number 4, draped in a cloak studded with glittering jewels, scoffed. The person below looked up and asked, "Where is Alice?" The person above replied as if bored, "Don't you already know her approximate location? Why ask?" He continued, "Well, if your goal was to save the Demon King in the first place, you wouldn't have come this far." Kevin, holding a small notebook in his hand, said arrogantly, "Because even if you have the key, it's useless without this. That's why you came to me first, didn't you, Commander Ken?" He remained silent. Suddenly he scoffed, as if realizing something. "Ah, I see." Ken, completely unafraid, asked again, "Have you been following me for the past 47 years? Kevin Cadet replied coldly, "Only 37 years. He spoke of the past as if it were a proud achievement. "I was once just a low-ranking pickpocket in the Night Clan. It's truly astonishing how much I've grown." He turned his face and closed his eyes. "With your talent, you were one of the best rogues there, so this level of growth is only natural." He said indifferently that it was an overstatement. "After the collapse of the Dark Fortress, the first place I sought out was the Night Clan. I mingled among the pickpockets there and acted as their leader. And this guy was the youngest among them. A small stature, with a clever and cunning face, not just a shadow rogue. This guy must have subtly disguised himself and followed me in other organizations as well. And when those organizations collapsed, he used that opportunity to steal fragments of the Book of Evil." Ken said coldly, "No need to be humble in front of me." The person above still spoke with a formal attitude. "That's not humility, it's the truth. If it weren't for the opportunity you gave me." He clenched his hand slightly and said seriously, "A second-rate villain like me could never have restored the Book of Evil." Ken asked, "So you've collected all the fragments of the Book of Evil?" Kevin nodded. "That's right, after the Shadow Rogue collapsed." He asked again in surprise, "Then why were things quiet for 10 years after that?" He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. "Excuse me, you're the one who created the Book of Evil. Why are you asking me such a thing?" Kevin frowned, openly showing his displeasure. "All events from 1,000 years ago, the mythical age. A time when gods still cared for humans on Earth and all beings rejoiced, when the air was filled with peace and people wore beautiful clothes. A time when demons still tempted humans in the darkness, and humans were tempted by demons and had their souls stolen. A time when the dragon race, rulers of all realms, still existed in the world. And what brought an end to that era was the war between gods and demons. The noble gods in heaven governed the laws and powers of heaven and earth. Each god possessed different abilities and together ruled the human world. Powerful demons manipulated the emotions and supernatural powers of all beings. Clearly, these two opposing forces were equally strong, but the gods, who knew only nobility, could not defeat the demons, who were the embodiment of destruction and slaughter, and when only 13 gods remained, they gathered and conferred. The gods made their final decision with wisdom gained from the dragon race. The power of the gods was the power to govern the laws of the world. The gods fused their powers into one god. That god with its absolute power engraved one more law into this world: all evil shall be extinguished, and that was the declaration of the gods' complete victory. Since demons were inherently evil beings, the consequence that all evil would be extinguished confirmed that no matter how powerful or numerous they were, they could never defeat the gods. Kevin continued his story. In the end, the gods won and the demons were sealed. However, with the demons gone, the lingering evil deeds in the world were not resolved and began to affect humans, transforming them into villains with exceptional talent and endless ambition. Fearing the evil deeds of these villains, the gods bestowed blessings upon some humans to help them defeat those villains, and according to the laws of the gods, no matter how strong the villains were, they were destined to be defeated and extinguished by heroes blessed by the gods. He slammed his hand on the chair and said emphatically, "That is the secret of the heroic age, 1,000 years after the mythical age," Kevin said with an angry expression. "And that's also why we became villains, isn't that right?" He stood up and faced the person below him, saying, "The laws set by the gods bestowed this fate upon us." Unable to conceal his rage, he gritted his teeth. "If a parent steals bread for their starving child, that is evil, and they will surely be caught and have their wrist cut off. A child who became a pickpocket due to hunger will be forced to live as a thief for their entire life." Ken still listened to his words quietly. Kevin shouted in a rage, "Once we commit an evil deed, we will never have a chance to turn back." "That's right. Why do so many abnormal villainous organizations exist?" he thought inwardly. "Why does evil always lose?" "I see." Kevin strode towards Ken. "I didn't even have a choice to not be a villain. And to think my life's purpose is only destruction, isn't that too unreasonable?" Quick as lightning, he charged at his opponent, shouting in fury, "So I will change the fate of evil. the fate of evil destined for defeat and humiliation. I will save humanity from all the evil deeds in the world. As soon as Kevin charged, Ken immediately raised his shield to block, thus avoiding his blade attack. The clang of metal was eerie. He asked indifferently, "Save evil," supporting himself with his shield. Ken frowned. "Is that your evil intention?" Kevin replied in a rage. "No, that is the hatred accumulated by all the villains in the world over the past 1,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, both were pushed back. Fortunately, Ken quickly regained his balance and stood firm on the ground. He was now filled with rage, clenching his fists, his eyes glinting with killing intent. Both sides were tense, preparing for the decisive battle. Ken frowned silently, thinking to himself, "Is he trying to use the Book of Evil to save all the villains in the world?" Looking at the man before him, he said contemptuously, "Indeed, you are a second-rate villain full of evil deeds, but that's also why you're second-rate." Ken continued, "Do you think the demons left because they feared the gods' laws?" He said disdainfully. "Isn't it obvious? The law is very powerful." Ken retorted, "Then how?" Kevin was momentarily stunned by those words. Does Ken not know the details of the war, why the demons sealed themselves, why the dragons disappeared from the world, why the gods fled this world, and why the war that caused all of this happened? The atmosphere remained tense, showing no sign of abating. Ken said that the demons inferred the consequences of the new law established by the gods, so instead of opposing that law, they sealed themselves. Even after the demons disappeared, the world did not improve. Humans still suffered, and creatures withered. Humanity cursed the demons, but those curses could not reach them. Humanity's resentment had nowhere to go, and they found a life form with power surpassing even the gods' protection. Kevin wondered. "A dragon," Ken agreed. "That's right, because the dragons protected the Yoma who had nowhere to go after the demons were sealed. Humanity cursed the dragons. The dragons were powerful enough to withstand the evil karma brought by the 108 Yoma. But the law said evil would be extinguished, so the dragons were considered demons and were annihilated. Only then did the gods understand what victory in war meant and realize how dangerous this law was." The two men stood facing each other. After that, they tried to abolish this law. But even with all their combined power, the gods could not undo what had consumed the dragons. Ken frowned seriously. "All evil in the world has now become a curse. The gods' authority, the dragon's wisdom, and the demon's magic have all combined. They created an absolute power that shook the world. But the gods could not overturn the law. Even with the demons and dragons gone, the world did not improve at all, and eventually, humanity began to blame the gods. The gods now had to face human criticism. They became sinners in the end. The noble gods had no choice but to irresponsibly flee from all evil." Ken thought to himself. One goddess embraced evil karma and sealed herself. Ken continued to explain, "This is why all evil in the world has become a powerful curse." He replied indifferently, "What you say isn't wrong, but what does it matter now?" Kevin gnashed his teeth and scoffed. Long-buried rage resurfaced. "My goal will not change," he declared emphatically. "I will destroy it and become the savior of evil." Ken remained silent, thinking to himself. The sword in Ken's hand gleamed. "A noble ideal." Pointing his sword forward, he said seriously, "But you don't know the true purpose of the Book of Evil." "You are mistaken." Kevin laughed loudly. The opponent's words seemed like a mere joke to him. "It's useless. You can't defeat me," he said contemptuously. "You were cursed by the gods, so you've had to struggle to survive as a third-rate villain until now." With an arrogant expression, he said, "Do you think I don't know that the gods' law stands behind all evil in this world? The stronger evil becomes, the harsher destruction it will face," Kevin continued. "But thinking about it differently, if you're only third-rate, it doesn't matter. In other words, you can reduce the destruction brought by the curse. You, who know the gods' secrets, must have been cursed by the gods on the day the Dark Fortress collapsed. You probably decided to become a third-rate villain to avoid the gods' curse." He scoffed, speaking as if he didn't see Ken as an enemy. "Although filled with humiliation, failure, misfortune, and resentment, that must have been your only way to survive. That's why no hero could defeat you, and no villain could manipulate you, yet they couldn't kill you either. But that's a problem for other villains." Ken did not speak, but inwardly agreed with his words. "That's right. If villains fight villains, the weaker one will be eliminated. If two villains are equally skilled, the one with more experience will survive." He fell into thought. "And because I became an experienced third-rate villain, I've been able to survive until now." A flicker of fear crossed his face. He pressed his lips together, thinking, "So this second-rate villain can defeat me but can't kill me." Kevin had a grim expression, but he possessed something that could overturn curses. He showed disdain and dignity. "As long as I am protected by the Book of Evil, a third-rate like you can never defeat a second-rate like me, Ken." Ken covered his nose with his hand. "Here where the Book of Evil reigns, skill alone determines victory and defeat." Swallowing hard, Ken calculated, "If I fight him like this, I'll lose 99.99 of the time." After speaking, he quickly rushed at him. His eyes gleamed. Space before him was now filled with golden air covered in golden sparkles. Kevin said, "Very well, Supreme Commander of the Dark Fortress. If you wish, I will face you. I will decide the fate of this world." He threw a shield at him, gripping the sword in his hand tightly. Another shield flew. It whizzed through the air and collided with the shield in front. The clang of the shields was very loud and they ricocheted everywhere. In a dazzling light, the shields hit the ground and fragments of earth flew up. Kevin, gripping his collar, swung his hand back, deflecting the two shields to land behind him. Ken thought to himself, "Has he even prepared the Black Dragon's silk armor?" a treasure specialized in defense, especially with the unique flexibility of silk. It can gently absorb all attacks, making it an almost perfect counter to Gale's swordplay. His robes fluttered in the air, creating a spectacular sight. With swords in both hands, he thought, as long as he has the Black Dragon silk armor, long-range attacks are useless. A terrifying resolve gleamed in his eyes. In the end, Ken silently rushed at him. Close-quarters combat was the only way. Kevin was not to be outdone and quickly took a defensive stance, gripping the sword filled with evil aura tightly. "O Cardios, demon of darkness." He swung his sword forward, shouting loudly, "Let your darkness swallow heaven and earth." Ken was so surprised by those words that he had no time to react. He retreated, covering his face with both hands, and the surroundings were completely engulfed by his power. Ken, startled, fell to his knees, gazing at the opponent's sword in utter astonishment. With a single swing of the sword, he was knocked back, sliding a long way across the ground. Ken lay completely defeated, no longer able to resist. Kevin said arrogantly, "I told you, didn't I? You can't defeat me." Covered in scratches, he tried to get up but couldn't. Combining the Black Demon Beast with the seal of a first-grade demon, Cardios. Did Black Storm complete its research? He thought to himself. If so, this guy's magic power would be no less than the IOC's. Seeing him struggling, exhausted on the ground, he scoffed. "More boring than I thought." Waving his sword in the air, Kevin wore a displeased expression. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have bothered coming to retrieve this troublesome item." Only then did Ken realize. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "Is it Hong Jiamsa's Blood Moon Scream?" Then he asked, "How did you get that?" "From the Imperial family," he explained proudly. "When the Imperial family came to handle the Choronello incident, they recovered it. After hearing the news, I secretly sent 2 apostles to infiltrate and retrieve it. It's a shame I missed Hong Jiamsa, but thanks to that, I learned about your skill." Ken, sweating, thought, as expected, they deliberately sent Hong Jiamsa. If I hadn't been an experienced third-rate villain, I would have lost to the inexperienced third-rate villain Hong Jiamsa. And even if I had won, I wouldn't be a match for someone using the Book of Evil. He coughed lightly. Kevin said indifferently, "The drug you used was created by combining the techniques of ghost and cursed blood. A drug that expands senses and enhances physical abilities. Quite remarkable, but in the end it's a forbidden drug." Kevin scoffed and continued, "There will be side effects on your body and mind, won't there?" He finished his words very softly, but Ken frowned, inwardly admitting, "That's right. I'm still struggling to deal with the last side effects, and I used it again." The sword in his hand trembled slightly. "To win in this situation, I have to take that sword somehow." He charged at Kevin as if flying. Meanwhile, Serena continued to pant, the clang of swords echoing incessantly and sparks flying. Covered in dirt, the situation was extremely tense. As a blade grazed her, a small drop of blood flew from her neck and splattered on her face. Serena blankly clutched her neck. The enemies were endlessly regenerating, and this couldn't go on. She panted, denying reality. "Is this all?" Number 23 stepped forward with a sword stained crimson, her footsteps echoing rhythmically on the floor. Serena, grinding her teeth uncomfortably as blood continued to flow from her wound, thought, "If I can't kill them, I can't save Alice. It's dangerous. But there's no other way." The sword blazed, forming a circle around her, and the black-clad figures charged at her one by one. "There are 36 directions around me. Not only must I slash in 6 directions, stab at 6 points and kill 6 people, but Serena must also fiercely swing her sword to block 6 gates, protect 6 vital points, and save 6 crucial areas. Fossil Shadow Swordsmanship, 9th form, Crimson Flame Guidance." At those words, the black-clad figures were pushed back by the dazzling light and fell. Fossil Shadow Swordsmanship, 10th form, Crimson Flame Region. A circle of fire separated her from them, repelling them each time they tried to approach. Suddenly they were caught, and no matter how hard they struggled, could not break free. Number 23 quickly rushed at her. Serena's body was covered in scratches and blood flowed from her mouth. Fossil Shadow Swordsmanship can surpass Number 23's swordplay. Wiping away the bloodstains with her hand, her eyes hardened. "Isn't that right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Serena immediately gripped her sword tightly. "No, it's not." Number 23 and she charged at each other and fought. Fossil Shadow Swordsmanship, 11th form, Crimson Flame Seal. As the sword in Serena's hand gleamed, even Number 23 paused in surprise. Then an explosion echoed. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. She fell to the ground panting, her body trembling and covered in dirt. She thought to herself, "My body is exhausted." Suddenly hearing something, Serena looked up in surprise. Number 23 had her head bowed and the sword in her hand was broken, only 1/3 remaining. She looked up at Lucio's body, which was unable to stand properly, with blood gushing from his chest. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Number 23 suddenly grabbed a sword and stabbed his stomach. Blood gushed incessantly, soaking the sword. She pulled something out of his stomach. Her entire body was crimson. Staring at it, she picked it up with her hand and put it into her mouth, leaving Serena speechless in surprise. She couldn't help but think that expression. She hesitated, feeling guilty. "Why?" Serena stammered. "Are you doing all that just to live?" Number 23 turned around and said in an indifferent tone, "You wouldn't understand," she pressed. "Why can only you be saved? Why can't we be saved?" Serena stopped, startled, and pressed her lips together. Why did I only realize now that every time she looked at me, her expression wasn't anger or hatred, but longing? She remembered what Number 23 had said. "I just saw her outside. Jealousy. Number 7 was jealous of me and loved me. You were saved by your master." Number 23 complained resentfully. "I cannot accept that fact." Serena merely remained silent, as if she had no words to defend herself. She thought, "I have no right to say anything to her. You weren't saved, were you?" Here the clang of swords echoed incessantly. and as the blade swung, Ken was forced back, unable to block it. Gripping the gleaming sword tightly, he pointed it forward. He directly blocked Kevin's other blade attack. He staggered, and Ken thought to himself, "I did it." And Ken turned and left while Kevin wore a grim and displeased expression. He extended his hand and cast a spell. This far throne of darkness. Suddenly, he was bound by the surrounding magic. Ken now seemed to be standing on a magic circle. He gritted his teeth in tension, pressed his lips together, and gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Cardios's magic was not sorcery but a magical art, so it could not be easily severed by Blood Moon's scream. Ken grabbed it and shouted loudly, "Then may darkness always protect me. I must use holy power opposite to magic power, to find the core of the magical art and destroy it." He paused, startled, asking himself. Betrayal, swordplay, a flash, certain victory. Objects flew everywhere in the air, Kevin calmly said. "Commander, have you forgotten? A villain must always think of the next move." He trembled. There was too much poison, so he pulled out the sword and lunged at Kevin, but suddenly paused. His body trembled uncontrollably. He plunged the sword into his thigh, and the invincible power resounded as blood dripped down. Witnessing this scene, Kevin opened his mouth. "Stabbing yourself with invincible to remove poison, that's a surprisingly clever countermeasure." He scorned it, but it was just a meaningless struggle. He held two swords crossed and, like a seasoned villain, swiftly threw them towards them. He would never give up until the very last moment. Ken rushed at him barehanded, drew his sword and attacked, but he exerted all his strength and asked, "Do you think my swordsmanship is terrible?" With his words, Kevin counterattacked, sending him sliding across the ground. He picked up his sword, turned and left. "I won't kill you. You'll witness me complete the Book of Evil." Kevin paused and turned, only to find Ken grabbing his ankle. "It's not over yet." He frowned unpleasantly. "Do you really want to die?" Kevin stepped on his hand with his foot. Ken grimaced and groaned in pain, and even as he stepped, he tried to persuade him. "If you're thinking of using magic, give up. 99th grade demon magic won't work against me, who possesses the seal of a first-grade demon." He let out a small groan, and telling him that a true villain would never reveal his secret weapon until the last moment, surprised and confused him. Ken scoffed and curled his lips into a smile. "That's right, demon swordsman." His hand glowed and he hesitated. "You don't mean—" Before he could finish, a loud explosion echoed. Everything was in ruins, and the entire building began to crack. Dirt and stones fell in succession, creating violent tremors. Serena stared in horror at the ruins before her, and number 23 turned into increasingly larger pieces. With thumping sounds, massive rocks fell over their heads. Number 23 hastily looked back, and Serena's eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?" she worried. "What happened over there?" Before she could understand what was happening, number 23 rushed off without a word. She screamed and reached out to stop him. "Hey, stop!" Suddenly she paused. She realized she didn't know his name. Gripping her sword tightly, Serena shakily rose to her feet with difficulty. Despite the danger, she whispered to Lucio, "I have to find number 23. Flames blazed fiercely. Alice stood motionless in the flames, and a voice echoed, "Come, my little daughter," she replied coldly. "How can I be your daughter?" He bared sharp teeth and smiled slyly. Amidst the fiercely burning flames, a shadow appeared. Arkno brandished sharp claws. "You have my blood, and your face is identical to mine." He reached out and touched Alice's bewildered face. Arkno stretched out from the flames, looking down at her, and caressed her long hair. "Why do you deny being my daughter?" The 9th-grade demons had immense magical power due to the side effects of transplanting the seals of 2 demons, and their bodies no longer grew or aged, and their appearances also changed. Alice clearly showed her disgust. Her appearance was identical to Arkno's, and her hair was tinged with purple light. She asked coldly, "Why did you call me?" Arkno was surprised. "That's a strange question, isn't it? Didn't you come to me?" she said, disbelieving. "Me?" Arkno slowly said. "It was the hypocrites who broke the seal, but you came here willingly. None other than you, to be precise." She snapped her fingers. "I'll call it your evil." The flames blazed even more fiercely. Memories of childhood surfaced like fragments, reproduced and enveloped by the flames. Alice frowned unpleasantly. "What's the point of showing me these scenes?" Arkno pointed straight ahead with her finger. "These aren't things I created to show you, but things that reside in your heart." She pressed her lips together and recalled each memory one by one. They were Alice's joyful and happy moments. "Being with them, you spent the happiest time of your life, so you must have thought," Arkno continued, "that as long as you could live with them like family, you would surely be content, right?" She turned her head as if to avoid it. "What are you talking about?" But she seemed to know Alice's thoughts very well. "It's useless to lie in front of me, child." Her face was always grim, without a trace of a smile. "You are a demon, not a human. Weren't you afraid that your never-aging self couldn't be with them forever? You must have felt disconnected from them as your never-growing self watched those 2 gradually age." Alice was silent for a moment, then justified, "I don't care if they age. What about their thoughts?" She immediately fell silent. Arkno flew up and said nonchalantly, "Of course, having endured past hardships together, you must have believed you'd be as happy as before as long as you were with them," she said casually. "But is that really true?" Voices from the past still echoed. "Alice, want to go for a walk?" "Alice, I have work to do." Memories replayed at a slow pace. Arkno slowly explained, "You might be living peacefully with them like family now, but what about a few decades from now? Would you and they still be family as before, under the warm sunlight, clear air, and soft rays of sun piercing through the leaves, illuminating every corner?" Alice playfully asked, "Serena, can I buy this?" She was immediately pointed at by the vendor and scolded, "Hey, even if you're family, you can't address them like that, calling your grandpa and grandma by their names." She felt unpleasantly pricked. "No," a woman gently approached her from behind. "I'll buy it." Alice looked up. She handed Alice a bread. "Here, it's yours." Alice quickly took it and said thank you. though already turned and leaving. Alice still looked back at the vendor from before, her face grimacing. She stared blankly at demons retreating back, and the flames in her heart immediately blazed, gritting her teeth. Alice shouted in anger, "Get out now!" She slowly asked Arkno, who stood casually with her arms crossed, "What do you want?" And Alice, unable to bear it any longer, closed her eyes and loudly said, "What do you want by showing me these things?" "I already told you," a soft voice echoed, and she immediately snapped out of it. Arkno gently said, "I'm just showing you what's in your heart." Alice clenched her hands tightly. "So in the end I could never be a perfect family with them?" Tears welled up in her eyes and her voice choked. "Are you saying I'm a foreign object among them?" Alice turned her back, and Arkno still smiled brightly. "Don't be sad, my little daughter." A long hand reached out and touched her cheek. "Even if you're a demon, you don't need to be sad, nor do you need to fear being abandoned." With her words she flew up and embraced her. Arkno whispered in her ear, "If you're afraid of losing them, then you just need to eliminate anyone who can take them away. Right?" She hesitated and asked back, "But what if the person I love is the one hindering my happiness?" She replied nonchalantly. "Then you just need to choose one of them. I'll bring him to you. I'll make him only look at you and love only you for the rest of his life." She still hesitated. "That matter?" She gently comforted her. "It's all right, just say what you want." Arkno scoffed and whispered in her ear, "And I'll grant those wishes." The thought that crossed her mind was, "I don't want to be lonely anymore," and she shouted, "That person, I want him." However, she didn't notice the eerie, malicious smile and evil eyes of the person behind her. Arkno pushed her forward with her hand. "I'll grant your wish, my little daughter." Alice's small body was thus incinerated in the sea of fire, her eyes closed, her hands dangling. In the quiet night, footsteps echoed through the large building. Serena, her neck wound still bleeding, kept running and panting. Exhausted, she leaned against a wall and stopped. Serena shouted towards the figure running ahead, "Number 23. Suddenly she paused in alarm. Before them was a chained box in the center, and inside was Alice. Serena hastily ran and stood before the box. She shouted the name of the person trapped inside. "Alice?" Her face was filled with worry. Serena looked around and muttered to herself, "Why is no one around? Didn't he find Alice first?" Suddenly, flames slowly rose and she cautiously backed away. The flames grew larger and larger and the box slowly cracked, making a snapping sound. She noticed number 23 turning and running away. Finally, the box exploded with a tremendous roar. Dirt and stone fragments rained down on Serena. She hastily had to run for cover. Her body suffered many injuries. Her whole body trembled, and Serena eventually collapsed to the ground exhausted. Groaning in pain, she struggled to get up and looked at the flames ahead. Alice? Every part of Alice's body, her dress, her hair, and slowly her entire body, was engulfed in fierce flames. Alice coldly looked at the person lying below. The sound of incessant coughing was heard, and blood dripped down. Ken sat weakly, leaning against a large pillar. He raised his head wearily and muttered to himself, "One eye can't see properly, and I look so pathetic right now." Ken was missing an arm, his body covered in blood, but he still smiled optimistically. "Only this much from a suicide attack. I'm still lucky. Damn it, am I crazy?" He glanced sideways to see Kevin lying opposite him. He too was covered in blood, blood flowing from his mouth, his hands scarred and coughing incessantly. He scoffed in response. What if it were a normal person? Since it was activated directly from his wrist, he was startled. "I can't receive absolute luck magic like Night Moon Territory's black demon spirits, but, as the head priest of the order, possessing the absolute misfortune magic bestowed upon me by the goddess of night, as long as this magic resides in my heart, I won't die immediately, even in extreme situations with a survival rate of less than 0.01. Ken opened his mouth. "A seasoned villain must always consider the worst-case scenario," the opponent slowly replied. "I didn't know you carried suicide items. Your ignorance is proof of your inexperience." His face darkened, and he thought inwardly, "Of course I didn't actually know how to use it. First I just thought of it as a threat," Kevin said. "Summoning holy knights, luring Yoma, and even preparing suicide items." He shouted in pain, "What kind of third-rate villain are you?" Ken did not answer, but thought inwardly, "You'll never understand the true meaning of what a third-rate villain possesses when they have nothing but their life." He coughed incessantly and spat blood. Kevin struggled to raise his exhausted body. "May I ask one last question?" He nodded. "Decades ago you conquered the world in just 100 days and created the Book of Evil. But I don't understand. No matter how great a villain, those who tried to conquer the world were destroyed by the god's curse. To avoid that curse you definitely would have needed the Book of Evil," he said incomprehensibly. "But wasn't the Book of Evil created after you conquered the world?" Kevin rose. "In other words, you possessed enough magic power to defy the god's laws even before establishing the Dark Fortress. Until 10 years ago I thought you were the Yoma Kir-Saw." His body seemed unable to bear it any longer, and he spewed out another pool of blood. But I heard the peerless swordsman killed Kir-Saw. If Kir-Saw isn't the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress, then who are you?" Kevin muttered. "Looking at your past achievements, you probably had power equivalent to high-ranking knights. Could it be that you are the one behind the 13 Apostles using Kir-Saw as a puppet?" He scoffed. "Exactly. I am the master of the 13 Apostles." Kevin's hands trembled on the ground, but he still didn't know the most important thing. "The one who uncovered the world's hidden secrets for 1,000 years, who tempted the Lord of the Dark Mountain Range after 1,000 years of silence, and who conquered the world in the shadows without anyone knowing." He firmly asked, What is your real name anyway? Ken burst out laughing. Is my identity the only thing you're curious about before you die? Kevin still pressed on, refusing to give up. What is your real name, damn it, he shouted. What in the world is your reason for pursuing all evil in the world? Ken remained silent. Chiron silent Ken S. Runrun Selsban, they are all my names, but to me who came from the gods' cursed sanctuary of evil they are all just 3 letters. CLS. At these words Kevin froze in place. His eyes widened, his hands clenched, and he slowly revealed a sly smile. He raised his head towards the night and shouted. Kevin smiled slyly. I see that is your true nature. He struggled to get up, supporting himself with one hand, but his whole body trembled. Good, you most heinous villain of the world, the only one to escape the sanctuary of evil. Cursed by the gods for 1,000 years. Accept my evil karma and let it dye this world with your evil. A stream of blood flowed from his mouth again, followed by a series of coughs. His body utterly exhausted, he finally collapsed to the floor and Ken watched him silently, deep in thought. Do you not know you were used by me, you foolish fellow? For decades you diligently collected the book of evil for me. With a cold, indifferent voice he bid farewell. My second apostle. Ken held a bandage with one hand, and with the other, he bit down on the bandage, tying his bleeding arm. Lucio stood up, thinking to himself that if things continued like this he would die, and he was too dizzy, so he had to move quickly. Again a sound of something collapsing echoed, terrifying him. Looking up he saw massive rocks falling with a crash. Ken gritted his teeth and frowned. Damn it, that brat isn't out of control, is she? The entire room was filled with smoke, and Alice looked down at the small Serena below from above. She curled her lips, realizing something. Strange, why am I so happy? She thought inwardly. Alice asked Serena in a hesitant voice. Alice smiled brightly. Serena, big sister is here, Serena, overjoyed, said with a slightly pleading tone. Alice, let's go back together. Serena confused her slightly. Alice asked innocently. Serena, do you love me? Serena replied calmly. Of course we're family, yes we're family. Then Serena, Alice extended her hand forward and flames swirled within her palm. Die for me. She said she wanted to die joyfully rather than painfully. She pushed it forward fiercely and Serena, startled, recoiled with a small scream. Serena stood up, bewildered and unable to believe the sight before her, and said in a worried voice, Alice, what's wrong? If big sister dies I can be happy without any more worries. Of course I'll be a little sad if big sister dies. Serena. Every word that came from Alice's mouth froze her. A malicious smile gradually emerged. Big sister will understand me, won't she? Ken quietly hid behind a pillar, hearing everything. He gritted his teeth in anger. As expected, the side effects of black magic are appearing. Black magic was forbidden. Its users easily fell into the hands of demons, becoming their incarnations. He had rushed here to prevent this, but he hadn't realized that Fellow would hold him back for so long. When the magic power was fully charged, its strength would be exponentially stronger. Moreover, this was a demon. Truly a disaster. Massive rocks fell, creating cracks in the ground. He looked at it and thought, at this rate, before he bled too much and died, he might be crushed to death by this castle because of that destructive brat. His face was filled with tension, and seeing Serena's thin body panting, he couldn't help but worry. Serena was also at her limit. Ken closed his eyes and concentrated. Thinking he had to find a way, he calculated that the black dragon's silk armor couldn't defend and Gale swordplay couldn't be used. No. Thinking nothing could be done, he gritted his teeth and frowned. No, he suddenly realized, it's difficult. Is that really the only way? He swung his sword in the air and his heart suddenly ached. A blue light radiating from his body. Safety protocols accessed. All safety protocols simultaneously released. Protocol 1 to Protocol 9. He gripped his sword tightly and moved forward, his sword gradually cracking with a snapping sound. Finally, only the hilt remained. Connected to the seal, connected to the sealing protocol, control protocol activated. Protocol reversal. 108 requirements parallel connected. Protocol 1 to Protocol 9 serially connected. Forbidden seal released. 2 flames burned fiercely. Serena sat leaning on the floor and Alice watched her silently. She extended her hand to Serena and violent flames erupted from her palm. Goodbye. Suddenly someone called Alice's name. She turned around in surprise and saw the approaching shadow. Alice smiled brightly. Brother Ko is here, she said. Just a moment, it'll be over soon. Ken opened his mouth. Gods and demons were equal beings. But when 108 demons fought the gods, why did only 9 demons die and the demons achieve an overwhelming victory? Alice replied. Of course, because demons were much stronger than them. Ken asked again. Then do you remember how those 9 demons died? She was bewildered and confused. What was this uncomfortable feeling? No demons died in that war, so only 99 demons remained for one reason. He explained that those 9 demons were devoured by other demons. This made her incredulous and she trembled slightly. What is this? As if he was seeing something other than herself, he continued. The demon of fire devoured the demon of rage, the demon of ice devoured the demon of solitude, and the demon of wealth devoured the demon of greed, Ken patiently explained. Demons can originally use one type of power or desire as magic, but by devouring other demons like that, they gain control over both desires and power. Thus, the 9 great demons were born, beings with power transcending demons. Alice's face turned slightly pale and she frowned. What was this uncomfortable feeling? As if her own secret was being exposed. Thanks to the power of the 9 great demons, the demon forces gained an overwhelming advantage in the war against the gods. But he chastised them with his words. According to demonology, 108 is a perfect number representing a cycle, and 99 represents imperfect infinity. It can only be approached, not achieved. So, even though demons harmonized with magic power and gained magic, they couldn't control it and lost the way of demonic magic. Because of that, they didn't even consider dealing with the law created by the 13 gods and were eventually sealed. Alice irritably interrupted. Enough, I get it. Can we stop talking about those damn gods? His eyes were cold. Have you forgotten? Ken said in a calm but sharp tone. At the moment you gluttonously devoured other demons, someone intervened. Do you remember? Alice suddenly remembered. No, he was enraged because he was loyal to his greedy appetite. Some demon aided and abetted the sins of the great demons, and when you devoured those 9 demons he stole the pleasure of that moment. The secret ally of the great demons, the one who expended too much power and fell to earth. The 99th demon. With his words he waved his hand and a wave of magic overwhelmed the fierce flames. Alice quickly became flustered and asked, Greedy wraith, the most insignificant of all demons, because of his endless greedy desires he eventually devoured his own body. He was the incarnation of greed. Alice was visibly worried in fear, thinking inwardly, this magic power is definitely his. Such magic power, could it be that wraith has been devouring magic power for decades, and accumulated this much magic power? Alice gritted her teeth in anger. But this is clearly not magic nor sorcery, it's beyond that. She fell silent, silently looking at the man before her. His face was covered in scratches. Alice hesitated. Brother Ko too? Is brother an Asmodean? Arkno glanced at her worriedly, then smiled, recalling her own magic power. Alice smiled gently. Yes, Brother Ko is an Asmodean like me, she told herself. Brother Ko isn't human, he's an Asmodean. Then can brother be with me forever? Then there's no need to kill Serena. Not bad. As he approached the dragon scales of Brizine's blizzard storm, she was blankly unable to comprehend. As he spoke of the cold wind covering the conversations and chanted a spell, both the flames and she were instantly pushed back by his magic. Alice suddenly shouted, What are you doing, Brother Ko? Ken muttered step by step. Avon's hope is as swift as lightning. Dragon claws pierced the sky, embracing a fierce heart. She called his name once more, Brother Ko. Alice seemed truly angry now. She bared her teeth and flames burned fiercely all over her body. How dare you try to extinguish these flames that are one with my body? Yellow flames surged with her breath and old age burned the gods. She quickly spewed out swirling flames again, their heat powerful enough to incinerate others. The flames rushed at him. Dragon horns glowed and the dragon's cave roared with a chrome sound. 7 treasures illuminated the golden heart. Suddenly a shield appeared and blocked the fierce flames. Alice was startled. Brother Ko, are you really going to fight? She immediately spread her arms, gathering all her energy. Come, Nenta's flame, dragon scales sway, Hamiyo strengthens the earth, lift mountains with a strong heart. Alice faltered, her face filled with terror. What Brother Ko is using isn't magic originating from the 99 requirements. He's not a mage but a master of demonic arts, the power that disappeared when 108 demons became 99 demons, she thought inwardly. Could it be that wraith even possesses the power of the 9 demons that I and the other 8 devoured? Suddenly she realized something, her eyes wide with surprise and shock. But do you think just doing that can restore the demonic arts? It's impossible for me. Moreover, in terms of power, this side is strong too. Alice quickly chanted a spell, gathering thick purple power and immediately throwing it at Ken. The dragon's blood of Tuban moved deeply, becoming a river that flowed the sorrowful heart into the ocean. All her power turned into water. Brother Ko, even if you die, I will resurrect you with black magic. Before she could finish her words, she faltered, her face visibly terrified. Ken approached and Alice, startled, hesitated and whispered. He blocked it. Arkno could no longer bear it and shouted in anger. What on earth did you do to accumulate evil karma that surpasses mine? Ken said calmly. I lost myself in pain. He extended his hand. If that is your evil karma, I will accept it. Her heart pounded. Alice's eyes widened in surprise and Ken gently placed his hand on her head, speaking tenderly. Tell me, Alice, what has tormented you so? This made her flinch suddenly, and she hesitated, unable to speak. Brother Ko, I remembered the past when you gently stroked my head again and forgave my mistakes. When he was blocking the ice and snow territory, he had said that he wouldn't hesitate to defy the world if it meant soothing his pain. Looking at the huge man, Brother Ko always treated me like family. And he still does. She looked back at Serena. What did I do to my family because of this fear? Serena still offered a generous smile. None of this should have happened. This isn't what I wanted. Alice wept profusely. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She cried out, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Ken knelt on one knee and said in a gentle voice, no need to apologize. He embraced her with one hand. The dragon's heart is magnificent and the dragon's lungs surge fiercely, he said. Arkno's rage becomes red flames and despair of melancholy becomes a fierce wind, harmonizing and sustaining life. It's just clumsy magic. Terrible. The will contained within, despite violating 3 requirements, Alice regretted incessantly. Truly powerful and warm, he continued. And when surrounded by dragon power, the wolf's despair becomes a vast forest, embracing and nurturing all life. In the darkness of the night, the wind howled. The two gradually moved apart. Ken sighed softly, thinking inwardly, it was truly a disaster. He draped his cloak over her. My lifespan was enough to use demonic arts 9 times, but I've already used it 8 times. Ken thought silently. But anyway, this way I avoided death when I first obtained the Book of Evil, so this much is acceptable, right? More importantly, I now have a key I didn't have before, so I need to leave this place quickly. Suddenly a sound was heard. He turned around in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. Number 23 rushed from somewhere and questioned him. Why am I the only one who isn't saved? She looked at him intensely and shouted, Why are you doing this? Ken faltered and gradually began to understand. I see. This poor girl was shedding tears with an aggrieved expression. Too sad to be called resentment, too pitiful to be called grudge. He took her hand and placed it on his chest. Accept my evil karma. You too are merely a third-rate villain struggling with your own evil karma. Blood gushed out. I don't remember much about my childhood. I remember surviving by scavenging for food in alleys. I remember running away after killing a drunk man who tried to assault me. A sharp knife lay on the ground, red with blood, and liquor bottles were scattered. I was very fortunate to be taken in by Jae-young afterwards, but the fact that I had to become an assassin was not pleasant. She looked at the small sharp knife in her hand and thought. It wasn't because of fear of killing but fear of dying on a mission, so I did my best. I wielded my sword tirelessly and diligently studied the instructor's teachings. Perhaps that's why I came to like instructor number 5. Number 23's gaze gradually shifted towards the instructor and emotions stirred in her heart. He who was always cold and straightforward taught us how to survive even if we became assassins. And in this training center number 5 I met number 7. She was mysterious, talented, and wiser than anyone else. With her exceptional abilities she was admired by all the students. Number 23 looked at Serena with eyes full of awe. Just seeing number 7 was enough to satisfy me. I admired her, but my admiration was shattered too easily. Student number 7 killed instructor number 3 and fled. Instructor number 5 chased after student number 7, and other instructors hearing the news also pursued them. This confused us, and I too chased after number 7. I merely wanted to know number 7's fate. Chasing number 7 into the quiet deep forest in the middle of the night, I witnessed the scene. Hidden behind a tree, she held her breath and quietly observed the situation. To me, instructor number 5 was not just an instructor. If number 7 was an unreachable sun, instructor number 5 was a gentle moon illuminating my dark life. He was someone who would surely survive no matter the circumstances. She clenched her fists. Number 23 couldn't understand. I didn't know why instructor number 5 would sacrifice himself for number 7. She trembled in fear. Number 7, where was number 7? But when I found number 7, she was no longer the person I admired, but a monster. Serena swung her sword in one swift motion, cutting down her opponent, and blood immediately gushed out. She was not the human who shone in my memories, but a monster slaughtering all the elite unit members. I didn't dare to move. If I moved, number 7 would discover me and slice my throat. I want to live. I just want to live. So, even as my entire body trembled incessantly and tears streamed down, number 23 tightly covered her mouth to avoid being discovered. After some time, a voice was heard. Do you want to live? At these words, she was startled and fell backward. Kevin stood before her, extending his hand and saying, "If you wish, follow me." She realized that the missing instructor number 4 had appeared and spoken to her. He bent down and said, "If you become my apostle, I will give you life, endless immortal life." I was so afraid and I wanted to live. So she chose to believe and took his hand. On the day the hero Serenaz Labelle was born, I became an immortal apostle of the Dark Order. The next 10 years were truly dark and gloomy. I was cursed to covet others' lives to achieve immortality. I devoured countless hearts, but I was still okay. Number 23 clutched a heart and devoured it ravenously. I thought this suffering would end if instructor number 4's wish came true. But there was no salvation for me. Instructor number 4 fell in battle and the Book of Evil was stolen. Seeing number 7, and even the Demon King not saved like me, I felt empty. And when I realized, my sword pierced deep into instructor number 5's heart, she trembled and sobbed. Why am I the only one who isn't saved? Why is it like this? Even a hero like number 7 was saved and the Demon King was saved just as she believed, she asked, tears flowing in anger. Then what about me? Why can't I be saved? If I could have helped, I surely would have. Why didn't you save me? The questions echoed incessantly. Why? Dark red blood flowed. Will you leave me to live as such a villain? Suddenly, Serena rushed from behind and plunged her sword straight into her body. Everything happened so suddenly and blood dripped, forming a puddle. She quickly became dazed and her strength gradually drained. She murmured, "I admired number 7 and I respected my teacher." As Serena pulled out the sword, blood gushed from her body. "I don't want to live by devouring others' lives and hearts. Anyone, please save me. Then give it to me." Number 23 collapsed, saying in a desperate tone, "Even an ugly life is fine. I want to live." She turned and looked at Serena, who had once admired her. The fear and pain of 10 years ago had vanished. She smiled faintly and said, "Truly amazing, you saved me." Number 23's voice whispered and echoed, "Remember, my name isn't number 23, nor the Apostle of Death, but something like Waisumi." Ken wasn't doing well either. He was coughing up blood and staggering. Alice ran over and asked cautiously, "Ken, are you all right?" He replied with displeasure, "I'm fine." Had she protected his vital points? She turned and looked at number 23, thinking inwardly. Inside her, she was crying like a child. She felt a desperate craving for salvation. They looked at number 23, fallen on the ground. Perhaps I've known it for a long time, but I seem to have no idea. She had to fight her own evil karma and no one reached out to save her. She had to become a villain and fall into despair alone. This too would have been my fate if I hadn't met him in the darkness. Serena pressed her lips together and fell into thought. I used Fossil Shadow's swordsmanship but couldn't kill her immediately. Was it perhaps guilt? She said, "We should go now." Ken nodded in agreement. Though she decided to leave, Serena regretfully looked back. She resolutely turned her face and left, thinking inwardly, "I'm truly sorry, but I won't regret it. My sin is killing her to save my precious one. I will live with that evil karma. Serena and Alice together supported Ken's weakened body. Above them rocks were still falling, and he coughed up blood again. Alice said cautiously, filled with worry, "Hang in there just a little longer." Suddenly Serena felt a slight fear and her face turned pale. Seeing the exit blocked by rocks, she hesitated. "The exit is," seeing her say that, he whispered. "Another exit is nearby." She asked where. He said, "According to documents I recently read, it's a little further that way." Rocks continued to fall incessantly. The three stood before a high wall and Ken approached it. He tapped the wall. A passage appeared before them. He said, "This is a secret passage leading out of the castle, and this is a 3-meter thick iron door infused with magic which can only be opened from the inside." Serena and Alice looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Ken said, "Thank you for your efforts so far." Suddenly he pushed the two forward. They fell in pain. Serena slowly got up, bewildered. "Why are you doing this?" As the door slowly closed, she shouted, Why are you doing this?" She watched his figure slowly disappear. He scoffed, "No matter how skilled a hunter, they will eventually be caught and eaten." Now, only Ken stood before that wall. He thought inwardly, "Foolish fellows, you must remember that heroes should not imitate villains." And he leaned against the wall, collapsing, and pulled out the Book of Evil. The Book of Evil is a collection of spells, and within it, only spells that define evil are combined. Evil never gives up. Evil always exists, no matter the situation. Evil definitely possesses unparalleled survival abilities, creating indestructible evil. He bit his hand, drawing blood. "This is a guide containing all methods for surviving divine authority. Everything is contained within the dragon's head," and blood covers Ken. "The heart of darkness covers the world. The terror of ours turns into shadows. The remaining demonic art will be the final key. RMDKDKSN. The evil moon in the heart is the villain of the night, containing all evil deeds accumulated through 50 years of observation, learning, and theft." Ken smiled slyly, his eyes sharp. "Finally, fear, love were obtained. Longing, despair, solitude, and peace, the embodiment of all evil in the world, undefinable by anything." He looked up and thought, "The demon swordsman doesn't understand. From the beginning what we villains pursued was not just victory and glory." As the hero disappeared on this side, Serena was banging on the door, sobbing in pain, and all the evil in the world would spread across the globe. Even with the protection of the gods, everything in the world would be stained with sin. He smiled wickedly. "The world will be preserved by the destruction of evil. The gods are hideous yet beautiful beings. How about it? Cruel and transient world. Let's destroy the world, let's destroy it." Alice's eyes slowly opened. "Alice, you're awake?" Serena gradually came into focus in Alice's eyes. "Serena?" Alice recalled her memories before losing consciousness. "That's right, Serena came to save me, and I attacked Serena." She hesitated in the crumbling underground passage and apologized. "Serena, I'm sorry for attacking you, big sister." Serena was surprised. "Ha," Alice stammered, filled with worry. "I wasn't myself then." "Serena, are you all right?" Serena carried her on her back and walked, saying, "I'm fine, so don't worry." Alice looked around with blurry eyes. "But it feels like I've forgotten something. The exit was blocked and we found a secret passage." She remembered a man's shadow appearing when she was lying on the floor. As they entered, a shadow of fear crossed Alice's face. Carried on Serena's back, she asked, "Serena, where is Ken?" When she didn't answer, she tightly grabbed Serena's shoulder and, "Let's go back, Serena." She replied helplessly, "There's no way to open the iron door from this side." Alice grabbed her shoulder and shouted, "Just go back, I'll take care of that iron door." Quickly, Serena's footsteps stopped. "Alice," she said coldly, "the most important thing now is to escape from here." Alice, flustered, asked from her back, "What are you talking about?" Alice clenched her hands and kept hitting her armor. "That person, are you really thinking of abandoning him, big sister?" Alice struck Serena's shoulder, reprimanding her. "How could you say that, big sister?" She bit her lip, enduring the reprimanding words. "How could you say you're abandoning Ken, big sister?" Serena lowered Alice to the ground. Alice was shocked to see Serena's face. Her eyes and face were filled with pain. Alice broke into a cold sweat. "That's right, it's unreasonable for Serena to want to abandon him." Serena placed her hand on her shoulder. "Then why did Serena make such a choice?" Serena knelt down and said hesitantly, "His lifespan was short to begin with." Alice lowered her eyes and asked, "Why?" She explained in a gentle voice, "Because of an incurable illness his body was beyond recovery." Alice's whole body trembled as soon as she heard it. "That can't be. Ken, for such a reason." She raised her voice. "Alice," Serena grabbed her shoulder and said, "Do you remember when his hair started turning red?" Alice flinched. "That was," Serena asked. "Do you know what his last words were?" She clutched her head in pain and begged her to stop. She didn't want to hear anymore. A single word that echoed in Alice's heart: survive. Serena knelt at her feet and reminded her, "No matter how skilled a hunter, they will eventually be caught and eaten." Those were his last words. It meant he sacrificed his broken body so that we might survive. Serena said, filled with sorrow, "So we have to go." Alice looked at her body, trembling with every word. "So that his will might not be in vain." Alice bit her lip. "Did Ken tell you to sacrifice yourself, big sister?" She looked back at the sound coming from behind her. If that were truly the case, Alice turned to Serena with cold eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she said something that made Serena gasp in surprise. "Let's go, Serena." Alice rushed to her, embraced her, and said, "It won't be too late to feel sorrow after we've survived." She pushed Alice away and stared blankly. She relaxed her facial muscles, looked at Serena and nodded. She stood up and faced Alice. She extended her hand to Serena, her eyes filled with affection. Their hands met and a familiar pain pressed down on their hearts, making them want to cry. The two looked at each other and smiled faintly. but they had to endure. Now was not the time to cry. The two walked hand in hand through the ruined tunnel, so they left Ken behind and moved forward. In the labyrinth, sounds of battle echoed and two figures were fighting against many people. Len was panting and voices were heard from behind. "Are you tired?" Len looked back with displeasure. She whispered to Grenia, "Better than you." Night Moon territory. Hearing it, Len challenged back, "Do you want to see who's stronger?" Len replied immediately, "If you wish, I'll match you." Two burly men charged, and the two also charged at them. As the man's shadow disappeared, the two were startled. A winged shadow appeared and dealt with the foot soldiers. As the dragon swordsman looked at the two in a rage, Len evaded. "I cannot prioritize personal matters over the will of the gods. I will deal with this later." Grenia also followed suit. "All right." The three watched the one giving orders. "Keep attacking and push them until their stamina is exhausted." As the chant ended, soldiers rushed forward. The three on this side also charged at them and confronted them. Soon the dragon swordsman struck down several. Grenia did the same. She was panting, exhausted. Grenia rubbed her wrists and lamented, "To think that my last companion in this short life is someone like that. I really want to complain." Len stood next to her and immediately retorted, "Then why don't you try leaving this place right now?" Grenia glared and raised her voice. "You're the same, so why are you here instead of somewhere else?" Len turned her gaze at a voice heard from afar. "If you want to destroy the Book of Evil, wouldn't it be better to attack that castle right now?" The two were silenced by the dragon swordsman's fierce expression, and the dragon swordsman observed cautiously. Footsteps filled with murderous intent approached. "I haven't taken my revenge on him yet. That's why I'm here." Grenia approached and chuckled softly. "I'm sorry, but I want to kill him first." The two stared straight ahead and Sebin gritted her teeth in anger. Her magic hadn't fully recovered, so she turned and ordered her subordinates, "What are you doing? Attack quickly." An explosion echoed, startling Ken and her. The subordinates behind Sebin fearfully watched a pillar of light appear with a deafening gust of wind. The sound of blood being spat out was heard, and Ken, clutching the book in his hand, lay on the floor panting. He wore a satisfied smile. "Is it finally over? I never thought I could endure the god's curse for so long. My lifespan should have ended 50 years ago, when I left the god's cursed sanctuary of evil. Not only the magic that prevented my blood from necrosis, but also the magic seal that barely extended my life. All had been depleted by battles and injuries." Ken, holding his injured arm, crawled to the edge of the wall. Even without unleashing demonic arts, this life would no longer be sustainable. Several memories flashed through his mind. "I only have 1 year left." Ken smiled faintly, so that lie came naturally. "How could I live for another year?" Footsteps echoed, startling him. 50 years? Too late. He glanced at the voice. Ken's eyes widened and he thought inwardly. "Is it a hallucination?" he uttered softly. "You're still alive." He called the name of the woman in front of him. "Corda." She looked at him and smiled. "If you're talking about the Dark Mountain Range killed by the hero, that was just my clone." Ken smiled helplessly. "I see. Why did I forget? The Dark Fortress was built with the Dark Mountain Range by Corda's magic, and the demon swordsman merely found it, not rebuilt it. And I didn't realize this place was a trap set by some cunning demon." Ken groaned, clutching his injured arm. "Setting a trap for 50 years and waiting for prey. You truly are amazing." Corda looked at him and replied, 50 years is nothing compared to 1,000 years. Ken looked at Corda and praised her. "I never thought you could leave a clone in the Dark Mountain Range." As expected of the leader of the great demons, he threw the book in his hand to her. "All right, take it." Corda took the book and stared at him. The book turned into a handful of ashes by her flames. Corda sat on Ken's lap, reached out her hand to him and asked, "Do you no longer wish to live?" He forced out a reply, "Of course not." In his heart, "If I didn't want to live, I wouldn't have endured the pain of blood necrosis." Corda, hearing Ken's reply, wondered, "Then why aren't you using the Book of Evil to extend your life?" He bowed his head and asked back, "Do you really not know?" She stammered. "You mean?" Ken panted and said, "Let me ask you." At his question, she hesitated for a long time. "Corda, what is living?" As she remained silent, Ken said, "Living is always pursuing one's own evil and acting upon that evil." "If you can't do that, how can you say you're alive?" Corda asked, as if she couldn't understand. "Then animals can't be considered alive. Animals are the same. Even plants are alive," Ken explained to her in a gentle voice. "They breathe, eat, and grow. If they have desires, that is evil. They can't act upon evil like humans, but by acting upon their own evil, they are alive. That is the life of an animal." Ken looked directly at Corda and said, "So I lived as a villain, as a wicked person. I acted upon the evil within me, and I pursued the evil I could do." She listened and laughed. "You unleashed evil karma, broke laws, destroyed and ruined everything. Was all this to act upon your evil?" Ken panted and replied, "Yes." He coughed and continued. Her eyes widened. "So I won't allow the evil I devoted my life to disappear because of a simple desire to live." He placed his hand on his chest and looked at her with resolute eyes. "Even if my life ends here, my evil will live forever in this world." Ken scoffed, and most of all, he leaned against the wall behind him, a satisfied smile on his face. "I want to retire," Corda, sitting on his lap, asked softly. "Even if the only place you'll go is hell." He looked at her and replied, "I know very well that hell is the only place I should go. Even if the ending is hell, it is proof of the evil karma I have accumulated. It is the only reward I deserve. I will not allow anything to interfere, not even my life." Corda looked at Ken and reminded him, "The people who love you will be sad." He looked at her as if he couldn't understand. "Hey Corda, are you out of your mind?" Ken laughed. Who would love a villain like me? Korda looked at him as if she couldn't understand and suddenly burst into laughter. She caressed Ken's cheek and said, "You haven't acted like a villain, and you still believe that?" She leaned against him. "From the beginning you didn't know that child was a demon, did you?" he replied. "Yes, in his heart I thought that child was just an ordinary orphan," Korda whispered about Alice in his ear. "But even if you didn't know that child was a demon, you didn't need to take her with you, did you?" he replied indifferently. "I needed a servant." She continued to wonder about Serena. "Then why did you teach swordsmanship to Serena's granddaughter?" he replied. "I wanted to secretly get rid of that child." Korda continued to ask about Grenia. "Then why did you save the experimental subjects of the ghosts?" Ken replied. "I intended to use them as bait, but I didn't need them anymore, so I abandoned them at an orphanage." She continued to ask about His Majesty the Emperor. "Then why did you foster the Emperor?" He replied, "I needed a trustworthy identity to infiltrate the palace." Korda continued to ask about the dragon swordsman. "Then why did you help that dragon child?" he replied. "I merely used him to deal with the treasure hunters." She continued to wonder about Cassandra. "Then why did you save the young lady of the Cassandra family?" he replied. "That was the only way. Otherwise they would have disposed of me." Korda continued to ask about Lennon. "Then why did you help the priest apprentice of the Winter Temple?" he replied. "I needed a shield to hide my identity." He continued to ask about the path. "Then why did you tell those two children about the secret passage?" he replied. "Of course, because they would hinder the completion of the Book of Evil." Korda caressed his cheek and asked, "What do you desire?" Ken answered honestly. "Purer evil." She looked at him and continued to ask, "What do you hope for?" Ken laughed and said, "Deeper despair." Korda bared her teeth and continued to ask, "What do you pursue?" Ken replied, "More meaningless destruction." She looked at him with great satisfaction. "You truly are a villain." Ken closed his eyes and smiled. "Of course, unlike those who have no other path than to be tainted by all the evil in the world and live with it, I am one who chose evil myself, and now, with my impending death, my evil will be complete," he panted and said. "Remember, Korda, even if my life ends here, as long as evil exists in the world," Ken looked at Korda and smiled, "I will surely return. As long as my evil exists, those with the same evil karma as me will surely appear. So I will return again and again to sow evil karma in this world." Korda chuckled upon hearing Ken's words. She placed her hand on Ken's neck and said helplessly, "You truly are an incorrigible villain." Suddenly her eyes were filled with astonishment, and Korda, holding his neck, gave him a sweet kiss. He opened his eyes slightly and looked, and her body suddenly turned into dust and flew away. Ken, sitting against the wall, chuckled softly. "A single kiss for 50 years of hardship. That's too much, Korda." He coughed a few times, but that's why she deserved to be the Demon King, the ruler of all demons. His body also reached its limit. "No one would understand. No one would believe. I will not be a great hero. I will not be a good ordinary person. I am a third-rate villain who desires neither victory nor success. I am a sinner who cares nothing for justice, only pursues evil. I am a sinner who will go to hell, one who will die alone." His eyes faintly closed, "But it's okay, because I will live forever." With thudding sounds, stones collapsed. Serena and Alice desperately fled, then stopped at a crossroads with bewildered expressions. Serena muttered to herself. "A crossroads," she uttered in confusion, and Alice next to her also didn't understand. "The entrance," she said softly, and Serena was surprised. "The wind is blowing from the right." Alice, despite Serena's protests, desperately ran towards it. "Wait." Several sounds were also heard from the cave. Serena immediately chased after Alice. Suddenly the wariness left her face. The two looked at the hole above. Alice looked back joyfully. "Serena, I can get out." Serena looked at her and said, "Alice, you go first." Alice looked at her, hesitating slightly, but Serena reassured her. "The tunnel is collapsing. I'll be more relieved if you go first." Alice had a sad expression. "All right." Alice listened and crawled onto the stones. Serena supported her from below, helping her get outside. After a while she climbed up and softly uttered at the mouth of the hole. "Outside," Alice shouted down. "It's safe here. Come up." Serena slightly drew the sword next to her, and at a stammering voice she turned and looked. "I'm sorry, Alice." She turned and looked at Serena, then looked at Alice with a sad smile. "But I can't leave him alone." Alice turned and shouted, "Serena!" She swung her sword, slashing the mouth of the hole, and dirt and stones collapsed before her eyes. Serena sheathed her sword. "Alice won't be able to break through this mass easily either. I know this is actually just an excuse." Her eyes were filled with firm resolve. "But I have something I need to do." Serena ran forward with all her might, looking at the pile of stones ahead. She said inwardly, "Blocked." She turned and ran towards the back of the crossroads. "Is there another way?" As she ran, she skillfully dodged the falling stones. Serena squeezed through a gap in the stones, and as she panted and moved forward, a door appeared before her. She cautiously approached and placed her hand on it to examine it. "It's an iron door like that other door. The thickness is similar. Is this another entrance to the castle?" A 3-meter thick iron door infused with magic. Even Crimson Flame guidance wouldn't cut through it easily. She drew her sword. "But I still have swordsmanship superior to that." Serena closed her eyes and pointed the tip of her sword at the door. Her sword was engulfed in flames. "It would be dangerous to use this technique now, wouldn't it? Something I can't even do in optimal condition. Besides," flames gradually rose from her body, engulfing her. "I won't be able to hold a sword anymore." The sound of a sword breaking was heard. "No, even if I lose my life I have to endure." She looked at the sword before her with unease. Serena lowered her sword. "Fossil Shadow Swordsmanship, 12th form." She raised her sword above her head with all her strength and slashed in a straight line. Crimson heavens, the sound of the sword breaking and falling to the ground echoed throughout the cave. Serena knelt and coughed a few times, and the sound of wind echoed with the sound of the door cracking. She looked up with a surprised face. This sword can cut gods and tear the heavens. Serena picked up her sword and staggered towards the crack. It was the ultimate sword of certain death. As her foot slightly stepped into the crack, fear was reflected in her eyes. Serena froze when she saw Ken's figure, and her feet quickly approached him. That's right, so much has happened. Several memories flashed through her mind. I learned swordsmanship from you in the shadows. I abandoned you and fled alone. I hurt you. After reuniting with you and becoming family, I stabbed your chest with that sword and we left that village together. When you protected the demons, when you danced out of the palace, when I saved you from drowning, when you pushed me into the tunnel. Serena knelt. Every step I took, she looked at Ken and stared at him. You were always by my side. Serena gently caressed his silver hair with her hand. Serena raised her hand and smiled foolishly. When did this hair turn white? His face was always expressionless. Seeing his smiling face, thoughts flashed through her mind. Is this his first rest in his life? Serena approached and supported Ken. This surely isn't what he wanted, but no matter how foolish or wrong it is, she placed his head on her lap and said, I will act upon my evil. Serena gently caressed Ken's hair. I will stay by your side until the very end. She looked up at the falling stones. A large sound revealed a hole. Serena sighed and whispered softly. Do you remember when we first met? She confessed inwardly. Actually, I secretly watched you practice swordsmanship every night. Watching him practice, Serena said inwardly, that was the driving force that allowed me to endure all the training, no matter how harsh it was. Although it was very painful and miserable, she slowly caressed his silver hair. Watching your efforts, I was able to trust and follow your teachings. Perhaps I was deceived and used by you. Serena lowered her gaze slightly. Maybe I was just a nuisance to brother. She shyly confessed her feelings, but loving him made her happy. The sound of falling stones couldn't stop her pure and sincere message to him, and it was her purest and most heartfelt confession, a sense of satisfaction that she hadn't missed it this time. Serena stroked his hair, breathing heavily. A feeling she wanted to achieve at any cost, she closed her eyes and smiled faintly. This was not the will of a hero. The stone tomb collapsed, burying the two in rubble, and it was the will of a villain. Cassandra was drinking tea under the shade of a tree. His Majesty the Emperor, sitting next to her, said, Congratulations on dealing with all those troublesome insects. Cassandra put down her teacup and replied, Do not praise the gods so much. Cassandra pushed up her glasses. What the gods have done is nothing compared to what your Majesty has done. His Majesty the Emperor stroked his sideburns and chuckled. What have I done to earn your praise? Holding her teacup, she said. You sent the remnants of the lordless knights there, Cassandra continued. You cleared out the remnants of HNO who had been hiding for over 20 years and at the same time eliminated the apostle of domination. His Majesty the Emperor held his teacup and gave an awkward laugh. However, losing one of the 27 famous swords in the process was a rare mistake on my part. She glanced at him and said, Did not your Majesty personally deal with the remnants of the imperial family and the Apostle of Gold without even needing May to wait? Cassandra looked at her, raised her teacup and continued to drink. It is because they greatly underestimated the gods. His Majesty the Emperor stretched out comfortably. Anyway, now I can relieve myself of that burden. Suddenly Cassandra paused, turning in surprise to ask, Is your Majesty abdicating? His Majesty the Emperor replied nonchalantly, Yes. Putting down her teacup, Cassandra was flustered. Why would your Majesty do such a reckless thing? His Majesty the Emperor looked up at the leaves and said, You know well, do you not, the true nature of evil? Cassandra looked down at the teacup in her hand. It was utterly preposterous, selfish, and cowardly. Her gaze also turned cold. To love something, one must reject something else. Cassandra thought of a man's shadow. To protect something, one must fight something else. And to gain something, one must abandon something else. His Majesty the Emperor looked up at the sky and chuckled. Precisely, that is why my evil could only be used for the Empire. It has nothing to do with talent, character, or wisdom, for it is the sole and unique qualification for an emperor to use his evil for the Empire. Under the green leaves, His Majesty the Emperor said, I could not protect it. She gave a forced laugh. I harbor a deep hatred for something not because of the Empire, so how can I possibly continue to be worthy of being emperor? Cassandra sat beside him, watching intently. She put down her teacup and asked, So your Majesty sent Lady Labelle to him. Your Majesty commanded her to monitor him, even though he might be the supreme commander of the Dark Fortress, but you were certain she would not harm him. Is that it? Cassandra listened carefully to His Majesty the Emperor's words. It was not solely for that reason. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the tree stump before them and said, He is an unusual person, she evaluated coldly. He grew up in rotten manure. Looking at the apple on the tree, she said, He offers his fruit to fill my stomach. Then, looking at the branches, she said, He grows leaves to make my clothes and breaks branches for the firewood I burn. And eventually, he offers his entire body. Looking at the withered tree before them, His Majesty the Emperor concluded coldly, To be cut down as firewood for my house roof. She picked up her teacup and said in a cold voice, But even if only a tree stump remains, he will never stop. He will keep running until his roots are worn away and disappear. Cassandra was still listening carefully to His Majesty the Emperor's words. He desires nothing, demands no reward, yet gives everything. Even I cannot stop him. Looking at the green leaves high above, she said, That is why I hoped Lady Labelle could help him, His Majesty the Emperor said with regret. No, it doesn't matter if it's not her. I merely wish for someone to be by his side. She recalled her childhood. To save him just once, a man's shadow came to mind. It was His Majesty the Emperor recalling a joyful moment from his childhood. The only gift I could give him. A silent cry echoed from within the rubble. Serena? Alice dug through the stones with her hands. Serena? She sobbed, blaming herself. Fool, why did you do that? Rationally she understood. Alice picked up the stones one by one, that she had to give up now. She picked up stones until her fingertips were wounded. There aren't any other options to give up. Alice wept and sobbed. But I left Co behind, she cried out loudly. How can I abandon Serena too? Suddenly she heard a thumping sound in her heart. Alice looked up at the sky and suddenly found a black sphere. Her face was filled with terror. The deepest hatred, the most desperate fear, and the most cruel disgust. It was all the evil in the world, a curse deeper and more desperate than anything existing in this world. Alice muttered to herself. Is that the true form of what's contained in the Book of Evil? This was what it felt like when Arkno had taken control. Alice clutched her chest, groaning in pain. She clutched her chest, her expression filled with fear. The demon was awakening. The black sphere in the sky was radiating energy outwards. Could it be summoning and awakening the 99 demons remaining in the world? A few streaks of red lightning sparked around Alice's body. If all demons are unleashed, it will be a catastrophe. I have to do something somehow. Alice gritted her teeth and endured. But what should I do? Suddenly she realized something. I know. Brother Ko already told me. I need to awaken the ultimate demonic art deeply sleeping within me. Suddenly, a deep, gentle voice called out to her. Stop, my daughter. Arkno appeared and reminded her with her voice. Do you not know that if you do that you will not survive? Yes, what I'm about to do is to seize the magic power of 2 great demons entirely and cast it. If I'm not a dragon, my heart will surely shatter. She gritted her teeth, approached and pressed her. Why would you do such a thing? Do you not know that nothing in this world is worth sacrificing your life for? Alice's answer solidified Arkno. No, this world is worth it. Yes, once I hated this world. Because this very world inflicted terrible pain upon me. But this very world allowed me to meet him, gave me a race to be with, gave me Serena, a family, and taught me what love is. Alice walked barefoot, injured. That's why I want to protect this world. Not out of a heroic spirit, but to protect the memories and emotions that remain in this world. Arkno widened her eyes at her words, and then Alice looked at her and smiled provocatively. Besides, there are still a few more fools who need saving. They saved me, so this time, it's my turn to save them. She raised her injured hands. She bravely challenged the sky. I, Orisha's DS, declare that I am one who understands humans. Arkno's body also gradually disappeared with her declaration. I am one who understands my magic power. I am one who understands the evil within me. Magic power does not only exist in demons. The Maya within the human heart is the true source of magic power. A magic circle appeared beneath Alice's body, and streams of energy enveloped her. Therefore, as a human, I will control the evil within me, stand above my magic power, and become the true master of evil. Now, in the name of the Demon King, I command you. This is the secret hidden within the demonic arts. Her eyes glowed red. Awaken, absolute demonic art. Streams of purple lightning wrapped around her hands, and the eye on her bracelet suddenly shone. A dragon appeared at her summons. The dragon opened its mouth and roared. The dragon soared straight into the sky, exploding and illuminating all the skies of the past. In the past, a couple wished for their child to grow up exceptionally. They loved their child more than any other parents. This difference led to slightly different actions compared to other couples. The husband told his wife, "Let's entrust this child to the best teacher." The wife listened and nodded happily. Footsteps walking on cold snow. So as soon as the child was born, they headed for the place where they believed the best teacher was. But that place was somewhere even a king of a nation could not set foot. After numerous hardships, they finally arrived. Their weary legs gave out in the snow and they collapsed before the place, unable to bear it any longer. The couple, lying on the ground dying, still hugged their child tightly. A person's shadow approached the two, and a wizard opened the door and walked out. As life slowly faded, the man gently lifted the child from the couple's hands. They felt satisfied that they had entrusted their child to the best teacher. The wife vaguely opened her eyes and looked, then soon closed her eyes and passed away. The boy stood before the wizard and said, "But they didn't know at all." The master of the Tower of Truth, clutching his authority, listened to the boy's words, that the place they entrusted their child to was the most forbidden place in this world. Ken walked through the blizzard and said coldly, "The holy sanctuary of evil cursed by the gods." Ken climbed the tower stairs one by one. A place found by villains fleeing from heroes, a place no hero can invade. As time passed, the number of villains seeking this place gradually increased. And so one day, the villains acquired wisdom so cunning and insidious that no one could have imagined. And this place became home to villains with special abilities. From then on, people began to call this place the Tower of Truth. This was also the place where the last 13 gods gathered to curse this world before leaving the mortal realm. All evil shall be extinguished. This was also the place where demons bestowed their blessings upon the world and sealed themselves. Babel. Ken stood before the master of the tower and asked coldly, "Could anyone have imagined this was the secret of the Tower of Truth?" Long ago, this Tower of Babel was a path connecting heaven and hell. It was here that gods and demons bestowed blessings and curses, governing the world. In a room in the tower, Ken said, When the demons were sealed and the gods fled to heaven, this tower of truth became empty and the only place unaffected by all the evil in the world. He extended a small hand and said in an arrogant voice, "That is why only here. No villain needs to fear all the evil in the world." Ken retracted his hand and said in a low voice, "No, quite the opposite. By receiving the blessings of the demons remaining here, they can acquire all the knowledge and skills of the world at dozens of times faster speed." He coldly glanced at me. "One who has grown up here since birth." Ken recalled the moment he read books in the tower. He received such powerful demonic blessings that he could acquire all the knowledge of the Tower of Truth in the blink of an eye, but suddenly a book fell heavily to the floor. "But there is no free lunch in this world." Ken sat on the floor gritting his teeth in anger. "The power and knowledge gained from the demonic blessing within me cannot surpass the limit of genius, no matter how much it grows," he said in a low voice. "Since I originally couldn't come here on my own, I never deserved to set foot in the Tower of Truth in the first place. And precisely because of that limit came to me even faster." While reading a book, he slightly glanced at another person. "I am different from the others. Unlike those who possessed outstanding abilities even before receiving demonic blessings," he quietly observed each person and said with satisfaction. Ken stood in the hall and continued, "Knowing a little about everything means knowing nothing properly." He reached out his small hand to remove that limit. Ken covered his face and said, "I recklessly stole and learned the eye of truth. Thanks to that, I saw things I should never have seen. It was the shame of the gods and the secret of the demons. It was all the secrets hidden in this world for 1,000 years. He lowered his hand and lamented in a low voice, "And because of that I was cursed by the gods, a curse destined to fail in everything I do. Yes, a person like me, cursed by the gods, can never be like him. In a word, one who rules the world, one who makes kings and generals bow with a single gesture." The master of the Tower of Truth frowned at his words. "I will never be a first-rate villain, one who is respected by people and gains endless fame." Ken gritted his teeth in anger. "I will not even be a second-rate villain with ambitions to conquer the world to spread my evil," he lamented in an angry voice. "Bound to the world, struggling in my own evil karma, eternally repeating failures. I will not be able to become more than a third-rate villain." The master of the tower asked, "Knowing that, do you still wish to leave the Tower of Truth?" Ken replied, "That is why I wish to leave this place." He continued to ask, "You are well aware that you won't survive for even a year outside, aren't you?" Ken replied, "Only by doing so can I truly survive. No one who sets foot in this god-cursed tower can ever leave. The moment I break that sole rule, the god's curse will make the blood in my body rot." The master of the Tower of Truth said to him, "If you could truly borrow magic from somewhere, you might be able to extend your lifespan a little more. If you could find Draconia, who holds the power of dragons, you might even escape the god's curse and achieve immortality." He gripped his staff tightly and asked, "But what you desire is surely not just such a trivial thing, is it?" Ken hesitated, then said, "I desperately wish to reclaim the evil that the gods stole from the world. Through this, all humans will realize the evil within themselves and countless villains will emerge to dominate the world." He heard those words, looked at the master of the tower in surprise, who frowned and said unpleasantly, "No one in the world wants evil. Why? Do you seek to return evil to them?" Ken pressed his lips together, did not reply, and turned his face away. After a moment he said, "A child grows into an adult not because time passes, but because they realize the evil within themselves. They realize that their very existence is a part of evil." A child appeared in his thoughts, and in order to live one would have to keep committing sins whether they liked it or not. The child's proud eyes were revealed. The moment a child accepts the evil within themselves and takes responsibility for it. Ken said coldly, "That is the moment a child becomes an adult." In a room in the tower, he continued, "But the gods took evil from the world and offered salvation in the form of heroes, and by doing so they even took away humanity's chance to realize the evil within themselves." Ken clenched his fists in defiance. "I cannot accept that." The master of the tower looked at him and advised, "Humans are beings who can only be saved by heroes." Seeing his cold demeanor, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you intend to let them save themselves?" "What?" Ken said softly. "No." The master of the Tower of Truth was surprised to hear that. Ken stated his purpose, "I will merely strip them of their salvation, plunging them into despair and suffering." He clenched his fists and said resolutely, "In doing so I will torment them, agonize them, and tear them apart from within." Ken looked at him with firm eyes, "And they will have to admit the evil within themselves, live for that evil, and pay the price for their own sins." The master of the Tower of Truth asked him, "Even if it means the world will be destroyed?" Ken extended his hand and replied coldly, "Yes." He looked at the snow-covered sky and said, "If humans only observe and do not take responsibility for the evil within themselves." Ken's eyes were distinctly cold. "If they live by only looking at the evil of others, thousands, tens of thousands of years later, the evil they neglected will return to consume them and destroy the world." He moved forward. "But even if destruction awaits at the end, humans must have the right to reach that destruction themselves." The master of the Tower of Truth asked, "Only those with the courage to pay the price for the evil within themselves can control evil, is that what you mean?" Ken faced him and replied, "Those who cannot take responsibility for the evil within themselves do not deserve to commit evil." He looked at him and asked, "Do you love humans?" Ken replied to the master of the Tower of Truth, "I love the evil within humans." He helplessly advised, "You don't necessarily have to do that. Someone else can do it." Ken firmly retorted, but no one has dared to do it for the past 1,000 years, he reminded him. That doesn't mean it's your responsibility. Ken closed his eyes and replied, but I have the right to accept it. The master of the Tower of Truth extended his hand and said, just because there's a box in front of you doesn't mean you have to open it. He was immediately speechless. He faltered at Ken's answer. If there are 10 treasure chests, humans will open all 10. That is human nature. Ken extended a small hand and explained, whether it's greed, curiosity, or a desire for adventure, it doesn't matter. He looked at his palm and said, the moment humans touch a treasure chest that doesn't belong to them, they take on evil karma. A hand gently opened the lid of a box, and even if that box contained despair, desolation, or destruction, humans would open it. After speaking for a long time but unable to persuade him, he covered his head with his hands and sighed. Very well, only those who open all the boxes and reach the end of evil will be able to grasp hope. He looked at him and asked, but who will truly understand in the end? The master of the tower spoke of diligent and industrious people, people who only desired the treasures within the chests, people who only thought of what they would lose, not what they had gained, people who only listened to the pleasures given to them and only believed what they wanted to believe. Who will never understand you. He was startled by the answer, as if cold water had been thrown on him. I do not wish to be understood. Ken moved forward and said firmly to him, I do not need anyone's understanding. I crave solitude and I long for despair deeper than anyone else's, Ken said, even if my malice fades and wears away in that despair. His cloak fluttered slightly in the wind blowing from outside. I want to remain at the very end of evil, a place only those who have pursued evil their entire lives can set foot in. The God-cursed sanctuary of evil, the master of the Tower of Truth was helplessly speechless. Only the most corrupt among all here, only those who make dishonor their pride. The master of the Tower of Truth suddenly burst into joyful laughter. He looked at him, laughed, and said, a dragon has been born in the God-cursed sanctuary of evil. He looked at Ken and said, very well. You who long to walk a path more cruel than anyone else's, he looked at him and said, you who are a sage having grown more than countless others. The master of the Tower of Truth raised his hands and staff and said, as long as you do not forget the malice you received from this God-cursed sanctuary, our Tower of Truth will never stop you. He pointed the gem on the tip of his staff at him. The master of the Tower of Truth pointed outside the door, ordering him to go out into the world. His facial muscles relaxed slightly, revealing a sense of ease. Show your malice to the world. Ken cast a sidelong glance but remained standing. The two made eye contact and Ken suddenly bowed his head. He knelt before the master of the Tower of Truth. Ken immediately turned his head and walked towards the door in front of him. The moment he faltered, he stopped at his words. You are a liar, the master of the Tower of Truth said. But just this once, answer honestly. He asked him with curious eyes. Why do you not wish to be a hero? Ken silently looked at the snow-falling sky, then chuckled softly and said, because whatever I do will fail. The master of the tower was surprised again by his answer. A cursed third-rate villain, one who transcends talent and good and evil, one destined to fail as a price for glimpsing the secrets of the mythical age, he said from behind. Is your choice to be a third-rate villain who can save at least one person rather than a third-rate hero who can save no one? Ken looked at the snow-falling sky and chuckled softly. It's nothing grand, I simply dislike heroes. He went out the door with a scornful expression. I ridicule their foolish and pitiful appearance. Those with an unwavering steel-like belief who believe the evil within them is justice, who devour other evils with that evil, and who live in endless self-deception. Ken went out the door and stopped. He looked up at the sky. But even if that were true, Ken caught a white snowflake with his hand. Even if it is a fictitious entity full of lies and hypocrisy, the snowflake melted as soon as it touched his hand. Ken clenched his fists and looked back. And even if it is a greater sin than anything else, his reflection appeared in his eyes. Ken softly said to the master of the Tower of Truth, justice will triumph. He watched him walk away slowly, one who acquired all knowledge of the Tower of Truth at the age of 7 and was recognized as the greatest sage of the era. And the most foolish sage in the world. He quietly left the tower with a faint smile. One hand gripped the curtain tightly, and a shadow stood by the window looking out. We lost too much in the war 1,000 years ago. But the greatest loss was, Len turned around and said coldly, losing the dragon race. Corta stood in the darkness listening carefully. Initially a god established laws in this world, then a demon spread 7 desires throughout the world, creating the world as it is today. Neither gods nor demons were the creators. The dragons were. Dragons imparted wisdom to the gods, helping them establish righteous laws in the world, and gave power to demons, allowing them to spread desires throughout the world. But dragons were not always by their side. Len extended her hand out the window and said, dragons only wished to share their wisdom and power to directly contribute to the preservation of the world rather than be revered and worshipped, and her face was filled with disappointment. To nurture the world, they tore their wings to create the sky, burned their hearts to create fire, poured their blood to create the sea, scattered their scales to create forests, embedded their teeth to create gold, and embedded their bones to create 10,000 mountains. And as the world prospered, the dragon lineage gradually disappeared. In the end, only one dragon remained, and gods and demons fought over that last dragon. But even that last dragon disappeared in that war. Gods and demons regretted and lamented, but they could not turn back time. It just flowed. The greatest and most noble dragon race of the era disappeared, becoming nothing more than a legend. Corta stood in the darkness, carefully listening to Len's words. You taught the gods. You gave power to the demons. A race that created humanity but was surpassed by humanity's own will. Her eyes were filled with awe, one who can take pride in what is not to be proud of. A man's shadow appeared. How noble and true that pride is. Len proudly placed her hand on her chest. Since you found and reached a truth that neither gods nor demons understood, we are worthy of calling you a dragon, Corda suddenly said from the darkness. Enough, she expressed her displeasure. The one who taught me fire is the fire dragon. The one who taught me money is the gold dragon. And the one who taught me writing also became the black dragon. Corda looked at Len unpleasantly. Countless people have become dragons since the world was created. Even the white dragon, who had never appeared until now, has now appeared. Len looked at her, smiled, and asked, "Is it like finding a pearl in the mud?" Corda replied unpleasantly. "No, you can only find pearls in the mud," Len said mysteriously. "Exactly, so only humans can become dragons, so you helped my brother, Corda." Corda crossed her arms and replied to Len, "Wasn't the demon's original role to protect villains?" Len put her hands together and tilted her head, asking, "Are you intentionally ignoring the god who protects the evil right before your eyes?" Corda looked at Len unpleasantly. "Are you trying to steal my fake contract?" Len playfully replied. "Oh, I didn't mean that." Corda charmingly brushed her bangs aside and asked, "Stop with these trivial remarks. Are you going to say that the tilted fate of your fake contract is just a coincidence?" Len covered her mouth and chuckled. "How would I know? If my brother had romantic feelings for me, that trivial romantic fate would have already been resolved." Corda crossed her arms and looked down at Len. "I will not let anyone else touch my prey," she playfully replied. "Indeed," Len laughed provocatively and loudly. "Indeed, you're just like a cunning spider. You really love such dirty tricks, don't you?" Corda's face flushed with anger, veins bulging. "That's not for me to hear. That's not something a cunning fox who steals another's prey should say." Len was also inwardly angry at the sarcasm. The two exchanged terrifying lightning-like glances. Footsteps quickly approached. Chris excitedly pushed open the door. "Lady Len, dinner is ready." She stopped abruptly before the tense atmosphere. Len scoffed. "Let's see who wins." Corda gave Len a contemptuous look. "Fine, the winner is already decided anyway." Chris whimpered. What? Why am I being left out?" The sound of a fork piercing meat was heard. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the meat in his hand and complained, "I wish to taste the imperial cuisine of Kairak." Cassandra put down her teacup and said softly, "Your Majesty." She elegantly took a sip of tea. "It is unreasonable to request imperial cuisine outside the palace." His Majesty the Emperor sighed and complained, "I can't believe even Lady Cassandra would say that. Truly disappointing." Cassandra averted her gaze and said, "If your Majesty wishes to taste imperial cuisine, please return to the palace. Your vassals are desperately searching for your Majesty." His Majesty the Emperor immediately refused. "I'm sorry, but I am currently on vacation and have no intention of returning to the palace." She turned around in surprise and asked, "But why are you here?" Cassandra put down her teacup and replied softly, "I am merely here to settle a few debts." Cassandra stopped drinking tea at His Majesty the Emperor's indifferent words. "So you refused his last request 29 times. Cassandra blushed and coughed a few times. "I refused, simply because it was an unreasonable request." Chris crossed her arms and growled, "Don't boast about your cooking skills." Lennon immediately retorted, "No, not at all." Chris angrily pointed at Lennon's face and warned, "And don't boast about saving your teacher in a crumbling castle. Remember the Holy Shield." Chris proudly placed her hand on her chest and stated clearly, "It was the Lizard Knight who discovered my teacher buried underground, and my holy power saved my teacher. Though there are still a few issues," Lennon loudly countered, preventing her from speaking further. "It was the black demonic heart, not you." Chris averted her gaze. "Of course the black demonic heart also helped increase teacher's chances of survival, but ultimately my holy power was needed more to save teacher," Lennon replied, frowning. "It's a lie." Chris, feeling teased, grew angry. "Hey, you want to fight?" Lennon, seemingly eager to fight, immediately retorted, "If you wish." Chris didn't back down, saying, "Go ahead if you want." The dragon swordsman, helpless outside, couldn't interfere. Alice was annoyed by the loud noise. "How many times are these people going to destroy our house?" Serena sat beside her, gently reassuring her. "Maybe just for 10 days this time." Alice sighed, tearing at her bread. "I really hope so." Suddenly she looked at Serena. "Serena, now that I think about it." She looked at Alice, startled. "Huh?" Alice asked curiously. "I haven't seen that wildcat lately. Do you have any news?" Alice. Serena averted her gaze and awkwardly smiled. "I don't know either." Suddenly Alice said, "Oh really? That reminds me." Alice excitedly recalled Serena's threatening expression. "How dare you take our Alice without permission, and how dare you appear before me again? You're truly something." She looked at Serena and teased, "Who said that?" Serena immediately replied, "Alice also kicked me out of the house when my brother visited, didn't you?" Suddenly Serena stared at Alice, and Alice stared back. The two unconsciously smiled at each other, and the table filled with their joyful laughter. One hand was slightly clenched. "I thought everything would be easier, but as if things weren't bad enough, I have to keep getting entangled with these guys." Ken gritted his teeth in anger and resentment. 99 demons, no, 100 demons. Those who help villains, I sincerely pray. If necessary, I'll even sacrifice my soul. The man looked back out the window and said, "Please," Ken pleaded inwardly with displeasure, "save me from this hell." And so the villain fell into inevitable misfortune. The hero lived happily ever after, and the demon king disappeared from this world. This is a story that is 1 in 3 and 3 in 1. Ultimately, it's just a story about ordinary people. Now let's go back to a very distant past. This is a story that happened a very long time ago. The group that traveled together looked quite miserable, having to eat dirt in the forest. It tastes bad. Seeing the children complain, Ken shouted in annoyance, startling them, "You weaklings, endure until this is over and I'll treat you." Hearing that, their eyes lit up like car headlights. Really? He looked at their expectant eyes and choked on his jerky. "How are you ever going to become great villains if you can't even endure this?" Just then, someone suddenly appeared from behind a bush, startling him and making him spew water from his nose. "They're here." Ken, annoyed, urged his companions to quickly pull up their masks and move. "If I abandon these guys now, I'll have to work overtime." To briefly introduce Ken's status at the time, the organization known as Black Storm sought to dominate the world with magic. We were low-ranking members of Black Storm, and our mission was to confront the organization's enemies. Seeing the heroes before him, Ken quickly hid in the bushes, checked their faces, and confirmed his targets. "All right, target confirmed." He signaled to his companions behind him, "Prepare to fire." Ken signaled with his fingers. As they approached, he kept counting, and before the leader could take his third step, the man suddenly fell into the trap they had set. "What's going on?" At the same time, Ken quickly shouted to his companions to shoot arrows at the heroes. All of them sustained serious injuries to their shoulders or chests. Ken signaled his subordinates not to let their guard down. He calculated inwardly, "Good, I'll definitely get an extra reward thanks to this. Now I need to make sure these guys' weapons can't be reused." Then he muttered a spell. "Demolish, demolish in my hands." Seeing all the heroes fallen, he commanded, "Charge and swallow all their weapons." Hearing the command, Demolish burrowed among them, swallowing all the weapons into the ground. Ken smiled with satisfaction. Truly like a mage, his subordinates, seeing him cast magic, all had awe-filled faces. Ken, with the reward money in hand, pondered what to do. "It's boring to keep saving it. Should I buy a new mask?" Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Ken. "You were a mage, old man, quite special." He hadn't noticed her at all. He chuckled, saying, "There are only 99 mages on this continent. Such a high-class profession is rare, haha." At this point, he realized something was wrong. "Wait, was there a woman among my subordinates?" Suddenly, her hand rested on his shoulder, and she smiled cunningly. Then she brought a dagger close to Ken. "But if you utter that spell one more time, don't blame me if your head flies off." "Hostage, old man." It turned out the hero had escaped. Ken couldn't help but scream, "Oh my god, what a situation." Without time to think, she began to command him. "All right, now tell your subordinates to put down those unsightly things. I've become a hostage. If this gets reported to headquarters, I won't just lose the reward money, my salary will be cut." Ken felt wronged inwardly. "My salary absolutely cannot be cut." He valued his salary more than his life. Ken shouted loudly. "Shoot, shoot," she cried out in surprise. "Old man, if you shoot me now, you'll get hit too. I'm behind you, can't you see?" Ken wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he provoked her. "I'm not scared. Shoot, you bastards." Those guys wanted to cry then. "Is the old man crazy?" Ken gritted his teeth and glared. "Yes, I'm crazy, truly crazy. Heroes like you would never understand. I'd rather die than have my salary cut." Immediately, arrows flew at him. They thought he was joking, but he was actually shooting. Ken was dumbfounded, his face turning pale. "No, I won't die. Did you really shoot me, you bastards? Stop." "Seben." Just then another person's dignified voice suddenly spoke. "It seems like a bigger organization than I thought." At the same time, all the arrows that had been aimed upwards stopped in midair. The man's footsteps gradually approached. A leader unafraid of death and subordinates who carried out orders without hesitation. It turned out they were the new heroes who had just fallen earlier. The leader looked at Ken's bracelet and exclaimed, "Gluttony's demolished, the 99th demon. A demon that can swallow anything." Ken glanced at the old woman's staff and thought inwardly, "Damn it, look at that staff, the 63rd demon, the seal of plant. That means they weren't hurt at all to begin with." He cursed angrily inwardly. "These cowards, only villains like me can use such tricks." The mage thankfully chuckled, saying everything had been stopped in time. "We almost missed the chance to find out their backer." The woman asked in dissatisfaction. "You weren't saving me, were you?" Taking advantage of their distraction, Ken quickly reacted. He secretly cast a spell with his finger. Although our side had a numerical advantage, our individual combat capabilities were lacking. If that were the case, Ken's every action immediately surprised and made everyone hesitate. He released his clenched wrist, escaping her encirclement, and quietly approached his companions. "Don't interfere in our business anymore," he warned. "I warned you." Ken turned and still glared at them. The hero prepared for battle. "You're the one who should be warned." Ken unhesitatingly ordered his subordinates to shoot arrows at them. "Shoot!" Just then, the mage raised a treasure and chanted a spell. "Leos, protect your people." At the same time, the rocks around him flew up at his command. Ken scoffed. "It certainly won't work against priest Leos who can control inertia, but this seasoned villain has already calculated even that." Then he created a smoke bomb around them. The woman saw it and shouted, "It's vision-blocking magic." "Cowards!" Ken excitedly fled with his subordinates. "Goodbye, you fools." After a while, they moved to another forest. Everyone quickly gathered logs. "The tree's falling, hold it carefully." "These trees are expensive," they talked cheerfully. "Hey, hand me the saw, move those branches over here." He stood on the other side, responsible for tying them securely, and thought inwardly, "Oh my god, these idiots." Then he said loudly, "Tone down the enthusiasm a bit. We're on a secret mission disguised as lumberjacks." "Yes," Ken was displeased inwardly. "Damn it, if I hadn't failed so miserably last time, even an evil organization wouldn't immediately eliminate a subordinate for one failed mission. But to avoid the headquarters' unpleasant gaze, I've temporarily relocated to a secret branch." He remembered the anger he had swallowed last time. "But that damn branch manager thinks our team is wasting the branch's money." So he made us do this. In short, this isn't a secret mission, it's just a side job. I can't tell the subordinates the truth. I have my pride too. Just then a man approached and reported, "Boss, we're all done." Seeing the pile of wood stacked on the cart and their eyes expecting praise, Ken forced a smile and said, "Good work. Before you go back I'll give you a little of today's wages and then you can rest comfortably." But inwardly he was calculating, "You guys take this money and get lost. I'm going to take almost all of the proceeds from selling this wood." Just then someone suddenly shouted, "Ah, there are people here." "Excuse me, old man." The woman approached with a soft voice. "Our group is lost. Could you tell us the way to Zyra City? Aren't these the heroes we fought last time?" Ken was startled, his heart sinking. Meeting them again, this makes no sense at all, but a seasoned villain must skillfully deal with the situation. His heart was churning like waves, but he kept a cold face and acted as innocently as possible. He calmly pointed to the left. "To get to Zyra, go that way. You'll see the city in about an hour if you walk that way." "Ah yes, thank you very much." At this point, Ken wished the girl would disappear from his sight immediately. He smiled cunningly. "Damn it, get lost quickly. Now I can return to the branch and report on these guys and regain my honor." She hadn't walked a few steps when the woman wondered about the direction Ken had given her. "Anyway, Black Storm is really strange. Why do they put their secret branch in such a city?" The old woman next to her solved her curiosity. "Zyra is a city with a lot of commercial activity, so it's advantageous to have branches for various secret activities." The girl thought inwardly with dissatisfaction, but still couldn't shake her curiosity. "I thought a secret branch would naturally be hidden in a remote place. After all we've caught so far are useless thieves. Damn it." Ken's face turned pale thinking of the old woman. "If I report to that branch manager now, he'll probably falsely report to headquarters that I gave directions to the enemy." Just then, the woman suddenly turned back cheerfully and asked, "Old man, I have one more question." Ken forced a smile and replied, "What do you wish to ask?" She approached him closely and said, "Are there any strange rumors in Zyra these days, like suspicious people appearing from somewhere?" Hearing this, Ken could no longer deny it. Everything the woman said was identical to the suspicious people who had appeared according to her intentions. "Why is this little lady asking me such a question?" He was so scared he almost wet his pants. "These guys are suspicious of me." The woman seemed to know nothing at all. Ken was just overthinking. She tilted her head and asked, "Old man, it's just a hypothesis." Ken swallowed hard and analyzed the situation. "I have to stake my life on this. If these guys really suspect me, I'm going to hell." He calmly said, "I've heard some strange rumors about the Lumberjack Guild lately." "Really?" He nodded. "Yes, I'm not sure, but I've seen outsiders coming and going frequently. I also heard talk of goods being transported late at night." Ken made up all sorts of stories, but the woman still foolishly believed him. "Where are they transporting them?" He scratched his head and chuckled. "I don't know that much." Having obtained new information, she couldn't help but thank Ken, although she had no idea the man was lying. "Thank you again, old man, really thank you." Then she turned and left. As her figure disappeared into the distance, Ken turned to his companions and said, "Let's run away too." The man's face was extremely serious and exaggerated the problem. 5 days later, a report came in that the secret branch had been burned down and destroyed by the heroes. Of course, all nearby secret branches also had to relocate. It was impossible to know what damage information leakage would cause. Therefore, it was a reasonable decision. However, the organization members couldn't help but be enraged by suddenly losing their jobs, and that anger returned to them. They all believed it was because they had failed to stop the enemies from the beginning. He cursed under his breath as he went deep into the basement. "Damn it, this organization is truly evil. But I've escaped the revenge of the branch managers." How? Ken revealed it was because he had received a summons from headquarters. However, he was not at all happy to be setting foot in headquarters, a place only accessible to high-ranking executives. "Could it be that I've been summoned to be executed?" he reassured himself. "Let's think positively." Positively. Upon arrival, the man who had accompanied him stopped at the door of a room and knocked. Ken followed the man into the room, and overall it seemed this room was used as a laboratory. The man looked up at him and greeted him. "Ah, you've arrived." At the sight of the man, Ken's heart sank like a waterfall. "I'm screwed, it's the leader of Black Storm." After coming down, the man immediately spoke to him. "I've heard many reports about you, although you're a low-ranking team leader. Your mission success rate is high." Ken calmly replied, "It's an honor to be recognized," he scoffed, looking at him. "But 4 secret branches were closed because of your failed mission. We must clarify accountability for this incident, mustn't we? If I say the wrong thing now, my head will fly off," he thought, bowing his head to the leader. "Of course, but please don't overlook the efforts I've made for the organization so far." He looked elsewhere and clasped his hands as he tried to atone for his sins with achievements and offset punishment with rewards. "Ah, good idea." He growled and glared at him. "But as you know, our organization imposes heavier penalties than usual." Ken almost peed his pants in fear. "I have no intention of evading responsibility." He hesitated for a moment and then suggested, "If you put in a little more effort, I won't pursue this matter." He raised his head in curiosity. "No way, then are the magic circle in front of me and my efforts related?" He laughed heartily as if amused. "As expected, you immediately understand with just a glance. Simply put, touching a forbidden magic circle is extremely dangerous. No sane person would dare to do it, but if I refuse I'll have no choice but to die." Ken constantly swallowed. At this time the man informed him that 5 mages had created this magic circle together, but the last piece was still missing. So he hoped Ken would complete it, he thought, looking at the magic circle. Not even one of the 99 mages could complete a magic circle alone, but something is strange. Why is he revealing the organization's secret to a low-ranking team leader? Could it be that the remaining piece of this magic circle is related to the desert? The leader gazed at him and inadvertently smiled strangely. I trust you'll do well. Ken was flustered and didn't know what to do. I'm too scared to do it. However, contrary to his feelings, he bowed his head and agreed. I will definitely do well. A few days later, Ken furiously cursed at the sky. Damn it, I've been trying to find a way to escape during this period, but there's no way out. So now I can only hope to buy time and not have to use my last resort. Ken was trapped in his room and couldn't leave because the leader monitored him 24/7. The damn old man comes here once a day, that damn suspicious old man. He came down to him and asked, how's the work coming along? Ken thought he would have no regrets if he could grab his beard and twirl it around. You just had to come and watch. Why do you interfere every time? Because of you, I've almost found the last piece, even though I didn't want to. Ken saw the leader's trusting eyes. Look, it's as if he's saying he'll kill me if I drag this out any longer. Helplessly, he gave up the thought, stood up abruptly and said, I think I've found it. He was excited. Oh really? Without another word, Ken approached the magic circle. The leader eagerly anticipated the magic he would create. Good, then begin. He gestured towards the man, making all sorts of calculations. What should I do? Should I pretend to be crazy? But then I'll have to contend with these seasoned villains. Should I do it? Do I really have to use my trump card here? Ken frowned and placed his hand on the magic circle, about to do something. Just then, someone suddenly burst through the door and shouted, it's over. Quickly stop that evil ritual. It turned out to be the heroes they had asked for directions earlier. Ken couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Yes, this is it. They looked up at him and shouted, who are you people? The white-haired woman pointed her sword at him and shouted, you blind fool, I am an apostle of justice. It turned out everything was part of Ken's plan. He couldn't hide his satisfied smile. Yes, this was my doing too. I left classified documents in the secret branch and spread rumors in the tavern. And thanks to the hero's inherent privilege, these guys got it and came all the way here. The leader, filled with rage, emitted a murderous aura and shouted, how dare you heroes? The time had come. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Ken immediately put his plan into action. Annihilate, swallow my existence. The magic he cast upon himself was an invisibility spell. This guy was truly cowardly. At this moment he was about to run away but suddenly turned back. Damn it, I forgot to make one more hole in the magic circle. Ken smiled slyly. I will not forgive those who caused me pain. After causing havoc, Ken quickly ran outside. Then goodbye, Black Storm. Good luck, ha ha ha. This guy was truly a villain and a coward at the same time. And from that day on, the leader of Black Storm was cornered and had to use black magic. Black Storm was discovered by 5 heroes, but his magic circle went wrong and failed, and his magic power fell into disarray. People said he eventually exploded along with headquarters. Unfortunately, only one of the 5 heroes survived. At this time, in a solemn room, a man looked up from a newspaper. What do you mean you can cook anything now? Ken had started another new job. He humbly clasped his hands and replied, please tell me what dish you desire, and I will use all my means to cook it, the man said, as if intrigued. Oh, you seem to have quite a bit of experience, Ken replied firmly. Yes, I once worked as a servant in a noble family. Isn't it difficult to cook? The man asked curiously. He closed his eyes and replied, it's not very difficult. You just need to observe basic etiquette. Then you can satisfy the nobles. Upon hearing this, the man replied to him more seriously, indeed, etiquette is the foundation of everything. If you like doing housework, there's a perfect position for you right now, but you must be discreet. Can you do it? Ken was delighted. Of course, being discreet is my specialty. So the man eventually agreed. Good, then I'll temporarily hire you starting now. Ah, by the way, what was your name? Stepping into a new environment, Ken created a name for himself. I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Kirovanta. The scene shifts to a small village near the mountains. Zek smiled broadly at the person in front of him. Alice looked at him, unable to understand, and asked, why are you smiling? Zek replied without reservation. I'm happy to be by your side. This made her look at him with disdain. Don't talk nonsense. Zek smiled bitterly at her expression. When you left, I thought I would never see you again. So I'm really happy to see you again now, Alice said curtly. What's so happy about it? Does that make you hard to understand? Alice said something quite hurtful. If you keep staying by my side, people will spread bad rumors about you. But Zek didn't care at all. No such thing. Uncle Ben said he'd take care of it if there were any problems with the villagers. He even got angry and told me not to listen to such nonsense. The girl looked around in surprise and Alice nodded. For some reason, even the village chief protects me. Hearing this, Alice inadvertently scoffed inwardly. Uncle is up to his old tricks again. Seeing the person he liked smile, Zek pointed to himself, looking embarrassed, and said, I also had a really hard time. Alice avoided his gaze. Yes, you must have had a hard time with your foolish antics. Zek pouted and felt hurt upon hearing those words. Strange. Why is her reaction different to me? He reassured himself. It's okay, Alice, being cold to me isn't a one-time thing. Don't be discouraged. Seeing the man next to her continue to act strangely, Alice was worried. What's wrong now? At this point, Zek remembered that person and asked her, Oh, that's right, that old man didn't come with you, Alice said, unable to understand. Ko? The girl avoided his gaze and replied. Ko can't appear for several reasons. This sparked Zek's curiosity. What was that reaction? Could it be that the old man met someone new during his travels and started a new life? He turned his body and thought, should I ask? Seeing Zek look at her, Alice said curtly again, What do you want? He dared only to smile and not speak. If I ask that question, I don't think she'll tell me the truth, so he said, I'm just curious about the people you came with. Alice retorted sharply, You mean those parasites? He couldn't understand. Is she talking about the people she came with? She nodded. Yes, those parasites. Alice's expression darkened and she replied, Is there a more appropriate word to describe people who just sit in someone else's house? This made him so scared he turned pale. He forced a smile and replied, No, you used the appropriate word. Alice retorted, Why are you curious? Zek said with a bewildered expression. I saw her by chance while running an errand. A red-haired woman entered the village chief's house. When she came out, the village chief, with a very happy expression, left the village with her and even bowed his head to see her off. Alice asked angrily, So the village chief has been protecting us ever since? Hearing Alice's question, Zek also gradually realized. I see. She furiously turned her head and cursed. That damn queen, can't that damn woman go even a moment without abusing money and power? Zek heard those words and couldn't understand. Queen, you don't need to know. Alice dismissed his curiosity and Zek became sad. She's angry. Suddenly Alice got up and turned back. I'm leaving. He also stood up and said goodbye. Ah yes, goodbye. Watching the girls retreating back, Zek planned inwardly. She's still cold to me now, but someday there will surely be a chance. For now I need to meet her every day and make memories together. Upon returning to the village, someone rushed up to Zek and asked, Did you know we had to go into the forest to find Alice? Zek groaned and replied because he felt guilty. Yes, I messed up big time. That person asked his identity. Who are you? Zek nodded and looked up. Yes, that's right. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to be Serena. Zek felt as if he was talking to an angel, no longer a human. She's beautiful beyond words, Zek assessed inwardly. The other sisters are beautiful too, but Sister Serena is kind and gentle. Suddenly, Serena explicitly showed anger and spoke in a cold voice, making Zek so scared he almost peed his pants. How dare you take our Alice without permission, and how dare you appear before me again? You're truly something. The boy couldn't understand. Hush, he said to him. Zek, Alice is my precious family. Zek agreed. Yes, I know. She was frustrated like a young mother. This world is a dangerous place. What if Alice meets a Yoma or bandits? Zek reassured her young mind. But there are no Yoma or bandits around the village. Serena once again radiated killing intent at him and emphasized each word. Do you understand the word prevent? Zek immediately replied, I understand. We must always be prepared for all possibilities, she instructed him. So if you want to play with Alice, I think you should at least have some self-defense skills. Zek was confident. Don't worry about that. I'm the strongest kid in the village. However, Serena negated all his efforts. I'm sorry, but that's still not enough. He spoke of his proud moment. But I'm strong enough to catch a wolf by myself. But Serena regarded it as a very ordinary matter. What 10-year-old child is so weak they can't catch a wolf? This made Zek flustered. Really? Then he asked her, Then how strong is strong enough? Well, Serena rubbed her chin, pondering. At least strong enough to fight paladins to protect Alice. Hearing this, Zek gradually imagined paladins, those priests who came to catch Alice before. He said firmly, I can do it. Just bring 2 or 3 of them. Serena was quite surprised by his determination. That's a very bold statement. She smiled wryly and suggested, But Zek, some things can't be proven with just words, so do you want to take a test? Hearing this, Zek said, unable to understand. A test? Serena smiled brightly and explained, The test is for me to W in. He was startled and speechless. For you to win? She said gently. Yes, if you can just touch me, I'll admit you're worthy of playing with Alice. Hearing this, Zek shouted firmly. All right, that's too easy. However, his confidence didn't last long and he was beaten black and blue by her. Serena wore a contemptuous expression. Is this all you've got? Something seemed to die within her. Who said Sister Serena was weak, fragile, and kind? Who said that? Serena said disingenuously. Unfortunately, I don't think I can entrust Alice to you. Then she laughed loudly and added, By the way, you can't see Alice until you defeat me. Hearing this, Zek stood up indignantly. What? Where did that rule come from? Serena feigned innocence and said, I thought Zek already knew. Zek, are you going back on your word? Zek whimpered and looked at her with puppy dog eyes. But this is all there is. Serena waved her hand and left. Zek wailed, That's truly unreasonable. This is outright fraud. Suddenly, Zek had another thought. It's okay. I can meet her secretly. That's easy. But reality was not like a dream. No matter how Zek hid, Serena always found him. Day or night, Serena always smiled warmly and punched him on the head a few times. She punched him with satisfaction and analyzed. Your skill has improved. Has your stamina increased? Only a tiny bit, of course. Zek couldn't understand this malicious sister at all. How does she always know when I'm about to leave? Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the distant forest. Zek staggered up in surprise. What was that? Isn't that the direction of Alice's house? Serena muttered with an annoyed expression, looking in that direction. What on earth are those two doing? The two ignored Zek's curiosity, and Serena, with a bright smile like a flower, said to him, Don't worry about it. Think of it as a small holy war. They're going to train again. Just then, footsteps were heard. Serena turned her head and sent him away. All right, I'll have to stop here for today. Yes, please come find me if you need any help. After the child had gone far away, Serena smiled brightly at the girl. Thank you again today for helping me stop that rascal. At that moment, Zek, exhausted, silently lamented to himself, When will I ever win? Serena said dejectedly, That day will come soon. Though I'm progressing slowly now, I'll soon be able to reach Serena. Arriving at the open training ground, Zek inadvertently saw a boy his age leisurely sleeping under a tree. Seeing the cute face before him, he vaguely guessed it was Ken. Zek stared blankly at the white-haired boy before him and thought, who is that? Could it be one of the sisters who came with Alice? He thought the person before him was a girl. Then Ken suddenly shouted, startling him. Who are you? He stared at him with his arms crossed. It's that messy little brat. Then he casually picked up a rubber band and tied his ponytail. Seeing the rose-like beautiful appearance before him, Zek couldn't help but doubt if that person was really a boy. Get out! Then Ken suddenly shouted, making him freeze. I'll say it again, little brat. Get out! Zek shouted angrily. You bastard, do you have a problem? Not wanting to say any more, Zek turned and left. He looked so weak just by looking at him. I need to be patient. He looked at him curiously, and his intuition told him. I don't know why, but if I make this guy who looks younger than me angry, I feel like I'll lose everything. Seeing that the child hadn't left yet, Ken looked at him irritably. Still not gone? Zek ignored his rudeness and asked, Are you living with those sisters? Do you know Serena and Alice? No matter how much he asked, Ken didn't open his mouth. Zek continued to ask. Don't you want to answer? He said, extremely annoyed. Be quiet. Zek clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, thinking, even Alice answered me, but this guy, and he waved his hand and turned away. Forget it. There's no need to be friends with someone like that anyway. But the two's connection didn't end there. Wherever Ken appeared, Zek was always there. Even when he moved to an open area to spend some time, Zek still caught him. Get out! And once again the two met. Zek greeted him and Ken was extremely annoyed. Hey, are you stalking me? He wondered. Zek shouted as if getting goosebumps. No, Ken frowned. I don't like being stalked by someone like you either. Although he wasn't intentionally stalking him, he strangely felt rejected. Ken continued to ask, Then you're saying you always just happen to pass by me? Zek nodded. Perhaps. Ken clicked his tongue irritably and muttered, This guy is truly a hero. He probably meets me often because he has a high chance of encountering villains. Seeing him muttering, Zek became curious. Huh? Ken said sarcastically. If you want, keep following me. It's not a serious matter anyway. Zek crossed his arms and thought he's a really strange little brat. At this moment he looked at the wooden sword at his waist and felt wronged. Getting back to the point, how can I defeat Serena? Should I learn swordsmanship? Then he tore at his hair. But who will teach me? Suddenly, a thought came to Zek's mind. If it's that person, and he ran to Evan. He asked, Do you want to teach me swordsmanship? Zek shouted excitedly. I need to defeat Serena with a sword to meet the girl I like. Evan hesitated and asked, The young lady Serena? Then he refused. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you much. Zek stood up and wondered. Yes, why? He thought it was because he was in a similar situation as himself. The family of the person I like chased me away with fire and told me I could only meet her if I proved I had enough power to defeat the Demon King. I couldn't prove it. Zek muttered unhappily. Damn it, who would impose such unreasonable conditions? Look at his burn marks. Evan smiled bitterly and continued. Besides, even if you learn everything from me, you won't be able to defeat her. As far as I know, there are only 3 swordsmen who can rival Serena. Hearing this, Zek said blankly. What, only 3? Evan explained. The first is a swordsman called the Mad Swordsman, but he died a long time ago, so it's better to exclude him. The second is the Dragon Swordsman, and people say it takes 1,000 years to learn his swordsmanship. Hearing this, Zek finally gave up. What, you mean I can't learn it even if I become a master? He sadly continued to ask. Then who's the last person? Evan told Zek that he was Serena's teacher. Zek couldn't understand. Serena's teacher, Evan explained. Honestly, if you want to learn swordsmanship, there's no better teacher than him. Thanks to him, I was able to transcend the state of selflessness. Zek became curious and moved closer to him. Then how can I meet that swordsman? Evan shook his head and said, I don't know. Hearing this, Zek was surprised. His whereabouts are very unpredictable, so it's almost impossible to meet him directly. Zek asked dejectedly. Then what should I do? He smiled at him and told him not to despair. That he would meet him when the time came. Hearing the vague answer, Zek eventually left Evan's side. He staggered along, lamenting all sorts of things. I only know Evan. Now who should I learn swordsmanship from? Just then, someone suddenly approached. Hello, brown-haired boy. Sorry, did I startle you? I just wanted to ask one thing. Zek, startled, thought she was a nun and nodded in agreement. She asked, Have you seen my teacher? Zek, unable to understand, said, Only your teacher. She nodded and replied, Yes, I recently caused a small accident that made him angry and he left home. What kind of accident? Zek wondered inwardly but didn't say. Sorry, I've never seen him. She frowned and asked again. Really? That's really strange. And then she rushed at Zek. Zek, why? What's wrong? She sniffed his body. It's definitely teacher's scent. And then she shouted, Brown-haired boy, you're not hiding my teacher, are you? Seeing the child shaking his head vigorously, she forced a laugh and let it go, probably not lying. All right, if you see a white-haired man, be sure to let me know. Promise. Zek continued to nod. Yes, I'll definitely let you know, I promise. After that, she smiled brightly, said goodbye and left. All right, be careful. Having escaped from that strange woman, Zek finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was really scary. After a while, Zek climbed the mountain and assigned himself some special training for the day. Halfway up, Zek suddenly stopped at the sight before him. Why is this guy here? Ken sat leisurely under a tree with his arms crossed. Zek couldn't help but think, wait, this guy also has white hair. Should I tell that sister about this guy? Then Ken suddenly woke up and shouted, "Hey kid, why are you looking at me like a hero hesitating in front of a villain?" Zek was displeased. "This guy sometimes spouts nonsense," and then he replied, "It's nothing. Just now that silly sister who lives with you went looking for a white-haired man." Hearing this, Ken muttered with an annoyed expression, "Damn it." Then he turned to Zek and said, "Then are you going to tell that cunning woman about me?" Zek, flustered, explained, "I already promised the old man." Ken frowned and reminded him, "Don't tell that woman about me." Hearing this, Zek couldn't understand why. He ignored him and said, "Anyway, the person that sister is looking for isn't you. If I tell you not to tell her, don't tell her." Zek scratched his head and hesitated, and at these words Ken became even more annoyed and cursed inwardly. "He's truly a hero. This guy always has a knack for putting me in a difficult position." Seeing the wooden sword at Zek's waist, knew how to use it to his advantage. "Hey kid, do you want to learn swordsmanship?" In fact, Ken teaching swordsmanship here meant making the child run dozens of laps. But Zek eventually followed. When he barely finished 10 laps he stopped, panting like a fish out of water. "2 more laps," as Demon Ken said while reading a book. Zek was very displeased. "I'm in this state and you still want me to run?" he said calmly. "Still have the strength to move your mouth, then 5 more laps." At these words the child wailed, "You demon bastard." Ken looked at the child contemptuously. "Is this guy only this much? If you don't want to, just rest. The choice is yours." At these words he couldn't help but swallow his indignation. "This damn bastard. He said he'd teach me swordsmanship, but instead of teaching me he's training me like a dog and he's resting under a tree. Just you wait. I'll endure to the end." Although he disliked that expression of his. Although he felt wronged inwardly, he still obediently ran 5 more laps. After a while the sky had already darkened, but he was still diligently training and swinging his sword. Ken pretended not to be interested in him, but from behind he quietly observed Zek's every move. "Your hand is too low," he said softly. Zek was slightly puzzled. "And what if I raise it this high?" And then he raised his arm higher and swung down. What did he feel? Much less strenuous than before. Ken looked at him, slightly annoyed. What an untalented hero. As the two were together, Korta suddenly appeared. She said in a cheerful tone, "You're even training that little brat in swordsmanship. You really seem to like that little brat." Ken frowned and sent him away. "If you're going to come here and talk nonsense, just go back." Then she came over and hugged him like a baby. "Don't be so prickly. It's not just you and me here." Korta acted as if she was being humiliated in front of everyone. So he couldn't help but overthink and found it difficult to concentrate on his training. "What are those two doing in front of me while I'm training? It's distracting." Ken struggled to get away in annoyance, but Korta wouldn't allow it. "What's distracting? I'm intentionally letting you touch this body." He was too annoyed to even bother replying. Zek shed silent tears and was extremely jealous of that bastard. "If you don't need it, trade with me." This damn bastard. He clenched his fists and felt wronged inwardly. "Of course I'm not jealous of that bastard because I have Alice, but it's really annoying to have to watch him play with a beauty during training," Zek continued. "But I didn't know that was just the beginning." The next day another girl came looking for Ken. She was a sister from who knows where. "How did you find your way here?" The girl smiled brightly and replied, "It's natural for me to know where my brother is." Lennon set up an outdoor picnic and even cooked for him with great care. Ken said in annoyance, "That's ridiculous." She covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. "Oh, then how did I get here?" He thought he should persuade himself and be patient. The next day another bespectacled sister came with a stack of complicated documents. Ken sat under a tree and asked, "Young lady, what is this?" Cassandra pointed and said, "This is the reconstruction cost claim." Hearing this, Ken became even more suspicious. Ken with different beautiful sisters or young ladies appearing every day. "I really can't understand. What does that weakling have that so many pretty sisters keep coming to find him?" Suddenly he thought again. "No, that guy is quite handsome and seems smart. He's also a good cook." He thought of the lump of bread Ken had given him. The mushrooms that guy baked were really delicious. The more Zek thought about it, the sadder he became. "I hate that I know why, damn it. Wait a minute." Suddenly Zek realized. "Now that I think about it, that guy is living in Alice's house, isn't he? Could it be Alice too?" The more Zek thought about it, the more he tortured himself. How could that be? Alice's ideal type is someone much older than herself. "Why does my heart ache so much?" Zek continued. "Anyway, after overcoming all sorts of difficulties and learning everything there was to learn about swordsmanship, I finally achieved a small breakthrough. During his North training session with Serena, Zek finally blocked her attack and, unable to contain his joy, shouted, "Oh my God, I blocked it, I finally blocked it." Serena cheerfully echoed him. "Excellent, I can't believe you finally learned to hold a sword properly." Zek turned away, a little embarrassed. "Is that a compliment?" "It's a compliment," she said firmly. "It's truly not easy to find a swordsman as talented as you." Zek blushed and scratched his head. "I guess I do have a bit of talent," Serena asked curiously. "It's not easy to eliminate bad habits, especially in such a short time. You seem to have found a rather good teacher." "No," Zek firmly denied, and she was stunned. "All you do is listen to the nagging of a white-haired boy you met by chance in the forest." Hearing this, he frowned. "A white-haired boy?" "Yes," he sighed unpleasantly. "That's right, you know him too, don't you, Serena? That guy trained me like a dog and nagged me endlessly about how to use a sword." Suddenly he remembered his promise to Ken. I was supposed to keep meeting him a secret. Then he thought, it's probably fine, she's Serena after all. Zek had no idea that the sister he loved wanted to be taught by Ken. "I've never received such kind teaching." Zek, who hadn't heard Serena muttering something, asked her to repeat herself. "What did you say?" She shook her head, denying it. No, it's nothing. Anyway, if you've been taught by that person, I don't think I need to go easy on you anymore. She pretended to be kind, but inwardly she was jealous of the boy. Zek's face went white. Wait, so she was going easy on me all this time? He broke out in a cold sweat and stepped backward in fear. Serena unpleasantly smacked the boy's head a few times, showing no mercy at all. As the boy's head swelled considerably, she stepped back and said, "Be careful, Zek. From now on, if you're careless, you'll really die." He clutched his head and wailed. "Ouch, it hurts 10 times more than before," Serena said unpleasantly. "That's only about 8 or 9 times as much." Zek asked his sister irritably, "What's wrong, are you mad at me?" Serena smiled kindly. "No, not at all. It's not like I'd be jealous of you just because you learned some swordsmanship, Zek." His sister's words were one thing, but her eyes. Serena exuded killing intent and Zek was speechless. "Anyway, let's continue." She made it impossible for him to escape. Wait, save me." And that was boy Zek's first day of reckoning. Serena beat him from morning until night. So my sister really was going easy on me. Zek walked along thinking gloomily. Now if I want to win, I can't skip any training. As he was feeling down, someone suddenly shouted in the distance, "Found him?" He reflexively turned his head. "Huh?" Alice, a girl in a neat school uniform, ran towards him. Zek fell into a fantasy. "Is Alice looking for me? Come here, hug me, Alice." But reality was bitter. The person Alice wanted to see wasn't him but Ken. "What are you doing here, big brother?" He was always frowning strangely. "What's wrong?" The girl sat down and said, "You haven't come home for so long, so I came to find you." Ken frowned. He remembered saying he wouldn't go home for a while. Alice used all sorts of charming antics. "I'll come here every day until big brother comes home." He ignored the girl. "Do whatever you want." At that moment, Zek's conviction shattered. He was heartbroken before he even had a chance to confess. After finishing her conversation with Ken, the girl brushed off her clothes and left. Zek didn't give up and chased after her, calling out, "Alice?" The girl said coldly. "Why?" he asked shyly. Wasn't your ideal type an older person?" The girl said unpleasantly. "Oh, my taste changed a bit," he stammered. "You don't mean because of that guy just now?" Suddenly, Alice shyly covered her blushing face with her hair. "Yeah." Hearing the unwelcome answer, Zek frowned and said, "Do you remember you promised to grant me one wish if I caught a wolf?" He suppressed his anger and continued, "Right now I'm not as good as that guy, but I'll become stronger, smarter, a better cook, and more handsome. Then consider dating me." Hearing this, Alice was surprised and frowned. "Really?" Then she chuckled carelessly and turned away. "Do it if you can." Zek bit his lip, thinking the girl despised his feelings, and hurried back to Ken. As he walked, he shouted, "Teacher, you're the enemy of all men. I won't let you get away with this." Ken meanwhile sighed with an annoyed expression. Even retirement wasn't peaceful.